Testament Sister New Devil Novel 3. Prologue. A look to ridicule fate. Tender feminine pants resounded in the room. Sounds of fawning came from within the shadows with the accompaniment of a luscious smell spreading throughout the room. The unique design of this spacious room results in a unique reverberation of sounds, allowing the females to hear their voices, hence achieving an aphrodisiac effect. The indiscernible screams failed to register any meanings, but yet seemed to mean something, and that is the state of intoxication, experiencing thrill and joy in the pleasures taking over one's body. With small and light steps, someone entered this room. From the contours of the one emerging from the shadows, one could clearly make out the curves of the female body. With each slow step made from the dark wall towards the center of the room, the silhouette of gradually turned into a beautiful and stunning youthful female, a demon named Zest. Zest's eyes revealed the place that she was going to was the only illuminated place within this darkness. That place is a giant bed covered with luxurious carvings, fitted with a canopy cover. On the bed was a high-class demon, with many female demons scantily clad in lingerie gathered around him. Amongst them, one sat on his lap facing him, indulgently taking the initiative to twist her hips about, speaking of which the sounds filling the room was mostly hers. Ah, fu, ha, Zalgier-sama. She had a lascivious expression with her eyes were out of focus. Behind that high-class demon's back was another female demon, continuously rubbing her two breasts, trying to gain even more pleasure and more importantly to please their master, the high-class demon. This scene was all silently taken in clearly by Zest, who had stopped before the giant bed. Soon, the female demon, twisting her hips about, arched her body, letting out an especially pleasured scream. Then, while still moaning in her trance at the ending of her climax, she was shifted away from Zalgier by the others. Taking her place was three more females, moving their heads towards his lap. At the part where the two legs split, a wet sound was created. While having the selfless service from the females, Zalgier suddenly spoke. "Is that you, Zest?" He had not moved his sight towards her at all, and him calling her name shows that her presence in the room was already known. "Yes, master. Your servant has just returned from the human realm, and is ready to report to master about Wilbert's daughter. Preliminary report of the surveillance of Neru's Mio. Not sure if master is willing to allocate more space." "Of course I am. Isn't that the reason I had sent you on this?" Zest then focused her consciousness on the crystal ball on her right palm. Having received her master's permission, the crystal ball immediately emitted light, and before Zalgier's eyes, an image was projected on the wall, in front of the giant bed. It was taken by Zest in the human realm, the only daughter of the former demon lord's current state. "Ah, it has only been half a year since I last looked at you, and yet this girl has become even more beautiful." Zalgier scrutinized the image of Mio and narrowed his eyes with satisfaction. Immediately, the image then changes to that of a battlefield. The youth from the hero tribe, wielding a spirit lance, let out a powerful attack, but just before it swallowed Mio and Maria, some sort of spherical gravity field surrounded them. It was this disruption barrier that protected them from the spirit lance's attack. Although not fully awakened, there are some signs of it already. Is that the power left behind by Wilbert-sama? The never-seen-before scene caused a lingerie-wearing female demon to ask. "That's right. His Majesty Demon Lord and the moderates all want to gain that power, because once the power sleeping in that girl is gained, redrawing the power map of the demon realm is possible." Another female demon then lightly moved beside to press her body against him, smiled and said, "So, once you manage to get this girl, Zalgier-sama will be at the apex of the demon realm. That is how it." Zalgier, who was smiling, immediately raised his eyebrows at the next image. It was a close-up view of Mio's face in an intoxicated state. After zooming out a little, it can be seen that Mio was sitting on the lap of the young man, living with her while he massaged her big breasts with maple syrup and she moved her hips about indecently. Mio then turned her body to face him, both her hands clasped around his head, and became even more frantic. This was with the young man putting the tip of the breast that could not possibly get bigger into his mouth. Soon, Mio and the youth was bathed in light, and the collar-like markings on Mio's neck went through some changes, turning into a deeper shade of red. Oh, isn't that the response from the master and servant contract? While I know that she had undertaken a master and servant contract, to think that she knows about using a succubus aphrodisiac power to deepen the master-servant contract. If that's the case, things seem to be a little more interesting than I thought. With this, I must get her at all costs, even if it means going against the current demon lord. Following up, Zalgier asked, but seeing my prey being played with to this extent, it really goes against my tastes. In your previous report, the brat living together with Neruz Mio is the one exiled from the hero tribe. Yes, after looking into it, he is only child of Jean Tuju. When Zest said the name, Zalgier let out a snort filled with scorn and disdain. So it's that guy. But he is not by his son's side now, right? Then it would not be too much of a hindrance. Even if he is his son, his power isn't that much of a threat as that of his father. But Zalgier-sama, this youth, although his strength is nowhere near his father Jean Tuju, he is sometimes able to release incredible power. Zest then changed the projection to another scene. It was the youth wielding the cursed blade and cancelled out the gale magic released by his old acquaintance, a young girl with a slash. Did he just cancel out magic with that slash? That is the case, I fear. No traces of the activation of the magic were left. That is the ability of complete annihilation of magic. Zalgier went silent for a while after listening to Zest, and then finally spoke, with the attention of the female demons on him. Not long ago, Neruz Mio had lost control of Wilbert's power, right? Affirmative. In the last periodic report, I believe Lars has already clarified this event. The report said that the power had subsided before it was totally released. But what if that and your records of the accidental release are different and the power was completely out of control? The yet-to-be awakened Neruz Mio, it doesn't really seem that she could be able to stop that state. If so, yes, seems likely that it was the power of the boy that saved Neruz Mio. I see. If that's the case, wouldn't it be more interesting? The former demon lord's daughter with enough power to conquer the demon realm, living together with one who can erase that kind of power. I see. A tiger father will not beget a dog son. Who else knows of his ability? Lars would know of it, as I observed the battle with him. But in his periodic report, he gave no mention on the youth's ability, like before. In the report given by Lars, he only described that Zest was also observing Mio's surroundings for other reasons, as well as Varga acting on his own after being dispatched by the council and being killed by the spirit lance user from the hero tribe, and that Mio and the rest successfully survived the hero tribe's attack. From the start to the end, Lars didn't mention anything about the boy's ability to annihilate, so there might be ulterior motives for this. In the war, Lars and the younger current demon lord fought in the same unit, thus rising to today's position with the trust he had gained back then, and had accepted the big responsibility of observing Neruz Mio. But in the shadows, he had already made some suspicious movements. Just then, Zalgier smiled and said, no matter what he wants to do, his trick of being on both sides cannot last long. In the end, with the direction where this is heading, it is still advantageous to us. So, those who will be a hindrance to our aim will never survive. But having such a rare ability is another totally different matter. No matter whether it's Neruz Mio or that brat, I will not allow anyone to come between Me and them. I want the both of them in my hands. Zest, how are the preparations of that coming along? Hearing about the inquiry about the main reason of Zest going to the human realm, she immediately answered with a nod. No problems at all. Everything is going as master planned. Very well, I guess now is time to take action and take. I want Zest tell me the brat's name one more time. Zest then responded to her master's request, reporting the name of the youth, with the special ability once more. Tuju Basera. Ah, Tuju Basera, is it? Yet even more fun. Zalgir then looked at the image of Basera and Mio projected on the wall, with a cold smile, towards the prey that he has decided to never let go. He uttered the words, "You will very soon experience irresistible joy and despair." Chapter 1. Runaway of the Loli Arrow Succubus. School life. Repetition of fundamental routines. Waking up in the morning, going to school, attending class, going home. These routines range from people who work diligently in extracurricular activities or friends and lovers enjoying their youth inside trips. That aside, there are also few ones attending an extraordinary school life, an annual series of valuable opportunities. Second semester will be over in less than a month. The visit of the early autumn was felt in the early morning and midnight day. By day, as the Hijirigasaka Academy HR made announcements of the upcoming events. I think everybody already knew this, but the sports festival will be held next month. Mamoru Sakasaki, the homeroom teacher, said as the students took glances of the printouts handed to them containing the outline of the sports festival. To the new LHR, please take into consideration the participants in each event. Just in case, please elect some candidates because participating in an event according to what they like is a little too much. For a big event coming up, the faces of the students are divided into about 3. The people who looked forward to the event, the people who disliked it as it was troublesome, and the people who aren't particularly interested. And this time will decide the committee for the sports festival. The representatives will be composed of a boy and a girl. However, they heard what Sakasaki uttered. The majority of the class faces turned sour. With an honest reaction like that in the classroom, Sakasaki gave a wry smile. Don't make such conflicted faces. By the way, is there anyone who wants to volunteer? The whole class became silent. Sakasaki then thrusts both hands to the teacher's desk. Then so be it. You can nominate others if you desire. However, it's not a bad thing to work as the staff in the school events. Incentives will be given to those who worked hard properly, and it will be added according to work. If you are aiming for entrance into a school of a higher grade on the recommendation, now is a good chance. Mamo-chan sensei, how advantageous does the additional points in the school report increase my chance in the entrance examination? Sakasaki gave a shrug with a little smile as he answered the question. One of the girls gave. That is up to your best efforts. But unlike the usual achievement test in entrance examinations, as for the examination for the recommendation to higher schools, the human nature is tested too. That is one of the purposes considered an advantage, and the student council is in favor of that as well. And remember, things like surprising and valuable opportunities appeal in types of people who think positively. Then the chime rang. Sakasaki set the attendance register with a tap to the desk and said in a joking manner, "Lecture is over, though the first lesson was physical education. I am sorry. It became longer. Unlike normal class, preparations for physical education took more time because of the necessary changing of school uniforms to PE uniforms. While a boy took out his gym clothes from the locker in the corridor, a girl started moving her hands in a plastic bag. Are the PE uniforms okay? It's all right, because I won't use it today. Yuki nodded as Basera asks along the corridor. As I said, Basera, we are going to pool today. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Ah, is that so? There were swimming pool lessons in summer classes as part of the curriculum of Hijirigasaka Academy. This is because facilities for the swimming, including the sauna to warm the body in an indoor warm water pool, are substantial. Ugh. I already told you yesterday. Have you already forgotten? My bad. I was a bit inattentive. As Basara made an excuse, Mio knitted her eyebrow, and Yuki looked puzzled. Though Naru-san and I had showed you our swimsuits last night? Oh oi, Yuki. Nanaka. The fact that Nanaka spurted out caused Basara and Mio to be startled. Then, a threatening atmosphere occurred behind Basara right away. Yes, this is probably bloodlust. Unable to look back in fear, Basara felt that he was surely being glared right now by other boys. Today was the 5th day Yuki lived together with Basara and Mio. This was a fact already well known not only in the class but the whole academy. Well, it can't be helped. It won't be a secret forever. Feeling the intense jealousy of the other boys in the class, Basara sighed. In Hijirigasaka Academy, girls like Naru's Mio and Nanaka Yuki were unmatched in beauty. Since he is living together with two such people, a little envy was acceptable. In fact, he had already seen the swimsuit figures of Yuki and Mio, or so it was the reason. Basara recalled why he forgot the schedule of the swimming lessons of Mio and Yuki. At the same time, he wanted to forget it altogether. Yuki and Mio came to show their swimsuits to him because of that Loliero Succubus living together with them. That devil's mischief was carried out as expected and turned it into a swimsuit fashion show. How shameful. Last night Mio and Yuki on his mind. Moreover, the images of the two people in swimsuits overlapped their bodies right before his eyes. Basara blushed and looked down as he took out the PE uniform in the locker. See you later, both of you. Takigawa, let's go. He? Oh yeah. So fast? That's dangerous. Basachi, what's the rush? He caught the arm of Takigawa in his rapid speech and rushed along the corridor, ignoring his surprise, and tried to walk in a brisk manner. Mio and Yuki stared at them with blank expressions and left the other boys glaring at them behind. It is dangerous to recall what happened last night any further. A nosebleed before the start of physical education and going to the infirmary is too early, whatever the circumstances may be. As he changed his clothes, Tuju Basara kept in mind that he must not be noticed by the public as much as possible. The reason is from 5 years ago. It is because of the ghastly traces of serious wounds he suffered in his whole body when the tragedy attacked the village of the Hero clan. Therefore, to surroundings where the truth cannot be spoken, he made excuses that he suffered from a road accident when he was young. Opening the steel door of the locker, as he took off the buttons and opened the front of his shirt. No matter how many times I see those scars, I always feel amazed. Takigawa said in a heartily tone beside him as he also changed in his PE uniform. The wound that I suffered when I was in the village has a long story, but was a very terrible incident. Takigawa, who is from the demon clan, with Basara, who is a former hero clan, knew the past when the village was attacked. What? I have changed already. As the second semester being over and the start of the summer vacation in the Hijirigasaka Academy, as well as the time that has passed when Basara transferred to this school for about 1 month, he has finished fabricating the lie about the muscles that covered his entire body. He told that when it was because of consistent training of the rehabilitation after the accident. That said, it cannot change the fact that it was unpleasant to look at. Therefore, to avoid exposing his body to everyone like this, Basara used the locker at the far end of the room. Changing his school uniform to PE uniform, Basara took the hanger and hanged his uniform and put it into his locker. You sure have it hard. What do you mean? Said Takigawa as he finished changing his clothes, and he was asked back absent-mindedly. Does Basachi's village, do they also have these various kind of injuries? But, including Nanaka, the colleagues that had come to the other day had beautiful and unscathed bodies. Do they have a good medicine, or do they have some kind of witch doctor there? And yet, Basachi's scars does not disappear. Besides Basachi, would there have been a fellow who had been rolled in an identical accident? That would be terrible. Basara turned speechless to those words. Although he had allied with Tokigawa, he did not tell him about the tragedy. That occurred 5 years ago. It is because he cannot talk about it recklessly. He can lose more than just that. As a result, Basara haven't told Mio and Maria the details of that incident. However, Tokigawa may guess it according to Basara's circumstances. Therefore, it can't be helped. For I'm the one who caused the problem, Basara said as he closed the door of the locker and looked up at the sky. Outside the window, his thoughts drifted in a remote hometown far away. On the road of asphalt seen from the window, a little girl whom he recognized skipped by as she walked. Wah! Basara uttered unintentionally, clung at the window in a panic, and threw it open as he leaned forward. Then, at the corner of his eyes, the back figure of the little girl who passed by outside the men's locker room turned to the side. The entrance of the school building was just ahead. The little girl entered at the hall in a composed manner. Her profile was seen smiling at a moment, and a violent, nasty premonition swelled up. What's up with you, Basara? This is bad. Tokigawa. I suddenly felt a headache and felt dizzy, so I'm going to excuse myself from PE class. Just put a clever act to the teacher for me, uttered Basara as he jumped out of the boys' locker room. Naru's Maria entered the Hijirigasaka Academy School building and arrived at the target location. She had set foot on the classroom of Basara and the others. Although there is a bit of distance from the entrance to the classroom, Maria was never questioned by anyone. Before entering the school grounds, a magic, invisible to the public eye, was performed. Within normal humans, demons, like Maria, are invisible. Oh, here it is, his seat. Maria strode inside the classroom with light steps and stopped in front of a certain seat. She pulled out the chair, sat down, and put out a satisfied nod. So this is Basara-san's seat? I'm sure in class he's always in a delusion of doing it, I wonder? Oh, Basara-san, you're really… Maria did a rude remark and laughed. For Basara-san to do such things, here I go, my lovely, magical, fantastic. Ma. There will be no such method. Suddenly a strike came from the rear. Ouch! Why is Basara-san here? You should be attending PE lessons. Right now. With an astonished expression, the lowly arrow Succubus looked back. At that moment, really, this fellow, in spite of her childish appearance, Naru's Maria is a girl that had both cuteness and sexiness combined. Tuju Basara groaned unintentionally from his heart. Because of this, he cannot relax his guard against her. While having a pure, childish body and mind with innocence, this woman's charms strongly stimulate a man's instinct at the same time. Basara, while suppressing that disturbance he felt, I saw your figure from the window of the locker room. Because of that I departed from being present in class. While being told, Maria's face seemed joyful right away. Haha, and Basara-san is really so lively and worried about me that he decided to cut class. I totally felt more dead than alive. If I were to leave you alone, I predicted that you might start something bad. And? What on earth are you doing in another person's desk? I was going to cast a magic that will make girls want to rub their most sensitive parts in these 4 corners of these desks. What kind of harassment is that? Don't you want a 5-person orgy in your desk? I don't. And I prefer the normal desk. Maria felt at loss then. How regrettable. It will surely be the best in school, a desk to whom everyone can form a line and do it. There cannot be a waiting for such worst line. Going to that extent was a painting of a scene in hell, it seems. Good grief. To think that you came here suddenly is too strange for a funny mischief. No, never. Never. Pardon me, Basara-san. But what do you think of me? For? How cruel. That silence. What an impolite response. Maria said furiously. Time passes very much before you came. For Mio-sama, I came to confirm whether there is a problem or not and to confirm her safety. Because I haven't done these things for a long time after you came, even I intend to look in various ways. Indeed, you have a point. Yes, I had made you cut your long-awaited class, Basara-san, if you like. Do you want me to keep company? Together, the security checks can be more effective. Although I don't really mind skipping class and it's not really long awaited. You have a point. It is better if we go together. However, it will be bad when found loitering around the campus during lessons. In case we are discovered, we must make sure to prepare ourselves, isn't? Furthermore, Basara is a former member of the Hero clan. You know how to neutralize your own presence in the public, right? That is, even though I can erase my presence well. Why will you go far to that extent? It is natural that their existence must not be known to the world. So one of the basic skills that the Hero clan must learn is the way to erase their presence in the public. At present, it was used when sneaking in hell, etc., and it was possible for Basara and Yuki to act secretly where no one will find out. It's for Mio-sama's sake, she said with a straight face. After thinking about it for a while, understood. I'll go with you, Basara replied with a nod. A minute after that, Oi, Maria. A low call originated from a regretful Tojo Basara. Basara just now was in front of the place that Maria said to be visited to check Mio's security. Prioritizing security, Basara joined her company to investigate, which is the men's forbidden domain, the girls' toilet. What are you hesitating yourself for, Basara-san? Air. That is not the problem here. With a suppressed voice, the lowly arrow Succubus declared calmly. No, that is the problem here. Basara-san, what on earth are you ashamed of? Toilets are spaces with half-closed rooms. If we let our guard down, the enemy will have a chance to make things even during the opportunity. Here is the place most likely to be targeted. Yet why are you not doing it? Basara-san, don't tell me you would not intend to help me if there is a chance Mio-sama will be attacked in the restroom. No, it's not like that. Then, in preparation for an emergency, how are you supposed to act if you don't know what's happening inside? No. In case of rough situations, I would certainly hear it from you to know it. And hearing 100 times cannot match a single glance. What would you do to be absolutely sure without really seeing it? Maria sighed with a mix of disappointment. Understood. Basara nodded due to lack of excuses. Certainly in the situation where danger approached, there should be no time to feel shame and hesitation. If he thought of Mio first, it would be necessary to take into consideration her privacy from her daily life, but it won't allow him to ensure her security as much as possible. Therefore, Tuju Basara made up his mind and set foot to the ladies' room. Of course, it's his first time to experience this. The moment when the first step had settled on the floor, a sense of guilt invaded the forbidden domain and rose all at once to Basara. Oh, you will be suspended from school at least if you're discovered. It is a suspension from school for the worst reason, too. Such things as cutting classes and invading the ladies' room, the mental damage is too unreasonable. However, when Basara went forward with a second step, he switched his thoughts somehow. What will become of this? And Basara called out his thoughts as he turned around and gazed at the ladies' room for the first time of his life. How is it? How much is it different from your imagination? Well, there are still some errors of what he had imagined it to be. The purpose this time is to crush that error. Basara-san, please check on the cubicles just to make sure. And as Maria suggested, Basara checked out of necessity the cubicles one by one. He checked every door and see to it that there are no problems, even the locks. I'm done. There seems to be no problem here. You have checked them already? Is there something or some places you are worried about? It seems that she's disappointed, but it seems that Maria doesn't want to back down either. There doesn't seem to be any particular. No, I just want to confirm one last thing just to be sure. Ooh, Basara-san took interest in the women's toilet? Please, by all means, tell me anything. What's with the useless delight? No, well, it is not really a great thing. There it is in the middle of the cubicles. What is that? A small trash bin? I saw it from the first time I entered the room. Ha? Basara-san, you don't know what that is? Even though you're already a high school student. What? Is it strange if I don't know what that is even though I'm a high school student? Not knowing anything at all as he asked Maria again, Basara's instincts felt uneasy. No, I don't mean it to be that way. Basara-san born in a very far away land. So there is a possibility that you don't know it. Maria said as she voiced her thoughts. Then she put her both hands on her cheeks as it reddened before long. Why it can't be. I have discovered the pure side of Basara-san, even though he does all that kinds of things to Mio-sama. You really don't know what that is. My bad. Unfortunately, the men's room does not have such thing. It's obvious, because that is exclusively for women's use only. Is that so? However, there is no such thing in the bathroom at the house. It's because if Basara stays in, Mio-sama and Yuki-san will be too embarrassed to use it. Embarrassed? Then why would such a thing be in a restroom? You really have no idea, Basara-san? You are really a pure boy. Hey, your voice is too loud. It's all right. My voice cannot be heard by ordinary people. It's still too risky. Whatever the answer is, please tell me already. I want to leave this place already, before somebody else entered during class. Please wait a moment. This also concerns Basara-san's stepping up to adulthood. Having you know the truth behind that thing is one of the most fascinating development ever. As I spent a conference with my mind, don't say such foolish things. Basara was about to say, but his words were interrupted. All of a sudden, Maria's expressions changed completely, and alertly looked up at the ceiling. What happened? Basara took a glance at the ceiling with a serious look, but no abnormality was found. However, this presence, just like that, Maria rushed out from the ladies' room in a flash. Oh, oi, Maria! Chasing her in a hurry, Basara felt nervous and impatient. It is still at the height of the first period now, though the time is nearing its margin. Don't tell me. An enemy came? Running up the stairs, Maria is not her usual state. After reaching the last step, however, before the door leading to the rooftop, Maria's movement stopped all at once. She held their breath in front of her eyes. With a serious face, Maria turned the knob and the door to the rooftop was opened. Having followed Maria to the top of the school building, Basara continued to climb to the rooftop, but the place was unoccupied. However, it doesn't solve the tension Basara has right now. There are plenty of blind spots in the whole place, including the shade of a cooling tower and the water tank. And, above all, though it's faint, there are signs of breathing of other people. Other than Basara and Maria, the partners seem to be in the other side of the open area somehow. Therefore Maria and Basara exchanged nods and started a course of action. While going around to the side, at first, Maria peeked her face to watch the state on the other side. Bingo! As expected, it was here after all. To those words uttered in a whisper, Basara's throat gulped. Judging from the presence, there were two people from the other side, apparently. According to Takigawa, with the exception of Zalgia, he has one trickier subordinate. Honestly, fighting against two high-ranking demon families is impossible. To attack, they should have at least a single plan for a counter. Tuju Basara wished for in his mind, as he peeks his head above Maria's, and he saw it. The two high-ranking demons in his imagination weren't there. Say, Maria, what is it, Basara-san? Your voice is too loud. The other side might notice. What on earth was that? Basara just now witnessed something unbelievable in his eyes. He asked the question to make sure. Ha? You have seen it and still don't know? That's something called slipping out of the classroom to cut class, a couple who seeks ecstasy and thrill by secretly making a love affair in the rooftop situation. Is that so? For me, it is a great misunderstanding. His high hopes were cut off. The serious atmosphere in him left a while ago. Don't tell me. That was some kind of succubus magic? Oh dear, don't make a wrong idea, Basara-san. If I use my charm magic, that kind won't end with such simple and innocent behavior. Ha ha ha. What kind of pride was that? I want to hit this Loli right now to feel the love his older brother as much as he want with a hammer. Basara's right fist emitted a hot aura. However, the movement was suddenly stopped. Peeping at the state where you can see her eyes glitter, Maria on the other side felt happy. Oh dear. Tojo Basara's strength was drained. And as he retracted his face, he leaned at the backside of the open area, thinking while looking up in the sky. Am I a little too eager? As Takigawa said, Zalgia was aiming only Mio, and somehow I felt losing my composure for some reason. However, it may be just an excuse. As for Takigawa's story, he said that Zalgia is a high-ranking demon with a considerable power. Is he a certain noble class in Middle Ages? Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron. These are the 5 ranks of nobility, adopted depending on fighting power among the demon clan. The Duke at the top is considered to be a class equal to a demon king, and the Marquis Zalgia follows its rank. The enemy is too powerful to fight head-to-head. If we decide him to fight head-on, the only method that we have is striking his weak point to win. But this is expected by the other party as well. If Zalgia is only aiming at Mio, there will be a chance to avoid a battle. However, that's all Basara can affirm. Zalgia killed Mio's parents. For her, he is an enemy whom she should hate. Above all, and the reason why Naru's Mio fights is to avenge the murder of her parents by that demon. Besides that, Basara knew that Mio, who lives under the same roof, sometimes have nightmares in the middle of the night. On a certain day, suddenly the daily life of a normal girl was deprived of her important family. And then she was told that she was the daughter of the Demon King's predecessor and her life was targeted because she inherited his power. It is easy to imagine how much of a terrible shock she felt. Mio is not strong at all. She was different from Basara, who received ample training. Still, Mio did not yield to the tragedy before her. She faced it, and no matter what it takes, Tojo Basara will do anything to protect her. Although he stopped being a hero and he had lost the mission to fight and protect the world, the only family living under the same roof at the very least. Mio and Maria, as well as Yuki, he will protect it till the end. Thus, this is no good. This is already no good at all. You're still too lukewarm. The side effects of pressure-free education was reaching even at this place. Totally deplorable. I am anxious about the future of this country. Even though she's too devoted to her instincts, this Loliero Succubus is an important family. For once, he will tolerate it with a big heart for the big brother's love larger than the sea. Excuse me, Basara-san. I can't stand it any longer. For a moment, I want to. Those guys, the love that uses maple syrup. Wait, where on earth did you take that bottle from? Even the face of the Buddha has limits. Then Maria blinked, her eyes full of surprise. Well, because there is no cake to smear and caress them with. Are you an idiot? It's almost the same as the conversations in my dream. What conversations? No, what kind of reaction is that? Maria referred it as smeared cake caress. After the day Basara moved into Hijirigasaka Academy and his reunion with Yuki, Basara and Mio bathed together for the sake of proving and strengthening his trust to her. Certainly, he took a bath with Mio and Maria, but because he spout a nosebleed and fell down after Mio washed his back by her chest, Basara expected that the cake part should have been a dream. However, if Maria recalled as well, that's right, it's a dream, right, doing things like that. What a minute. What the hell is that? Unbelievable. So she is saying that those entire events really happened? It is okay, Basara-san. It's a condition where excitement overpowers the sense of reason and causes instincts to run wild. Such dreams show in the unconscious mind of a person deep inside, so there is not much of a difference. Oh my? What's the matter, Basara-san? It's like those mangas where all of a sudden getting down on both hands and both knees in the ground. Will the uniform get dirty? Ugh. My bad, Maria, but I'm glad if I leave you alone for a moment. In spite of thinking about world peace, I want to reflect myself in various ways till dusk. That is not good. I am currently checking security of Mio-sama in the campus now, and Basara-san making a noise will cause the couple to panic. After that I'll go. That's what Naru's Maria said. Is this the right time for us to be worried, and leave that aside before things happen? Ugh. With a triumphant look in her face, Maria and her companion patrolled here and there, and having reached their destination. There's even more, and now it's here? Basara groaned while looking at a girl's locker room ahead. Moreover, it's not a regular changing room for PE class. It was a girl's locker room with a shower added next to a warm water pool. As Basara stood still at the entrance, "What's wrong with you, Basara-san? Quit wasting time standing around. Quickly get inside. Do I really have to enter? What is it this time?" For Basara-san, who has already conquered the girls' toilet and only 1 or 2 locker rooms, numbers don't matter. Don't say such scandalous things. And when did I conquer the girls' toilet? To be able to endure that detestable thing is something I cannot accept. Completely. Ugh. Rather, as expected, this is bad. From inside the pool, the voices of the girls in swimming class could be heard. Cutting the long story short, Mio and Yuki are at the other side? Therefore you must have to check their safety. Maria puffed up her flat chest with pride. There is no mistake. Certainly either here or the ladies' room are the choices. If the enemy would target Mio-sama, oh you must understand that even this too is a special case. Please know the situation yourself. But I think that checking of her safety in this changing room is not necessary. Even Yuki is using the room with her altogether. Probably at the stage when it enters the locker room, Mio with her detection magic and Yuki calling out Sakuya in response to the strange magic power should have confirmed if there will be an imminent danger. If strange things happen and the enemy attacks during the class, the barrier will respond to the activation of magic or something like that will happen. Then, even if you may omit the security check, I think it still would be the best for you, Basara-san, to memorize the layout of the girls' locker room just to make sure. This is identical to the girls' toilet, and if this room became the battle arena, there must be things that can hinder Basara-san's judgment. We must hurry. The first period will end in approximately 15 minutes. If we don't, Mio-sama and her classmates will come back. Maria pulled with force towards her the hand the unwilling Basara. Do you only want to confirm the layout? I can just leave in haste after. Looking around. I say so as I reluctantly stepped on the women's locker room. But unlike the toilet, the color of ceilings and tiles are different. However, there is not much of a difference in men's locker room. This is already enough. Let's leave the place quickly. Maria. Rather than responding to Basara, Maria opened the door of a certain locker. Oi, oi. You, what are you? No, this isn't enough. I must confirm whether there is a problem in Mio-sama's locker just to make sure. Is it the succubus sense of smell? Maria, having pulled out a correct answer, started searching the contents of the locker one by one. There seems to be no problem in particular. Only a little wait, Basara-san. Take a look at this. See what? What's the matter? As Basara turned his head to Maria in a panic, something was covered in his face. No, how shameless of you, Basara-san. Eh? For a moment, he didn't realize what happened. However, after a short while, he understood what covered his face. Mio's panties. Thus he lost his temper. This, Becerra being covered by Mio's panties on his head, proceed over to Maria, and pulled her both cheeks in front of him. This was the best choice for a counterattack by reflex to his feelings at this moment. Naya, Becerra-san, if herfsh, this noisy little erotic succubus. Next time I'll… Finally! The first time on the pool is really the worst. Various voices are heard from across the entrance of the locker room. Wah! The chime signaling the end of the first lesson didn't ring. Even though there are still 10 minutes left, why are the girls coming back this early? There's no way they all feel sick. No, it's different. Rather, he has forgotten the basics. Swimming classes, under normal circumstances, takes even longer periods of time to change clothes than a regular PE class. It's all more natural if it's a girl. If that's the case, then the class should dismiss ahead of time. Becerra thought in a spur of a moment. Becerra-san, hide yourself. Why? In a space in a locker room where one normally shouldn't use as a hiding. LHFFLHDDLBMI place, he was forcefully pushed suddenly by Maria's hand. It is a narrow, dark space, Mio's locker, that is. That was a close one, Becerra-san. The moment Maria said that, the girls who finished the swimming lessons has entered the locker room one after another. The sound of steel doors opening reverberated the room in a short time. Throwing me in a place like this all of a sudden. What are you thinking? I have no choice but to take a risk. Oh no, how careless of me. However, thanks to this situation we were able to stick with each other, right? Becerra-san? He. Becerra-san. Though you seem to be calm and composed. If Mio were able to see us doing something like this, even you will be half killed besides me. Taken aback of what she have heard, a large amount of sweat dropped to the face of Maria. What are we going to do, Becerra-san? I'm going to get pinched. Violently? Don't worry, because I'm in a greater pinch than you are. Being locked up in this direction is bad. At any rate, my hand is in a state where it is placed down because of being put into the locker by force. I didn't have even the time to take Mio's panties in my face. I'm going to get punished again, for sure. Being scolded by Mio-sama, at the very least. What do you think you're doing? Oi? What are you taking my clothes off for? Since I'm going to get beaten into half-dead anyway, I must sexually harass Becerra-san as many times as I can. I'll take this chance to reverse the pinch into a chance. In this case, having a small body is convenient. Am I right? Having being said that, Maria skillfully took off his panties in a minuscule space. Quit it. I'll try to think of a way to break off the situation, so don't give up. So casually, Becerra persuaded in despair. However, Maria looked up with eyes that focused on him completely. Fufufu. Well, Becerra-san, will you give yourself up and do it with me? And just like that, a small hand entered Becerra's PE uniform. The swimming class ended earlier than expected. Warming up the body, the girls entered the sauna room and took a shower. One after another. Yuki, which entered the shower in one of the cubicles earlier, closed the faucet before long, and began wiping the drops of water into her body by her prepared bath towel. She was feeling a pleasant sensation, which is smell of the fabric softener touching the body. That is Becerra's smell. Yuki closed off her eyes by reflex. The bath towel that she was using is the one that was washed in the Tuju residence, with the very same detergent and fabric softener as Becerra's. Therefore, as she wrapped it in her body, it has a similar feeling to being hugged by Becerra. Her breasts, waist, her butts, and her thighs, as if her entire body all over is being touched by Becerra, and became the same as his scent. Yuki held her body that her both arms seemed to reach her back, and remained in that state for a while, and having attained satisfaction before long, she left the shower cubicle quietly. Going past between her naked classmates, she returned to the girls' locker. room. As the girls of the class were having heated topics of their school and private lives with bright voices, Yuki silently opened her locker and took out her bag. While attempting to change her underwear, there was a person who lined up next to her. It was a girl who owned the locker beside her. Presently living together with Basara as well as Yuki herself, it was Naru's Mio. With Yuki's first group having finished everything from the sauna up to the shower and Mio just in the last group out of the sauna, they both returned in front of their lockers by chance with the same timing. Behind Mio were Eikawa Shiho and Sakiki Chika. They were from the same class and are both Mio's close friends. As Mio's face burst into smiles while talking to them, she didn't notice Yuki's presence for a moment. Naru's Mio, one of the most beautiful girls in the school. That lovely face of hers that can overshadow any idol's faces on TV, and that exceptional proportions of hers that can make any gravure models ashamed. Even though her atmosphere is a little too overwhelming, her personality is bright and friendly. Therefore, male students even call her Princess Mio, and her fans are unending. There are also boys who call Yuki Princess Yuki in the same manner. But for a girl who's always silent and not very amiable, Mio has a higher popularity. Nevertheless, she doesn't care about this issue. For Yuki, it is not important what the others think of her. Only one thing matters to her, and that is Basara. As for Nanaka Yuki, the young man named Tuju Basara is a special existence. It began since she reached the age where she became wary of her surroundings. Even though he was driven out from the village of the Hero clan, and even if Mio is the daughter of Demon King's predecessor, he didn't think twice in protecting them. However, Nanaka Yuki right now is driven with anxiety. She understood the reason Naru's Mio is a more formidable enemy than she expected. It's not because Yuki came from the Hero clan nor Mio being the daughter of the previous Demon King. Mio is a formidable enemy as a woman herself. She noticed that ever since she started living together with them, and her feelings are getting stronger and stronger. There's no doubt, just like her, Mio likes Basara. Although Mio is somewhat docile with Basara, it seems that she doesn't realize her feelings for him yet, but how soon will she realize these things? For Yuki, this is a dangerous situation. Mio has more charms that she doesn't have. One of those charms was her unbelievable bust size. As that succubus Maria advised, Mio is using her voluptuous chest to seduce him and to shorten their distance rapidly. G-cup. It was 4 times the size of Yuki's, which in C-cup, such chest is pushing her swimsuit to its limits. It passed through the level from being a toxin to the eyes to a crime already. That naive Basara will easily fall when approached with such breasts. Being suffocated in that swimsuit sure is nice. Nanaka, did you said something? Turning around and coming to view her enormous breasts, Mio, who was finished her conversation with Eikawa and Sakiki a while ago, asked her with a puzzled look. Yuki said while looking at Mio's chest, S-class surveillance target. She was no match and couldn't do anything but to remain silent in her current state while looking at the pair of Demon Lord class breasts. With such dangerous chest, she wanted it to be turned into an S-class termination target already and destroy it in one swift attack. However, what are you sneering at? Mio said as Yuki revealed a tiny smile. Actually, there is still a single hope for Yuki. The light to her problem in bust size difference with Mio. As the succubus have told her, a woman's chest will grow in size when being fondled by the man she loves. Besides, on the day they stated living together, Basara told her his relationship with them and current influence of the demon clan that surround Mio and him. He also told Yuki important things and also about him and Mio entering into a master and servant contract. And after telling her the details of the contract, Maria proposed this. If Yuki wants to, why don't you also form a master-servant contract with Basara? Maria, who is a subordinate of Mio, really wants her to form a contract. However, Maria understood that Yuki still cannot comprehend what the contract really is. Still, she suggested to make her a contract with Becerra, as the contract will make her get stronger together. Therefore she can even protect Mio even indirectly. Actually, Becerra and Mio increased their fighting strength thanks to the power of this contract. Yuki gave her approval immediately, without even questioning or suspecting anything at Maria's proposal at all. Rather, for Yuki, these can all be classified as merits. As Becerra's servant, they can know each other's whereabouts and even deepen each other's trust to become stronger. Above all, in the situations where Mio receives unwilling naughty treatments from him, if Becerra and Yuki were to form the master and servant contract, everything can become on equal terms. In the end, the only thing important is to deepen her master-servant relationship with Becerra. However, Nanaka Yuki believes that she will never be inferior in that aspect to Mio. She can say with confidence that she's more obedient than Mio herself. Therefore, I'll look forward for tonight, Yuki said as she turned around to Mio, who in response reacted with what? Mio's face turned sour at once. However, Yuki didn't mind Mio and began putting on her underwear. She raised the panties slowly from her feet, slid on her thighs and squeezed between her tight butts as she dedicated herself to a promising future. A G-cup that doesn't really have a hook in the bra. She quickly got dressed in her uniform and headed towards the exit of the locker room. Nanaka Yuki felt calm with every step after that. Several hours during the full moon tonight, she and Becerra will be in charge of the bedroom. Naru's Mio thought as she watched Yuki's back as she goes out of the dressing room. Well, what is she talking about? Does she really mean to make a contract with Becerra? Maria explained the master-servant contract and heard what kind of experience Mio is having with the contract itself, even though she had witnessed the situation with her very own eyes. Yuki accepted the proposal of Maria easily. Nanaka sure is calm. In the current state of the master-servant contract, only Mio and Maria are mentioned. However, even though the magic used is from the demon clan, which the hero clan opposed, Yuki still desired for a contract with Becerra. To be able to get stronger with Becerra, for that reason Yuki didn't hesitate at all. And when Becerra opposed the idea because he doesn't want Yuki to be dragged into his mess, her gentleness and docile personality turned the tides and persuaded him. As Maria proposed and Yuki wished for, Becerra approved it via majority decision. Mio, as of now, couldn't do anything to stop Becerra and Yuki from making a contract. It is because if Mio would be the one to recite the master-servant contract with her own magic, the characteristic of the curse to be executed when the subordinate side betrayed a master would be derived from the power of the Demon King's predecessor Wilbert, from whom Mio inherited her power. What can I do? The more she thought about it, the more her patience is shortened. Yuki is beautiful and amazing. Mio couldn't be a match to that sheer beauty. She isn't called Princess Yuki just for show. Moreover, Yuki and Becerra are childhood friends. Her time spent with him is longer than Mio. Mio and Becerra's relationship is shorter, thus the connection between Yuki and Becerra with the master and servant contract made him a good match with Yuki. Nevertheless, suppose Becerra and Yuki made the contract, Yuki will be on equal level with Mio. And if the curse of the succubus is to take effect on her in front of Becerra, Nanaka will surely submit better than I. Yuki is one way or another aggressive towards Becerra. If Yuki were to enter a contract with him, she would submit to Becerra in no time, strengthening their relationship even further and leaving Mio behind. Even in the fight against Bayako, Yuki had demonstrated an incredible power. Even I can do it better if I tried harder. As those feelings swirled inside her heart, Mio opened the door of her locker, and all of her thoughts and actions came to a halt. Inside the locker, her face turned pale, as the panties that Mio wore were covering the head of Becerra dressed in his PE uniform. With a sudden incident that came out of the blue, an awkward silence drifted between Becerra and Mio. Furthermore, it was a situation not possible to overlook. Inside Becerra's PE uniform there was a head poking out, and yet, somehow in one piece and panties, a twerking of a little butt can be seen. Before Mio's eyes. "Ha ha, Becerra-san. Do you feel good here?" Speaking in a Kansai dialect that reeks of idiocy. It would surely be magic. Invisible to ordinary people. And to think that neither she nor Yuki realized it. Perhaps presence can be erased too, so Mio stepped back in silence and tried to kick the ass in front of her eyes up to the surface of the moon. "What's wrong, Naru-san?" Kia jumped up in surprise because of the sudden call. The locker door was slammed hard in a speed of light. "I'm sorry, you seem to be lost in thoughts, but I didn't think you would be surprised this much." In this overreaction, Shiho Ikawa, who called beside her, looked at her with eyes of surprise. Ikawa has already taken off her swimsuit and finished her preparations to go to the shower. Next to Chika was Sakaki. "Naru-san, you haven't taken off your swimsuit yet? Let's hurry to the shower already. We don't have much leisure, time is running out, you know?" "Ah, yes. Okay." As said by Sakaki, Mio responded rather ambiguously in a spur of a moment. "Or maybe because of the swimsuit does not come off because of your enormous breasts, which you need help." Ikawa teased in such a manner, with fingers on both of her hands, performed a groping motion. Mio desperately thought for an excuse. "No. Apart from that, you two people go on ahead. I'm kind of not feeling good right now." "Are you okay? Don't tell me you started to feel anemic again. Shall we take you to the infirmary?" Ikawa stopped joking around and started worrying about her. "I'm okay, I think. Maybe a little rest and I'll get over soon. But before that, I have a favor to ask." Mio told an idea to overcome this dangerous situation. "It's still the first period, right? I too want to take the shower because I hate the smell of chlorine. But I might stop in the infirmary for a while, so I may be late for the next lesson. Please inform the teacher about me." "I got it. Don't overdo it, okay? I'll inform the teacher as well." The two people left Mio and went to the shower. After confirming the decrease of people in the surroundings, Mio faced the locker and said, "Something. Everyone is gone. Till then, I'm going to wait here." Naru's Mio continued in a chill voice. "For the pervert who wears panties over his head, and the fool who is taking off his clothes, who shall turn back with a decent appearance by the time I open the door. Is it fine? Otherwise the inside of this locker will become hotter than the latest oven." Ikawa and Sakaki, who came back from the shower, are made to pass with the excuse of bad physical condition. All the girls except Mio finished changing and have left the locker room. In other words, you did such thing to check my safety," Naru's Mio said with her arms crossed under her ample bosom, exposing her bare legs and her natural and perfect shoulders. Her outfit was still a swimsuit and haven't changed yet. Before Mio's eyes were two people looking down before her and sitting in Siza. Becerra with the trace of red slap on his left cheek, and Maria which had stacks of ice on a part of her swollen petite head. These two people had escaped from the recommendations of Chef Mio for today's recipe, a pervert, and a full whole roast garnished with a high school girl's killing intent, and settled only at this degree because of the signs of their best efforts as the door opened for the second time. Maria, who was the one who covered his mouth with Mio's panties, removed the piece of cloth, and Becerra, who raised Maria's skirts midway, came out in the narrow locker. However, Mio's anger didn't settle down after all, but she spared their lives nonetheless. "You, last night, even though you had enjoyed yourself with Nanaka, it seems you haven't had enough. Last night, in order to please Becerra, Maria tempted Yuki to cut loose the nether region of the swimsuit with a cutter, leaving the part exposed, and removed the chest pads on the swimsuit. Although it's not that foolish at a Side glance. Mio rejected the idea, making Maria said that she have no confidence in her own body. With eyes of pity. Provoked by this, Mio flew into a rage. In the end, she had shown her sexy swimsuit figure to Becerra. Being flustered to see such appearance in his eyes still makes her happy, seeing his blushing face. Even now, aware of this, Becerra with a reddened face looked down, with only the feet being seen, and Mio find it cute. However, the current situation prevents her thoughts from being said. Since Yuki came to live together, Maria always stirs up the sense of rivalry between Mio and Yuki whenever possible, and it always leads to a perverted situation. Last night, not only she showed her swimsuit to Becerra, Mio had been ridden with flattery by Maria and convinced her to move to the bath with everyone. Having been made to do various things with Becerra, Mio eventually activated the curse of the master-slave contract and became a terrible sight. That's right. When Maria suggested the master-servant contract to Yuki, she said that it's more than simple words, and to show that Becerra and Yuki suddenly stick together. Mio, watching the scene, got enraged and activated the aphrodisiac curse in instant, and the full details of the curse was seen to the point that they finally made itself comfortable. As a result, Yuki too insisted that she also wanted to bind herself to the contract that I cannot easily forgive. Fortunately, the slap Becerra had a while ago, the curse of the master-servant contract, didn't activate. The contract believed that Mio is okay to get angry. However, Mio felt a little anxious, in contrast to Maria apologizing herself for Becerra. Apologized several times, even though she had said nothing from the very beginning. Even wearing Mio's panties are undoubtedly Maria's doing. Even Mio understood this, because Tuju Becerra would never do something Naru's Mio would hate. Nevertheless, Becerra, is there something you don't want to say? Since he set foot on the girls' locker room, Becerra was also responsible for what happened. Even if the circumstances in the clothes are excusable, trespassing the girls' locker room was not. However, no. The decision was made by me. I'm sorry. Seeing Becerra dropping his head more in a sorry state, Mio thought, even though you can save yourself by making an excuse that I was seduced by Maria, that this is for the sake of protecting Mio. You can just tell the truth and it will be okay. If you do it, I'll gladly bury the hatchet. However, Becerra was a very earnest person, who avoided escaping and always take the difficult way, always taking the trouble to make Mio feel at ease because of the master-servant contract, even deepening their mutual trust. And becoming stronger, he always gave away his indulgences, even for Mio's obstinacy. This is getting too awkward, you idiot. Ugh. Having said that, Mio still cannot forgive for being angry as well. Anyway, I'm really sorry. And once again, Becerra obediently apologized. And I must also apologize to Yuki properly later. ? After Becerra mentioned that name, Mio's body reacted in a sensitive manner. If it's true, if he contacted Yuki with his phone and came back, that might solve the situation in an easier way. However, it couldn't be done with Mio. She will surely forgive Becerra, even if it is something shameful, unlike her. And her sudden anger outbursts. Tonight, the master-servant contract between Yuki and Becerra will be made. It will surely be different from Mio's time. Yuki will smoothly enter the contract and will surely show off being a more superior subordinate of Becerra than her. Even at this time, Becerra and Mio were still unable to show off their bonds with each other. Therefore, why did you just mention Nanaka right now? Even if I'm still not done talking to you, Becerra? She unintentionally spoke of dissatisfaction. However, the guilty feelings induced the curse of the master-servant contract. Jealousy, that is. However, it's too late when she thought, that is wrong. All of Naru's Mio's mind and body was spellbound by the curse of the contract. Leaking an erotic voice, Mio slumped down on the floor as she staggered aimlessly Oh, oi! Mio-sama? Seeing her in such state, Becerra held Mio, who was about to fall down, and Maria gave an anxious expression. Why in this situation? In the arms of bewildered Becerra, the mark of the curse of the contract appeared in Mio's neck, and her body writhed in agony. Even I knew it. The aphrodisiac effect of the curse was terrible. Therefore Mio could endure. The feelings she restrained no more. Because I understand it perfectly, Becerra does such a thing to this degree, was all because of me. However, Mio started panting. But by doing so, bad person to Becerra will be I again. I can't say anything. To Mio, whose real intentions are revealed, Becerra opened his eyes in surprise. And it is bad. But even so, you should have been angry without caring about me. To say it to that extent, Becerra looked gentle that it made me want to cry. Good grief. You are really troublesome. And whose fault do you think? That is... idiot. And Becerra trying to ease the situation as usual. Wait a moment, Becerra-san. Could you might as well strengthen the stimulation? As of you two today, you can boost each other's level right now. Becerra, holding Mio, narrowed his eyes straight to what Maria had said. You, even at a time like this? He replied to Maria in a pestered tone. However, Becerra suddenly stopped talking as he saw Mio's state. It was evident in Mio's eyes. Maria's expression stiffened. And we'll get to the scolding later. But the improvement of our fighting power through strengthening each other's trust cannot be performed all the time. Should we avoid such precious chance or not? And Maria explained her intentions with a glum but youthful face. The other day, the decisive battle between Takashi and the others, Becerra and Mio, were able to put up by sheer luck because of the improved fighting power. Confident with the person in charge at the bedroom, this is not such stuff to be focused and deepened all at once. It takes time to mature, and obstacles made it difficult to get stronger. Still, because the other don't have any means to win, Maria said to Becerra, do not waste any chance for victory. For this reason, Maria in advance told the story to Becerra alone. If this was directly said to Mio, she will become aware that the two people were doing something strange to strengthen their mutual trust, and the strengthening will fail. But if Mio were to eavesdrop Maria's and Becerra's conversations, she will recognize it as Becerra's true feelings, and as a result, their fighting power will increase through the contract. But originally, lifting the curse of the contract does not increase their combat strength that much. It is possible to strengthen it to an extent if everyone who signed the Master-Servant contract has a greater power that even surpasses a demon king. This time, Mio and Becerra acquired a chance to become stronger. This precious opportunity cannot be wasted, especially to Mio. Increasing their fighting strength once is still insufficient to this degree. She doesn't want to become a burden to Becerra. Above all is the reason why Naru's Mio fights to avenge the murder of her adoptive parents. Naru's Mio still remembered the terror she felt when her foster parents, whom she treated as her real parents, were murdered by the demon clan in front of her very own eyes. Thus Mio has decided to make sure that the demon clan must be destroyed, and to avenge her adoptive parents, she is willing to take any hardships. If it's possible to gain strength when fighting with Becerra, Mio won't mind anything, even if it is something very embarrassing, because even that he's aware that she is the Demon King's predecessor's daughter. Becerra still risked his life to protect Mio. In response to what Becerra has given to her, Mio must return the favor. Please, Oni-chan, Mio pleaded with these few words. But this was enough. Oni-chan. With that single word, the relationship between Mio and Becerra changed completely, from a member of a precious family to a swearing allegiance to a royalty. Tuju Becerra absolutely becomes only for Naru's Mio. Understood, said Becerra. Maria on his side proposed in a quiet voice. Let's go to the shower room just to make sure. It seems that the girls won't do a swimming pool class on the second period, but as an insurance I will perform the magic to repel people because there is still the possibility that we may be seen when someone has entered. Mio and Becerra are then brought in the innermost shower room cubicle. Mio, that was lowered on the floor from a princess carry, sat down from the tiles on the floor. NNN. As her body felt a feverish sensation, Mio looked at what Maria whispered to the ear of Becerra. Perhaps it is likely a consultation in making her submit intensely. To boost their fighting power, surrendering to overwhelming level is required. Last time the maple syrup was messed up on the chest, and the pleasure was thoroughly engraved to the mind and body. What will happen to me this time, I wonder? The second period has already begun. If she feels like it, she can spend a considerably long time to submit herself. She swallowed her saliva, accumulated in her mouth as she thought, and luscious quiver ran all over Mio's body. Seeing the blush on his face, Maria giggled as the speechless Becerra sprinkled water from the hands to the elbows of Mio. Furthermore, when he soaked the upper arm and the shoulder in her open state, he soon pointed the shower head to another sensitive place. Beside the collarbone, the nape of her neck. Fu. Ku. Ha. Mio, whose weak spot is soaked, twitched her trembling body and bit her lips in desperation to suppress her voice. Even if it's during the time of the aphrodisiac curse, she doesn't want to be the type of woman whom felt herself in the shower. However, even bluffing and pretending to be tough was too much. Becerra's eyes were focused to what seemed to burst in her small swimsuit, Mio's chest. Ha! Mio suddenly leaked a hot breath. Even when she refused the Master-Servent contract, and even before the showdown with Takashi and his company, Mio's sensitive place has been made to submit many times. Finally, it got wet, but it is not so soothing from over her swimsuit. When the aphrodisiac curse executed Mio's heart, the arousing sensation is exploited even from the slightest level of friction by the cloth above. I don't care what happens in the shower anymore. To her sensitive breasts, Becerra started soaking Mio by the shower. At once, the pleasant sensation that was born on the depths of her breasts surrounded her whole body, and Mio couldn't endure her voice anymore. No, my voice in the school will. To this prohibited situation, Mio's thoughts fell into disarray. But she couldn't stop herself. Becerra stared at Mio in silence. Because of that gaze, Mio felt even more. After her sensitive breasts have soaked plenty, suddenly the shower stopped. Ha! With the pleasant feeling with the shower had settled, Mio leaked weak deep, breathing noises. Ah! Ha ha! The nipples of her breasts that is made and felt cold, being pushed up by the swimsuit, insisted on pleasure in a lewd manner. Then Becerra draws his waist close to it, and a lip is quietly drawn to one of that breasts. Don't wait, Oni-chan. I'm gonna come. There is no time to wait. Without regards to the sweet agonies, the mouth in front of her chest, which is being stretched in the swimsuit, and it was sucked at once. At that moment, the locker room was the first place where Mio climaxed for the first time in the school. The feeling of a tremendous fall of her virtue. Mio's whole body convulsed in pleasure and raised a coquettish voice as her vision was dyed pure white. Her back arched unconsciously, and her waist floated in sensation. Such a violent orgasm. It was a pleasure sufficient enough for submission. Nevertheless, this Oni-chan, wait. Having not calmed down from the climax yet, Becerra turned behind her and put both hands in the swimsuit from the sides of her chest. Becerra's hands invaded her tight swimsuit and began to rub Mio's chest violently. Without pausing for a breather, Mio was pushed up to the next climax in the arms of Becerra. Oh no! My body is getting hotter. Once again, intense orgasms engraved her body, and Mio felt a rise in her temperature. Still, Becerra didn't stop. Mio's chest and Becerra's hands adhered in her wet swimsuit, which never happened before, and became one. Soon both the nipples of Mio's sensitive chest were raised and rubbed and plucked in a way. So many times. So to submit herself to pleasure. Oniaka, yeah Oniakan. Having reached orgasms countless times while shivering her whole body, Mio called Becerra in a sweet and lovely voice. Calling one's master to strengthen the submission even a little indicated how much absolute his existence does to her subconscious. And yet, when the master-servant contract intensified, the glow didn't come. Why? For Mio-sama and Becerra-san to go further than now, even though her chest is already been massaged, and even the place to be sucked is taken advantage. And even if the location is the school of all places, this play is still on an insufficient level. That sort of. In the words of Maria, as her chest is continued to be massaged, Mio raised a voice tinged with pleasure. Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. It was unbelievable. But even so she felt. Although she submitted herself so much, Mio's heart swore obedience to Becerra so much. But it is still not enough. Then, all of a sudden, Mio's breasts were stopped being massaged and Becerra's both hands slipped out from the swimsuit. Mio's eyes were asking why, and soon understood his thoughts. What are you doing, Oniai-chan? Mio's climax was cut momentarily by Becerra. The shower head was forcibly slipped inside the swimsuit from the side of her chest. Bah? Becerra-san? Maria, that is nearby, raised a voice of perplexity. It means that this action is the idea of Becerra, an aggressive ad-lib. However, Naru's Mio understood that this is not the end of it. The shower head was pushed against at the tensed nipple of Mio's left breast. Way, Naru's Mio imagined what will happen upon herself, and her body quivered. Gradually, she's convinced. She herself will be made to submit in an unpreceded level from now on. With a quivering voice and body, she braced herself for imminent arrival of the moment. This all ends now, Becerra with peaceful eyes said as she stared at Mio, and his right arm surrounded her from behind, and a firm left shoulder was held. Mio clung the arm tightly, because Becerra wanted to strengthen their bonds. More than now, understanding that this is necessary, she prepared herself. The master whom Mio entrusted her everything, Becerra, kept silent. But only for a period. His empty left hand opened the shower all at once. That moment, the torrent of shower began to act violently inside her swimsuit, and Mio gave a serious scream. Her chest, which became more sensitive, is ruined to the limit by the intense current, and she reached the climax at once. However, it didn't end at that level. The water that gushed out vigorously from the shower violated Mio's breasts without mercy. Naru's Mio is wrapped in a series of multiple orgasms by the storming pleasure. Her long hair was disheveled, her white neck bent, and her thin waist twitched indecently, but even that all of Mio's body stricken and shaken by the violent pleasure, Becerra still didn't release Mio from his embrace. If it became impossible to control and suppress her with one hand, he will strongly restrict her by hugging Mio with both hands. And to Mio, who spent all the oxygen in her lungs in releasing flirtatious voices in no time, her consciousness and breathing are drowned in her simultaneous orgasms, and her hips lifted indecently every time she reached climax. Becerra's arm was hugged tightly, and the moments she reached orgasms in succession were 10 times on count. Light appeared and enveloped Becerra's and Mio's bodies. The radiance indicated that their fighting power has grown. In this instant, Becerra, whom she held on tightly, moved immediately and responded to Mio. However, he who was hugging her with both hands still left the showerhead open. Then how did it feel, Basara? The answer was only known to Mio, who tasted it personally with her own body. Mio acted violently because the showerhead has already entered the valley of her breasts. To help her, Basara held the shoulder straps of Mio's bathing suit, pulling them down all at once. As a result, while the cold water sprayed all over inside her swimsuit, Mio exposed all of her bare chest to Basara, and he was pushed violently up high, in shame, because Mio's nipples that became sensitive to the maximum and rubbed intensely over the cloth of the swimsuit that is forcibly undone, came out of the swimsuit which is too tight for her big breasts and made the girl's climax to be stimulated more than usual. Aha! Soaked in reverberations of the climax, Mio exhaled a hot breath as she was liberated at last. You did your best till the last minute. Good work. With the upper part of the swimsuit being undone, a quiet whisper came to her ear and she was embraced gently. A warm, gentle voice and embrace extended in Mio's whole body. Aoni-chan, I see. I did well. I'm so glad. Mio felt relieved. Oni-chan praised me again. I'm so happy. And then, while being held, her consciousness drifted towards the left-over intense good feeling. Mio's cheeks landed on Basara's sturdy chest. The younger sister, wanting him to praise her for doing her best, repeated it many times and behaved like a spoiled child. Her back was patted gently. It's the very thing Mio desired from her words. Was embarrassing, but strangely it was satisfying, and all of it were rewarding, because I will be able to help Basara again with this. Our bonds and power with Basara, which is the master, was able to become strengthened. Once more, it is what my master desired, the master whom I want to dedicate my entire self with pleasure. Feeling happiness to the maximum, Naru's Mio slowly closed her eyes. And Mio can't remember what happened after that. The only thing she remembered vaguely was Basara's warm embrace. The number of climax Basara gave exceeded 2 digits, enough to make Mio's consciousness fly. The intense pleasure continued being engraved without choice, and the submission caused her heart and body desire to take a rest from exhaustion. Chapter 2. The Merits and Demerits of Swaying the Master-Servant Contract. Master and Servant Contract, the magic of swearing allegiance to the master. Because each other's souls are connected by the magic of the contract, it can grasp the position of the partner if thought deeply. In addition, if each other's relationships of bonds and mutual trust are strengthened, the master and subordinates may both raise their combat potential. To prevent the subordinate's betrayal, on the other hand, the characteristics of the caster's ability is added as a curse. If the subordinate side have guilty feelings for his master, the curse activates. It is a terrible magic if you think about it. Facing up the ceiling above his bed, Basara on his room stared blankly. After he came home with Maria, Yuki and Mio finished the dinner for 4 people. After that, he was told by the 3 girls living together with him to wait in his room, which he is doing right now. Tonight is a full moon, the only day where the master-servant contract can be recited in the human world. Basara will, and thereafter, link the master-servant contract to Yuki and then followed by Mio. At first, Basara was pretty reluctant in having a master-servant contract with Yuki. Though Basara and Mio are connected by the contract, Mio falls into a horny condition when she held guilty feelings for Basara and made to accept a considerable mental burden, particularly being able to do nothing but surrender as a subordinate to pleasure. Mio has been done many shameful things up to now. One of it exactly is the incident at the shower room today. Therefore, it is not really necessary if Yuki thought about it. However, to know each other's positions, and as the master-servant contract is deepened, the combat efficiency is also raised. These 2 advantages are very big. In fact, Mio has been saved thanks to one of these merits till now and was able to come through while fighting the Powerful enemy. In the future, it will be impossible to avoid fighting. Powerful enemies further, called the high-ranking demon clan. After all, Mio pledged to avenge the murder of her adoptive parents, the high-ranked demon Zalgir. In addition, if the other side began to move and target Mio, clashes will be inevitable. Therefore, countermeasures were an urgent need for Becerra. In this situation, the idea that surfaced is that for Becerra and Yuki to enter a master-servant contract. Yuki, from the hero clan, has been ordered by the village with the mission of monitoring Mio, but what if she was living together with them only for working with the enemy hidden from Becerra's view? Not possible. Yuki is an important friend who, similar to Becerra, betrayed the village. She defied the orders given to her for the sake of him. And Mio, if a case they were attacked by Zalgir, Yuki will surely fight for Becerra's sake. Though this is very reassuring, this meant that Yuki's life will be exposed to danger. To decrease such risk even a little, Maria proposed to make a contract with Yuki, in contrast to Becerra and Mio, who are reluctant because they knew the risk of the master-servant contract. Yuki agreed at Maria's proposal without delay. That decision didn't even change upon seeing the aphrodisiac curse that took effect on Mio. However, due to the fact that Yuki assertively wanted to form the master-servant contract with him, Becerra finally gave in. A few days ago, when he went to the shopping district with Yuki, she disappearing in front of him. In the middle of shopping is a big thing. The impatience and fear that he got in that time, Tuju Becerra hasn't forgotten. In case Yuki would be lost, the bottom of his heart thought that it would be better if the master-servant contract has been done. Right now, a clear threat called Zalgir approached them. Until the matters regarding Zalgir has been settled, the option to link the master-servant contract to Yuki following Mio temporarily won't be a mistake. Because the master-servant contract can be only done in a full moon, it is possible to release it under the mutual agreement of both sides. Suddenly, the door of Becerra's room was knocked with modesty from the outside. Becerra, please come down. Maria and Nanika have already finished the preparations. In response to Mio's calling from the other side of the door, Becerra got up from the bed. Okay, coming. Replying calmly, he prepared and walked towards the person on the door. Going out of the corridor, Becerra went down the stairs and followed Mio. Mio, who first reached the first floor, looked back with her eyes pointing up to his. I say, I woke up not in the mood because of having strange thoughts. Sulking only for a little while, however, gave warning of insecurity from her turned eyes. I know it already, however, it's all right. This time is different from that time. If the contract is properly made, the curse will not activate in a sudden. At that time when contract with Mio was made, various things happened. The original master-servant contract was reversed and the magic activated. Because Mio refused the contract, there won't be any problem if it is done according to normal procedures. But because I believe in you, saying a few words, Mio took a step to the living room. What could possibly to go wrong? Becerra followed while thinking. He set foot on the living room. The meaning of Mio's words were immediately understood. He stood on the spot. In the center of the huge magic circle drawn on the floor, Yuki stood. But that is not the reason why Becerra halted his step. It is because of Yuki's appearance. What Yuki wore is a sensational white bustier with garter belt, and underwear to lure a man to temptation. Charmed by the gallant beauty, involuntarily, Becerra turned his back in a hurry. My bad? That's not that appearance? Slightly screaming in embarrassment, the voice called out Yuki at the back. I said that I don't want to lose to Naru-san. Maria prepared this. What is this sense of ridiculous rivalry? No, if anything apart from that appearance, I will not yield to Mio. Do not be deceived, Yuki. Such appearance only pleases Maria. Becerra-san, that's a terrible misunderstanding. I just only responded to Yuki-san's feelings. Lies. You are really enjoying this confusion, aren't you? Right. To think that I was worrying a little too much after coming back from school, here she goes again in full throttle. If there is any room to place her eroticism even a little bit, I will shove it in full force. If these kind of things happen, you should have told me earlier. Becerra sent blaming glances at Mio, who in turn made a displeased face and turned away. It seems that Mio had tried and failed to stop the situation. Somehow. Becerra, look this way. No, before that, Yuki should change her clothes first. As Becerra tried to appeal the request of Yuki at his back. Yuki-san? As the atmosphere at his back got disturbingly quiet, impatience struck. Toujours Becerra. This silence. It's obvious that Yuki is clearly displeased. Becerra was asked timidly, Becerra, if you won't face this direction within 5 seconds, I will take this off piece by piece. I understand. I'm sorry. In an instant, Becerra turned back with a sudden momentum. Why am I apologizing here? To think that he is being held hostage by the act of a girl getting nude. Although embarrassed, as Becerra's gaze swam all over Yuki's captivating figure, Yuki seemed somewhat happy in spite of her blushing face. Damn, what a joyful face. Sometimes Mio and Maria pose wide open and daringly defenseless, and may do physical contact time to time that may look like they're teasing. Becerra. Is his embarrassed reaction really that amusing? Smiling full of bliss, Maria was given a look full of resent. Fufu. Now then, shall we start? More like, let's end it all quickly. A negligent response was retorted from Becerra. The agreement of the situation has been completely accomplished, and all preparations are ready. Identical at the time the contract of Mio was signed, each person stood in their respective positions. Won't you not get a wrong master and servant this time? Leave it to me. By any chance, if I make Yuki-san Becerra's subordinate, she would also become Mio-sama's subordinate indirectly. I won't ever make a mistake this time. Beating her chest with pride, Maria joined hands with Yuki, who was standing next to her. Then Yuki-san, here it goes. Roger. As Yuki replied with a nod, the magic circle began to shine at once. First, the body of Yuki. After that, Becerra's body was surrounded with the same light too. Shortly thereafter, a magic circle appeared on the back of Becerra's right hand. Seeing it, Becerra felt relieved. All right, Yuki, do you understand the procedure after this? To the magic circle on my hand, you have to kiss I. Don't want it. Oh, don't want I. Come again? What are you saying, Yuki? As the face became startled by reflex, Yuki took a deep breath and matched his eyes. I have decided it from the very beginning. I won't do a normal contract. Before her own eyes, the agitated Becerra, Nanaka Yuki saw it clearly. The childhood friend that Yuki loved, mouth agape. What are you saying, Yuki? He approached her as he panicked. As he presented his right hand where the magic circle appeared. Did you hear it from Maria? The magic circle will eventually disappear if we didn't do it right away, and then terrible things will I know, but it will be fine. In contrast to Becerra getting impatient, Yuki declared as is nothing will happen. Shifting her gaze from Becerra to Mio, I should have said it properly. I won't lose to Naru-san. In contrast with Yuki's declaration, Mio, who saw her glance, turned away without saying anything. Those eyes were not similar to the agitation like Becerra. Somehow what Yuki wanted to say can be predicted. That Yuki is a formidable opponent, she thought. But thinking even further at the same time, I won't accept defeat. The time Mio and Becerra entered into a master and servant contract, Yuki heard what kind of condition Mio was in. The circumstances Mio and Becerra was in, if thought thoroughly, you can say that this is a valid excuse. The feelings that yearn for Becerra, however, Yuki can't allow herself to lose in that aspect. Therefore, Yuki can't afford to keep silent without doing anything about the relationship between Becerra and Mio. First of all, it is out of the question if they don't have to be in identical terms with one another. It is useless to be treated in the same condition. Of course, losing is never an option if it's loyalty to Becerra. However, the lack of knowledge concerning the relationships between opposite sex can't be denied, and there is a situation to follow. No matter how much effort she gave to catch up to her, she won't be able to surpass Mio. For this reason, Maria was requested for a favor and became a figure wearing an erotic underwear. However, there will be no meaning if she easily made the contract here. It was heard that Mio endured 9 times for the contract to be made. And after that, she was treated like that too many times by Becerra. Even after today's swimming lesson in a place where Yuki doesn't know, she has been done again by Becerra. That was not a joke. Today, Mio surpassed the number of times she has been done to herself up to now. Yuki, it's all right. Do the same thing to me as you did to Naru-san. To the anxious Becerra, Yuki responded. Becerra, please, dominate over me. Immediately after those words were uttered by Yuki, the magic circle at Becerra's hand disappeared. That moment, in the depths of her abdomen, a sweet ache was born in the organ that symbolizes femininity. Yuki's body quivered. The same time, a sensation came at once, in the sense similar to what he got when she was done with the swimsuit with Mio last night, the idea which Maria proposed, in which Becerra was made a full coverage. Maria proposed in which Becerra was made a full coverage. And as she made alluring voices in sweet agony, Yuki staggered and leans her body in front of his eyes. To Fuan. Both hands wrapped the back and held it firm. Then a weak titillating sensation ran on Yuki's whole body. What is this? Snuffling naively in the arms of Becerra, Yuki was caught in a surprise. Now Becerra-san, it's your turn to respond to Yuki's feelings this time, Maria joyfully told while Becerra was hugging Yuki. I get it already. Now that it has gone this far already, I don't have a choice but to do it, he retorts in a slightly lowered voice than usual. Then please come to the sofa. First, please look for Yuki-san's weak spots. First. To Maria's words, Yuki and Becerra stared each other in silence. Words were not needed, as Yuki entrusts her weight to Becerra, and he carried her towards the sofa, with Yuki's back lying flat onto the couch. And, as Becerra covers her delicate figure, I'll be touching you, Yuki. Okay. With her whole body in heat, Yuki nodded, and Becerra began touching her body. Becerra's hand was gentle, the fingers working which are concerned about Yuki's body, which became really sensitive. Nanaka Yuki, clad in underwear enough to allure any men, writhed her body in sweet sensations above the sofa. Wherever she was touched, it was so comfortable that it's unbelievable. Whenever Yuki was touched by Becerra, a sweet sensation ran into her whole body, and the area around her waist becomes hotter and hotter. Yuki, who had such sensitive reactions, there was a moment where Becerra hesitated for a little while before he began touching her breasts and thighs. Yuki looked up with eyes willing to accept everything. Becerra's hands eventually extended. As the sensitive parts of her body was assaulted, pleasure developed on the woman's body. Yuki gradually raised her voice. When the contract was signed, it was found out that Mio's chests are her weak points. At that time, Mio, which her chest was assaulted, became in complete disorder, and it is heard master and servant contract was completed in the 9th time. That sweet sensation was far stronger than any place Yuki was touched until now. However, if it's like this, by all means, we'll be even, because there is a certain tolerance to senses such as pain acquired from the training as a hero. It will be ridiculous if she was to lose focus here in no time. Mio was subjected to hardships 9 times before she has given up. But she herself seems to be able to tolerate it even further. With this, I can win against Mio. Would this catch up with her for once? Or so she thought. Becerra? All of a sudden, Becerra released his hands from her chest. What on earth? What's wrong? As those things filled her thoughts, Becerra's hands reached to her hips and then, incomparable to the pleasant feeling when he did her breasts, Nanaka Yuki's body trembled all over. What the is this? With such intense pleasure, Yuki was taken aback by surprise. Maria, looking at her such state, fufufu, as expected, Yuki-san's were her hips. Eh? Said in delight. Yuki understood the meaning of those words before long. Her self was just told where her weak spot is. Yuki, which her face were tinged with red in shame, quivered, and Becerra, from facing upward, laid his face down to her. And then, a whisper was brought to her ears. Yuki, please raise your hips. Yuki was ordered by the voice. Her body stiffened with a sudden twitch. What on earth will happen is I do as he said. It's understandable that Yuki is ignorant about this kind of knowledge. However, Yuki followed the words of Becerra. Mio have seen it. Refusing Becerra's words in front of her eyes is not an option, because she absolutely don't wish to be assumed as a woman with a weak loyalty. Therefore, as told by Becerra, Yuki raised her hips and was shoved up to him. Becerra hasn't touched them yet. Still, Yuki's ass, where Becerra's intense gaze on her rear was somehow felt, were shaking from side to side, as if it was begging to be touched immediately. Don't worry, I will make you surrender at once. With a gentle voice that seems to be a lie, that moment her buttocks, which became sensitive, were grasped tightly all of a sudden. An intense, violent pleasure sparked the first time, and Nanaka Yuki's vision turned pure white. This is not just her sight. All her thoughts were wiped out by the intense pleasure. It was unbelievable, having been such pleasure, for Mio to be able to endure. 9 times, Yuki bit her lips tightly and braced herself up desperately. Then, what an erotic hips! They are a good match for Mio-sama's chest. Before everyone became aware, Maria had come before their eyes and said those words with a smile. As she was seen, Maria turns out to be holding a video cam towards them. What are you? Seeing the recording lamp on, Yuki raised a voice filled with confusion and felt intense shame. What am I doing? I'm filming Yuki-san's sexy figure. The young succubus smiled naturally as she said, today will be the holiday when Yuki-san will become a complete servant. How could I let this pass without recording it properly? No such things. As her face reddened while her body writhed in pleasure, Yuki, gosh, you don't like this? Even though the other day we watched the film, where Mio-sama is being done by Becerra-san. This is the same thing. Because Yuki-san said that she don't want to lose to Mio-sama, I intended to stir up the mood. Well, if this makes you feel unpleasant, then I'd better stop for the better. Well, Mio-sama also seemed to resist being taken like this. Of course it's natural to resist. To begin with, you kept silent as you filmed it. From a slight distance with a blushed face, Mio shouted. So, with your consent, if I filmed it like this and you are able to endure it, you may be able to win against Mio-sama. No way. What an absurd remark. Well, succubus are succubus, Mio continued, and Yuki surprised. I don't mind either which. Whether you stop me here or continue taking pictures, I won't intend to force it. Becerra-san's job as the master is more important, which is making Yuki-san submit herself, even by forceful means. How? From the words of Maria tinged with provocation, Yuki bit her lips facing down. Maria, seeing Yuki's state, gave a coquettish smile, and Mio, whose face was blushing, held her breath. After that, holding both hands before her face, making a fist. Please continue. A shaky voice was squeezed out. Those words were revived by the two people, Maria and Becerra. In her heart, she convinced herself. It's all right. This much is nothing to me. As her body trembled because of the tingling sensation, Nanaka Yuki strongly engraved this to her mind. Even if it's impossible to catch up to the number Mio had reached so far, she may be able to shorten her distance even a little. Behind Yuki, Basara's voice persuaded in a gentle manner. It's great if you are willing to do it, but please, don't overdo it. As he said it, Yuki's hips have begun to be massaged again. Once again, Yuki was pushed up to her climax in no time, not understanding how many times she came at once, although counting was no means possible. As her buttocks are messed up and changed shape, Yuki raised seductive moans every time her body reached climax. Ha! Don't my waist! Without permission. Feeling the heat on her hips as if it was burning, Yuki felt a non-stop intense pleasure. However, the way she was massaged was so intense that it left traces of hands within her rear. That indecent appearance too was being recorded to the video. Every time the 5 fingers of Basara dig into her ass, Nanaka Yuki's butt twerked indecently. Fufufu, fantastic, Yuki-san. Though your usual intelligent and calm appearance is beautiful, you today being overtaken by a woman's instinct by overwhelming pleasure is more charming than ever. The voice of Maria was heard close to the ears. The words entered her ear, but Yuki didn't understood properly what Maria had said. Yuki, as of now, Basara and only the pleasure that Basara gave was all in her mind. Blank thoughts, a reaction of women in intense pleasure. In real time, Nanaka Yuki's body grown up to an adult. From an innocent girl to an experienced woman who tasted the sweetness of erotic sensation. Still, Yuki kept on enduring, not wanting to lose to Mio. The strong desire desperately made her consciousness intact. After that, quite stubborn, aren't you? Spending too much time will cause a great burden to your body, Maria uttered in disappointment. Basara-san, how about changing positions for a little while? Well, attacking from the rear may be good, but as it is right now, Basara-san cannot be seen. If the person who becomes the master comes to view, I think that Yuki-san will be able to submit easier. Maybe you're right. Heeding to the advice that originated from Maria, he and Yuki changed positions. It is a sitting posture where she is riding onto the lap of Basara. Yuki, who acquired her target, reached her both hands to the back of Basara's neck and embraced it. Ha! Basara, please. Not my hips. As the sweet, feverish sensation enveloping her body made her head faint, Nanaka Yuki begged. Her own self wanted to catch up to Mio even a little, not only on terms and relationship, but chest size included. If that's what you wish, then. While rubbing her rear with his left hand, Basara pulled down a shoulder string of the bustier Yuki was wearing with his right hand, and began massaging the exposed left breast. Furthermore, the very tips of her breast, which became tense, were held by his mouth, and Yuki was sucked by Basara. In indulgence. Ya. Enanan. Yaya. Nu. Fuaya. Her upper body of Yuki, which was carved in many times, became sensitive. To the limit, incomparable to the feeling when her chest was caressed earlier. As her whole body trembled in ecstasy. Ha! Basara, Basaraya. His hands gave a tender massage to her chest and gentle rub at her hips. Yuki kept on calling the name of his partner, who will soon change from being his childhood friend to being his master. Then, as the other hand slid from the back of her waist down to her panties, without warning, both hands were wrapped around Yuki's butt. Caught in a complete surprise attack, Yuki, that felt the hands of Basara over a piece of cloth up to now, was feeling the sensation as he touched her bare but directly, and she was attacked by the heavenly sensation even further. Her body on the lap of Basara jolted up intensively. Grabbing the hips of Yuki, Basara waved both of his hands left and right. Unexpectedly, Yuki's panties dropped down to Basara's arms, bearing all of Yuki's butt. Basara! No, don't look! Unable to endure further, Yuki raised her voice, and something incredible happened. Yuki's appearance was projected in the TV of the living room. Ha! Seeing the videocam Maria was handling connected to the TV with a cable, she startled. You can endure even something like this, right? With a smile, she said as she raised the volume of the TV with the remote control. No way. The voice was not high-pitched any longer. If she did such a thing, her voice will surely be heard outside. Being driven to a corner all at once before the eyes of Becerra, Yuki panicked, still not keeping away his hands at Yuki's rear. Becerra looked at Maria with the eyes of scorn. He did one sigh, and then focused his eyes on the front. Sorry, his mouth moved quietly. Expanding his both hands, Becerra began grabbing the soft meat of Yuki. Ha! Becerra, what are you ha? Raising her voice all of a sudden, as she heard her voice leaking out from the TV in a loud volume, Yuki's breath was cut off. In that hesitation, the resistance of Yuki ended. Her eyes opened wide. But it's too late. Her hips expanded to the limit, her hips flushed hot. The following moment, as her hips were ripped apart lewdly above Becerra's lap, Yuki raised a coquettish voice. With the mute button of the remote control, Maria zeroed the volume of the television all at the same time. The entire moment Yuki became Becerra's subordinate. Naru's Mio witnessed them all. Seeing the place where the other girl orgasms, even she herself has done it before, all of it was a first time for Mio. Wow! In Becerra's arms, with a face that was completely intoxicated with euphoria, Yuki is submerged in the afterglow of orgasms. Her figure, where her panties were pulled down to her thighs, and her bustier were exposing her chest, revealing her half-naked condition, was too captivating. Involuntarily, Mio swallowed the saliva that gathered in her mouth. I also was like that too, when the curse activated, when the Master-Servant contract was conducted for the first time and she was put herself in ease. Before the fight with the hero clan the other day, and even in the shower room at the school today. Recalling Becerra with herself at that time, Mio's body trembled from head to foot, getting a pleasant chill for a moment. Her body flushed in heat. Then, "Are you all right, Mio-sama?" Suddenly being asked by Maria, Mio finally noticed that she had sunk down the floor, witnessing the figure of Yuki that was changed to become a subordinate by the hands of Becerra. Her waist gave in without even knowing. In a whim, a smile surfaced on Maria's expression, and, "Here, Mio-sama? Please look closely." She was urged to take a look at Yuki. The eyes of Yuki, which had lost focus until then, was gradually regaining her senses, and regained a sane color. Before long, after that, Becerra. The moment when she turned around and looked up to see his face, Yuki and Becerra's body were wrapped by a light, and then the mark of the curse of the Master-Servant contract that appeared on the neck of Yuki slightly changed into a reddish tint. That? Impossible. It's possible to be able to perform a Master-Servant contract and reinforcement at the same time. Yuki will be promising in the future. Maria stepped up under Becerra and Yuki happily saying it. But Mio could not chase after her. The reason is her waist gave in and is unable to stand up, doing a reinforcement at the first contract. Naturally, Mio was the reverse, troubled and was unable to yearn for Becerra. Such feelings that Yuki did something that was impossible in her feet. Seeing Becerra and Maria talked about Yuki in silence, Mio felt frustrated. However, this did not activate the curse of the Master-Servant contract, because she didn't hold any guilty feelings for Becerra. What Mio is holding, present, is vexation to Yuki. Then Becerra-san, the preparation for the bath is ready, you should carry Yuki-san in. Me? What are you getting flustered for? If we leave it like this, Yuki-san will catch a cold. In the first place, Becerra-san is the maid Yuki-san as she was. Now isn't it? Good grief. Although Basara-san is remarkable when his sadist switch is on, he becomes twice as sweet and open-hearted when he returns to his consciousness. Maria said with a smile, with the Master-Servant contract has been taken care of successfully, the main duty has been taken care of up to the last minute. Plus, it was done up to the point of raising the fighting power all at the same time. At the state Mio-sama was in the other day. Didn't you warm her body properly? Is that so? Maria, whom being asked by Yuki, nodded. Yes, Mio-sama has been warmed up gently by Basara-san already. Yuki? Turning her mood bad, Yuki showed a displeased expression in a moment. When Basara asked her a question timidly, let's go in, that's inside the bath too. I understand. Can't be helped. Basara nodded, lifted Yuki in his arms and began to walk. Well, Mio-sama, until when will you play innocent? Don't you want to take the bath together? Eh? Well, why me with Nanaka? Surprised at the sudden question, Maria with a tiscatus K waved her index finger to her. It is Yuki-san, Mio-sama. Also Yuki-san, please call Mio-sama by her name from now on. Using the cold, formal one is strange because you two are already on equal terms with each other, being Basara-san's servants. Wait, how is a servant way of speaking in contrast to Basara, whom frowned involuntarily. Yuki, that was embraced by Basara, and Mio, who slumped on the floor, exchanged stares at each other. Fine, I'll go with Yuki. Me too. I don't mind with Mio. That said, the designation of calling each other's names was renewed. In an instant, through Basara, who is the master, Mio and Yuki's relationship changed for certain. Therefore Mio and the others, the four people, entered the bathroom. Altogether, taking her clothes off near Basara, who turned his back. While feeling embarrassed, Naru's Mio gave thoughts about her present situation all over again. 8 months ago, compared to when she was still living peacefully with her parents. No, her parents were killed, and immediately after that, she learned that she herself was the daughter of the predecessor of the demon king from Maria, as she was told. From those days, her mental state and environment changed to the point that is unbelievable, and that is taking place right now. Becoming a part of Basara's family, a former hero clan, entering into a master-servant contract with Basara, becoming his subordinate. Her skin, being seen, touched, and taken advantage, reaching to the point of acceptance. Even though it's very embarrassing. And also living together with Yuki, an active hero, and lastly, she becoming the subordinate companion of Basara. Naru's Mio accomplished an unbelievable transfiguration from her previous self. However, neither mystery nor unpleasant feelings were received. A family whom takes the trouble to support Mio, even her sewing and embarrassing appearance, a partner whom she can discuss her intentions without reserve. The existence of such companion made her feel genuine happiness. The entirety that is called Basara continued to grow inside her day by day, but suddenly, Maria, stripping off her clothes next to her while humming a tune, came to Mio's sight. What's the matter, Mio-sama? Nothing. Never mind. To Maria, who looked at her in puzzlement, Mio stated while shaking her head side to side. Basara was to be in their center, but it was also thanks to Maria, who is the one who acts as the mediator in between their relationship. After having exposed her real identity to Basara, it was thanks to Maria that Mio, who hesitated to go back to living with him, was able to persuade her, and the reason she was able to return. Not only that, after her parents are killed, and even the many times that happened up to now, thanks to Maria's cheerful and lively personality, she was able to cope up her mental state. Mio is here today because of Maria, even if she's a little bit carried away to her succubus instinct. In the matter of the master-servant contract with Yuki, she didn't ignore the issue of the way of calling each other's names as a servant and companion of Basara. Instead, she insisted them to call each other by their first names. She was likely trying her best for Mio to make friends, because they don't know when the present Demon King faction will strike. For Mio, who hesitated to make good friends, the existence of Yuki, who lent her power that is from the hero clan, is even rarer than Becerra. Well, showing such an assertive attitude only towards Becerra, I want to do something somehow, and yet, seeing the struggles of her inexperienced maiden friend in untying the string of the new bustier, I'll do it. Mio, clad in her underwear, went to her back and helped her took it off. Thank you. With her cheeks dyed red, Yuki spoke words of gratitude. That time when she helped her buy clothes in the center of the shopping district, the atmosphere between them got a little closer to each other. Felt nice talking. To Mio, she herself also took off her bra and panties, and the two people wrapped their bodies with bath towels. Come, let's enjoy to our hearts a naked socialization tonight. First to enter the bathroom, Maria uttered, followed by Mio and Yuki after. That, however, the toe people's steps came to a halt. Becerra, who went naked and wrapped a towel around his waist, is still not looking back towards them. Mio and Yuki then nodded to each other and, "Hey, you too? Just go already." Becerra, prepare yourself. The two people seized the arms of Becerra and pulled them towards the bathroom with force. From the night sky, there was a person observing the situation at the Tuju house, with the moonlight being shown in the background. Lowering her gaze to the Tuju residence was a woman, a demon with a transient beauty. Zest had been watching the situation of the Tuju residents in silence. For deceiving them in the competition that Maria initiated last night, where Mio and Yuki in their competitive swimsuits had been ruined by Becerra. His body, in return, was washed in a competitive way to get their revenge. However, it was only a while Mio and Yuki became in harmony. First, Yuki, in her bath towel, exposed herself and began to wash Becerra using her own body. Seeing this, Mio removed her bath towel undauntedly, covered her chest with soap bubbles and stuck it into Becerra. Both have been feeling up the heat in a fast pace. When Becerra tried to take refuge to the bathtub in panic, Maria embraced Becerra by chance in the right timing, and the bathroom of the Tujus fell in the state of confusion. Even if the troubled Becerra is seen, Zest silently watched over the state of the Tuju residents, emotionless. But even so, even if there is not a word nor a facial expression, it wasn't without feelings, at least. Just like Mio and Yuki, Zest too has a master. However, she felt that there is a big difference between Zests and them. Her present self was neither satisfaction nor dissatisfaction, nor envy of Mio and Yuki. However, if Becerra were his master and not Zalgier, would she herself obtain such strong emotions? Like Mio and Yuki, sometimes smiling, sometimes angry, sometimes joyful, sometimes crying. Would she be like them, not taking everything for granted and ignoring it all? What an absurd story, Zest concluded as she turned her eyes down in silence, and Naru's Mio came to her view once more. As Becerra tried to release himself to Maria that was hugging him, Mio and Yuki went to the hot water one after the other, and an outrageous state in the bathtub with 4 people began. But in spite of these circumstances, there is somewhat a trace of smile in Mio's face. However, that smile of yours won't be for long. While saying it with a chilling voice, a cloud covered the moonlight in an instant. When the full moon reappeared again, there were no traces of Zest left in the vicinity anymore. Only the autumn wind that blows through the night sky where a full moon floating above remained. 3 days after the Master-Servant contract of Yuki has been made, Tuju Becerra visited the Hijirigasaka Academy Infirmary. He had a jammed finger. The affected part is his ring finger. It occurred in the middle of the basketball in PE class. Usually, Becerra do not suffer any injury during class. However, today's classes were carried out for both boys and girls in the gymnasium, As for the contents, there's basketball for men and volleyball for women. And in the class of Becerra, there were a few prerequisites that were absent in other classes. They are Mio and Yuki, the most beautiful girls in Hijirigasaka Academy, as well as their wild and lively fans. Unlike the pool class where the men and women perform separately, their desire to see the swimsuits of the two people didn't come true. However, when the class is performed in the same gym as them, it's possible to worship them their figure's gym uniform instead. A figure of a girl doing exercise is an object that you can say a male in puberty can see in adoration. With the increased exposure, the softness of the girl's body could be seen as they moved. As for performing calisthenics, it's no fun if the boys do it. On the other hand, it is more sexy and appealing if the girls do it. Thus, from the calisthenics to the actual game, Mio and Yuki were the center of public attention from the boys the entire time. Although not paying as much attention, Becerra still concentrated on the basketball game, but when a pass flown to him by chance, it overlapped the timing when the boys shouted with joy. It is because Mio decided a spike to the toss that Yuki had raised ahead, causing the position of his hand to be slightly out of order, as a result, a jammed finger for the first time in several years. And because there was a pain whether the spot was hit badly or not, he reported it to the PE instructor, and in the middle of game Becerra was made to come to the infirmary. Right now, he is sitting on a stool with a caster, feeling mentally strained. The cause of it was in front of his very own eyes. The transcendent beauty of a school nurse whom Hijirigawa Academy is proud of, Hasegawa Chisato, is applying treatment to the finger of Becerra. Not good. It's going to be seen. Becerra has been taking glances at Hasegawa over and over. Hasegawa today, under a wine-red colored blouse covered by the white robe that she is currently wearing, wear an ample bosom that exceeds Mio by a small margin. The buttons were already opened from the top to the third. And because Hasegawa was applying treatment with her posture bending forward, the cleavage from her chest was seen and seemed like it was about to spill in any moment. HN? Was there something wrong? And no, it's nothing. Asking a question all of a sudden after feeling his glance, Becerra averted his gaze immediately. Mio and Yuki, whom their looks can match idol class, were living with Maria. Tolerance to beautiful girls is what Becerra thought that he had. However, even to Becerra, the beauty of Hasegawa can be summed up in a single word: spectacular. The sex appeal of an adult woman whose smell is so fragrant that it can make your breath drunk instinctively by just standing there. That is no way inferior to Mio and Yuki under the curse of the Master-Servant contract. If Hasegawa were supposed to be under the curse of the contract, just what on earth will happen? What am I thinking? As Becerra shook of the idea where it started turning over a weird direction. Okay, it's over. You will be all right with this. Hasegawa, who finished doing the bandages, released her hands from Becerra's fingers and corrected her posture. The two human bodies that almost approached the distance like lovers returned to a distance appropriate for a teacher and a student. There are no sprain on the joints. I fixed it with the bandage. Under such condition, keep it on for 3 days. For now, take a rest in the bed. Afterwards, to avoid putting stress on the affected part as possible. Apparently, there are no damage in the ligaments. You'll recover soon, but if the pain becomes severe, come to me as soon as possible. To senseis, not to the hospital. First aid treatments are basically what a school nurse perform. They don't provide full-scale treatment. So if his conditions didn't improve as supposed to, he should have to undergo orthopedic treatment. However, take it easy. Despite my appearance, I stand more as compared to the doctors around here. The one I had provided you also is not a mere first aid treatment. With her eyes looked toward his, Hasegawa gave him a firm stare. Keep away from trouble. Do you understand? Why, yes, I understand. Overwhelmed by her strange demeanor, Becerra nodded. Good, Hasegawa. said, satisfied, even though you came here several times up to now as Naru's attendant. This is the first time for Basara being injured and used the infirmary, isn't it? Ah, now that you think of it, Basara, being a former hero clan, has been trained to resist and avert unprepared injuries or cold from an early age. Cases like this time is an exception after all. But this is unexpected. It's not in my impression to have a conversation with you very much. Well, there is that chance meeting outside the school grounds. Together with Takigawa in the yakiniku shop, Basara shared a table with Hasegawa, whom they met a few days ago. Being in a place where morals and standards were valued like the school, they shared a private space altogether. It is natural to acquire the sense of closeness. Come to think of it, not considering that shop, I had promised to treat you a meal somewhere next time. Do you remember? Yeah, I think. But you don't have to mind it that much. Way back. From that shop, I had received various consultations from Sensei before. This and that are different stories. Hearing the troubles of a student is pretty much a natural work for a teacher. The point is, you had said it to me personally, didn't you? Next time, then please treat me on the next occasion at the restaurant of your choice. And I said, okay. Right? Isn't that the promise you and I did? Hasegawa's expression became unusual and she pouted a little while. Tuju, do you hate going for a meal with me? No, there will never be such a thing. Don't be absurd. Basara shook his head. Is it true? Yes, of course. It is a pleasure to have a dinner with you. He thought, no exaggerations. Dining with Hasegawa is an honorable thing. Well then, in that case we're good. Look forward to it, Hasegawa said with a smile. To that expression, Basara felt a deep emotion. Other than surprise, Hasegawa, who always give off a cool, adult vibe, had an expression very much of a girl. As much as seeing Hasegawa's rare face, Basara thought how much good luck he has obtained till now. Which reminds me, while your father is away from the house, I worried whether you understand properly Naru's and her younger sister's problems, and if you can solve it or not. But please, can you give a little more composure? Right? After a heavy silence, Basara replied a short answer. Hasegawa sighed. It can't be helped. It looks like my consultations haven't had much of an effect either. There's no such thing. I was saved in various ways thanks to the help of Sensei's advices. There is no lie in what he had said. Basara, in fighting with Takashi and his company, was able to get over by Hasegawa's advice at that time and helped Basara in no little aspect. However, a big obstacle he hadn't faced yet stood in his way. Suddenly, the chime reverberated the whole school. The fourth period was over and it became lunchtime. Though it is necessary to go back to the gym, Basara wasn't able to return early. Certainly, after being told by Takigawa that Zalgir is moving, Basara kept on bracing himself for the worst. He was not able to wipe his uneasiness. Either way, the opponent is a high-ranking demon with an overwhelming power after all. It is necessary for him to avoid repeating the tragedy that happened 5 years ago. He had lost so many important things in the place of that tragedy. Still, it had a meaning if he had survived like this, to avoid losing important things twice. Therefore, Tuju, do not burden yourself too much, eh? Basara looked up, dumbfounded for a moment, to the calm expression of Hasegawa, thinking that a problem may occur and how to work it out, one thing or another out of fear, no matter what extent you make sure to prevent it at all costs, the so-called problem will still rise. That's, I know, but even so, being the head, I can't afford to give up either. As Basara argued with a bitter face, Hasegawa with a calm expression, don't make hasty conclusions. Nobody told you to give up. However, when a person is driven to a corner, it will only narrow his or her view of things. If so, that will be the reason that the most important things will be overlooked. Then, being careful so that a problem does not happen will surely be a mistake. But if you wore yourself out due to taking care of things, it will become impossible for you to deal with the problem that has risen, she said in a persuasive tone. You should be noted that this is a serious thing. You may not do it even if it was told to relax just because you lost your focus. Therefore you have to continue to brace yourself for the worst, then think about the solution when the problem that has risen at least. The time when a problem has risen. That's right. Although you can't bring back the events that have happened at least, there is still the thing to be able to recover unexpectedly. If you can't prevent them, never give them a chance to recover. Besides that, you should think about a method to regain the situation even if a problem happens, and improve it. Don't forget. There is always a possible way. There are still some choices left. But it is difficult for a person who is cornered in his mind to find it. Though there is the path open called not giving up, that is a mistake. Even if you don't give up, neither the way nor the answer to things will be found if you are looking for it in a reckless manner. But if you absolutely believe of what you are looking for, it will be found in the first time. But still, don't hope for the outcome to be exactly the way you had hoped for. You must analyze the situation and work out countermeasures. When you have been driven to the corner at the outmost limit, it will become a choice and a way to help you, and the existence is important to you. Therefore, don't lose sight, Tuju, of the way where you can protect yourself, and the existence is important to you. From the words Hasegawa gave, Basara grasped his fist tightly. He then nodded with determination. Yes, she's right. He was overwhelmed by the power of his enemy and completely lost his composure. Once more, let's think of it with a calm mind. There will surely be way. Naruse Mio, Naruse Maria, Nanaka Yuki, a method to protect them by all means. Good. It seems that your expression has lightened a little. It seems that my being as a teacher has paved its way above all. Yes. Thank you very much. Then Sensei, I will come back soon. To Hasegawa, who is smiling as usual, Basara stood up and bowed politely. And as he opened the door to leave the infirmary, oh yeah, Tuju, he was called out to come back. That bandage. Do not remove it till I say so. Okay then. But to never take it off, is my jammed finger really that severe? To Basara, that stared over his ring finger where the bandage was rolled, Hasegawa with a calm expression. Nope, but you should be extremely careful. Ha, understood. Though the question still remained, but Hasegawa is a specialist, so to say. Therefore he should follow her. When Basara replied in acknowledgement, he gave the etiquette of saying thank you and left the health room. He came back to the gym just to make sure. But the class was already over, and they had already ended putting things in order. It's obvious that every one of the class isn't there either. Oh yeah, right? With a sigh, Tuju Basara faced towards the locker room. As he had expected, no one was in the locker room either. It was presently lunchtime, the time for their long-awaited meal in the middle of the day. If he moved his body for the whole P class till a while ago, he would certainly be unable to wait in hunger. It seems that the students who don't belong to the Bento group have finished changing their clothes and charged to the cafeteria in a blitz. Well, Takigawa is absent today. He sure takes it easy. Basara headed to the far side of the locker room, opened his locker, and began removing his clothes. Excluding Takigawa, I should find someone whom I can hand out with after all. He realized how much he had depended on Takigawa till now. Basara turned around. But with the current situation of Mio being targeted, if he who must protect her made friends with anyone, that person too will surely be involved in the danger that they are facing right now. He should first concentrate on what is in front of him and prevent neither the students nor the teachers from being involved due to his carelessness. Because Zalgir will surely try to get Mio by all means. While Basara was in deep thought, a locker was opened. Would there be Someone besides him who changes clothes and came late? As he looked through the door casually. He looked at the person who came over, and Becerra stiffened in reflex. A girl, dressed in PE uniform, entered the boys' locker room. It's not Mio nor Yuki. Of course, it isn't Maria either. Tujukuin, are you fine? She said. Closing the door at her back, she entered the boys' locker room. It was a girl, who is in the same class as Becerra, one of the friends that Mio get along with. It was Sakaki Chika. Sasakaki. Well, what? Why? Becerra panicked over Sakaki's sudden appearance, and hurriedly put on the pants of his uniform. I'm sorry for entering a place like this, but I really wanted to talk to Tujukuin. After all, you didn't come back from the infirmary during PE class, she said, approaching him slowly. But why here of all places? Is talking inside the classroom no good? Yes, I don't want to be heard by other people, especially Naru-san and Nanaka-san. Mio and Yuki? Well, Tujukuin, Sakaki, as Becerra asked in doubt, closed their distance immediately and approached him in a serious voice. Tujukuin, are you going out with Naru-san or Nanaka-san? To the question said in a clear voice, Becerra asked her again in reflex. Because, Tujukuin, you are living together with those two, right? No, however, you are right about us living together. But even so, we aren't particularly going out. Yuki and Mio are no doubt attractive. There were several times that they made his heart throb while he lived together with them, and also when he tries to dispel the curse of the Master-Servant contract and help them relax. His sense of reason seemed to fly involuntarily. Yet, if asked if we are going out, the answer is no. 'Cause, although here is no other way to describe their situation, it can't be called a romantic relationship either, as long as we are bound up by that curse. The feelings born by forced submission and overwhelming pleasure were certainly delusions mixed in. It's too unfair to call it love. Is that so? You aren't going out with anyone yet. Sakaki then, in a quiet voice. Then, do I have a chance? Just like that, Sakaki brought her body and leaned on Becerra. The sensation of her soft body that touches head on. Sakaki? Becerra raised his voice in panic, while Sakaki's face turned red. Don't make an embarrassing face so much. To this sort of case, isn't Tujukuin already experienced in this? Experienced? I am not. Who is the one who said such things? But when I asked what kind of person is Tujukuin, Naru-san said, although he's not a bad guy, he seems to be a good-for-nothing fellow. You also did very naughty things several times. Did Mio really said that? Even though they get along pretty well, it is not like Mio to speak the aphrodisiac curse of the Master-Servant contract to Sakaki and Ekawa. If that's the case, then why did she spoke about the happenings instead of the curse itself? From his encounter with her in the family restaurant, Becerra had already seen Mio's shameful appearance even before the curse of the contract. However, no, Mio understands those feelings. However, if the guy who has lived separately until now comes to live together with them, such accidents happen. That I don't think of. But you didn't deny seeing it. Naru-san's naked body. Then Sakaki, while sticking her body to Becerra even further. Hey Tujukuin. Though Naru-san's is amazing, my chest, they are wonderful too. There's no reason for me to know that. As he cried out while saying, then, I'll tell you. The moment Sakaki said it, Becerra was turned to the side and the two people fell down the floor altogether. Wah! How in the world did we fell just now? It's a self-defense that I learned my classes before. Even though you do not actually fall down together, it is fine now. Sakaki said it while riding above his waist. Damn it, which is it? Becerra's judgment has been misled. Although he put down his guard of her being her classmate's companion, he was brought down in a position like this. What Basara came first in his mind is that Sakaki is controlled by someone, but it is too hasty to conclude that the Sakaki's feelings for him are false. She having attended self-defense classes is not far-fetched at all. Therefore, supposing this was all because of Sakaki's intentions, then he should persuade her first to calm down. But what if she is manipulated by someone? I cannot leave her at this state. Deep in thought, Basara wasn't able to move at once. Tujukuin, please, look at me, Sakaki said in embarrassment, and her body fell over slowly. The soft mounds of Sakaki are forced on the upper half of Basara's body. At the same time, the door of the locker room was suddenly opened. Aha! Tuju Basara felt uneasiness in an instant. Whether if Sakaki is manipulated or not, it is bad if they are seen by a third party. Illicit sexual relations in the school is not the problem, but if he is seen by the other boys in this posture. With Sasaki, it is Sakaki who will be hurt the most. However, Basara's anxiety has come to a miss. It is because the person who opened the door and saw them was even more shocked than Sakaki. Above the eyes of Tuju Basara, who took a glance at the door, were two girls standing in utter amazement. Naruse Mio and Nanaka Yuki. Nanaka Yuki. Together Mio visited the boys' locker room to look for Basara. Basara, as of now, is lacking composure. Though he behaved naturally for them not to worry, Yuki knew it. Nonetheless, perhaps Mio had noticed it too. Basara had brooded here for too long. Recently, therefore, with Basara being unable to return to the PE class after having gone to the infirmary, Yuki and Mio gradually became insecure. Also, like the other day, although they cannot overlook the possibility of being taken by Maria as a companion to ridiculous places, they are more worried of Basara above all. The whereabouts of Basara were known right away because of the partner's location tracker by the Master-Servant contract. However, Basara and Sakaki's conversation were heard as they come inside the locker room. Mio, who heard it, turned pale as she opened the door slowly. And the scene, as Yuki and Mio imagined, was there. Ha! Mio ran away from the entrance of the boys' locker room in tears. Basara and her close friend embraced each other on the floor. It must have been a shock. Nanaka Yuki also started running. However, in a direction different from Mio, towards the boys' locker room. You, Yuki? Ignoring the perplexed Basara, Yuki materialized the spirit sword, Sakuya, in her right hand. Cutting down their distance in one go, Yuki brandished Sakuya towards Sakaki, who is still riding on top of Basara. But Sakaki was quicker. From the state that she got from Basara, she did a sudden flip to dodge Sakuya's slash, landing on a safe distance. Geez. How rude, Nanaka-san. Suddenly cutting me, you're horrible. Sakaki. You? Standing before, as if protecting Basara, who got back up in utter amazement, Nanaka Yuki plainly told him, I knew it. She's being manipulated after all. In contrast to Mio, who lost her composure and ran away, Yuki remained calm. What Yuki draw was a strike of the spirit sword that conceives the soul. If Yuki wished for it, Sakuya can cut off the magic and its source, such as the effects of medicine controlling Sakaki without hurting her needlessly. So, even if Sakaki is controlled by anyone, she won't be injured. On the other hand, if she's normal, she won't be able to see the soul sword in the first place. But right now, Sakaki avoided Yuki's slash in a reaction speed that is impossible for an ordinary human, and just said, suddenly cutting me, you're horrible to her. The answer had already come out. My bad, Yuki. Thanks for saving me. But cutting her out of the blue. If Sakaki is not being manipulated, what are you going to do? Nothing in particular. I will only have her experience a slight pain then, Yuki told plainly, because she did such things to you and yet alone she left the door slightly opened. If she's a sane person, then she must be deliberately trying to be seen on purpose. It is an unforgivable for her trouble Basara and do something like Besides, Sakaki is a good friend to Mio. Even if she didn't know the relationship of Mio and Becerra after having done such a thing at the school. To a person who is a part of her family that is living together and tries to be known by the others like a cowardly woman, Yuki won't permit it, even if it is her classmate. Therefore, whether she is manipulated or not, it won't be necessary for Yuki to forgive her. Hey, what are you two been talking about? Sakaki sulked for a little while, then, Tujukuin, neglecting me who confessed to you and talking to Nanaka-san who came just now. Are you a bit heartless? We are talking about whether you are insane or not. As Becerra said it with a serious look, he whispered with an earnest expression to Yuki's ear, "This is bad. Yuki, may I leave this to you?" Since we now knew that Sakaki is manipulated, the possibility of the enemy targeting Mio is high. I think so too. You should better run quickly. When she began running along the corridor, the mark of the curse of the Master-Servant contract appeared on the neck of Mio. If she encounters an enemy, forget about fighting. Even running away in that condition is impossible. Witnessing the scene of Sakaki and Becerra, she might have been shocked so much that she couldn't control her jealousy. Yuki signed the similar contract, but the reason why the curse didn't activate to her is that Sakaki was only a mere classmate to her, and unlike Mio, who is also a close friend to her, she acquired training of the hero clan that always judged the situation with a calm head. Supposedly, if Mio and Maria are embracing Becerra, and with Kurumi present, Yuki might not be able to move by the curse too. Becerra, I'm fine, here alone, because she doesn't even understand that she is manipulated. Gathering intel from her will surely fail. The enemy expects us to be stalled. Here, you're a lifesaver, but don't be reckless, said Becerra as he puts out his hand in the open locker, then went running. Outside the locker room, Sakaki, who saw it, sighs in disappointment. I knew it. Naru-san is important after all. We have been dumped. Nanaka-san. I don't mind. The rejected one is only you. Having remained here is because he entrusted you to me, Yuki said as she did a stance with Sakuya. Again. Oh my. Class rep. Bringing a dangerous edge tool in the boys' locker room. Do you want the police to be called? Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind. Turning her neck, a female classmate was there. Like Sakaki Chika, it was Mio's close friend, Aikawa Shiho. From her introduction, a smile floated in her face. Furthermore, she can also see Sakuya in this situation. Why are you here? Not understanding the situation, Nanaka Yuki knitted her eyebrows. There is no surprise that Aikawa is also manipulated. Sakaki was manipulated, so the possibility that Aikawa, who was also her close friend, being manipulated is high. However, so the one taking the role that kidnaps Naru-san was not her? If that's the case, then who on earth? Suddenly a bad premonition swelled. Have to reschedule. Standing alone, Yuki turned around. Nanaka-san, what is it? What's wrong? I can't hear you, class rep. To Sakaki and Aikawa smiling while exchanging words back and forth. Becerra told me not to be reckless. But it seems to be impossible. Forming a stance, Nanaka Yuki declared as she released the power of Sakuya. Because I don't have the time to play with you anymore. I shall end this with a single blow. Brandishing Sakuya in Godspeed. That moment, a white flash of light filled the boys' locker room. Becerra and Sakaki have been caught in an immodest posture the floor of the boys' locker room. Naru's Mio kept running away from that place. Still on indoor shoes, she dashed out of the school building to a place where no one will keep an eye on. A place where her current self won't be seen by others. A place where she could be alone. The sweet sensation trembling from the depths of her body welled up. If this is the usual, she should have sunk to the floor on the spot, and her condition will become strange if she didn't have Becerra to comfort her. But Naru's Mio withstood that feeling, concentrated and kept on running at full speed. The figure of Basara and Sakaki a little while ago is still engraved in her mind, haunting her. Why on earth did it lead to this? Treating anyone indiscriminately as much as possible, Mio avoided making friends for them not to be involved with the problem of the demon clan, but Sakaki and Ekawa are special people. Of course, Basara and Mio only live together as a temporary brother and sister and aren't going out. But still, while living together with them, she thinks that they are becoming a real family bit by bit. However, Mio doesn't have the right to stop Sakaki if she has feelings for Basara. Located between Mio and Basara was not love, but a master-servant relationship to combat the crisis that they are having right now. Nevertheless, why? Running in another park that is adjacent to the Metropolitan Park, Mio reached a vacant tennis court, then grabbed the fences surrounding its perimeter. I can't understand. Why is it so painful? Why does it hurt my chest so much? Yuki and Maria had done that to Basara so far, but after seeing it, why am I so angry and upset? But still, why? Spitting out a voice, Mio panted painfully, though she should understand that neither Basara nor Sakaki are bad in the head. Her emotions became sloppy that she couldn't think straight, but she knows that it's wrong. But she doesn't understand why. She can't stop thinking that she is betrayed by Basara. So now the cruel master-servant contract in Mio swelled up for the betrayal against his master, and a curse of unpreceded level attacked Mio. Not being able to endure it any longer. The moment her consciousness faded, Mio fell down to the side aimlessly. However, an existence caught and held Mio gently. Who? With a warmth different from Basara, as her consciousness faded, Naru's Mio saw the person who had supported herself. Still, in a state where she couldn't be able to think clearly, she turned around. A name vaguely. Maria. Yes, Mio-sama. It's all right now, Maria said in a calm voice. From that moment, Mio felt relief, then fainted as suddenly. A voice was heard. In the end, different from Maria, a female voice as cold as ice. Sleep at ease, Naru's Mio. Your pains, Azalgir-sama, will heal it. Without giving time to understand the meaning of those words, Naru's Mio's mind has wallowed into the darkness. Having reached the scene at last, Tuju Basara arrived at the exact time Mio lost her consciousness. As he left the boys' locker room in pursuit of Mio, the location pointed as he used the detection ability of the master-servant contract he used without hesitation pointed out at this park. And after reaching the scene in front of his eyes, Tuju Basara cried out at once, Mio, Maria! The fainted Mio was held in Maria's arms. Standing beside her was a beautiful woman of the demon clan. Maria is Mio's protectorate, and as for the beautiful evil beside her, the possibility that she's a companion of the moderate faction is not zero. But how does Maria, who should have looked after the house, protect Mio so conveniently? And how did she manage to call a companion devil for support in accordance to this timing? I shouldn't be asking this, unfortunately, with the situation that surrounds us right now. These thoughts should not be allowed. For this best appeal, Basara-san. The reaction Maria had shown was a sorrowful expression. Thus, the moment Basara became fully convinced of the situation, a change happened. In Maria's surroundings, the space began to fluctuate. As if I'll let you do it. Escaping into a distant location, she carried Mio. As his speed on the ground is accelerated further, Tuju Basara reached top speed in an instant. He changed himself into a gust of wind and cut down their distance all at once. As he materialized Brynhild, he tried to stab the demon girl who was supposed to be the enemy. He mowed down and the sword flashed as he lounged through the figure. However, it just ended cutting into thin air. The transition was slightly earlier. Damn it! I won't just let this happen. Basara, that made a rigid expression, tried to locate Mio's position. immediately. However, I no way? Even if he thought it in his mind, he was unable to grasp the whereabouts of Mio. While Yuki entered the same Master-Servant contract to be detected, he was not able to detect Mio's location where she is kidnapped in the way the fog took her at all. Still, it's not over yet. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Becerra squeezed his voice. Even at this degree, still doesn't want to lose. Becerra braced himself up. That's right. It's still too early to give up. The determination to protect Naru's Mio till the end. These thoughts were transformed to an oath. No matter how hopeless the situation may be, giving up is never an option. The time when her parents are killed, Naru's Mio clearly remembered everything. At the very place of the tragedy, Mio saw in full details the cruel act of violence with her very own eyes. The tragedy that struck the Neris' family get-together. That occurred. After dinner, Mio, relaxing in the living room with the others, a devil suddenly appeared from the thin air. That time, she have no idea yet of the demonic existence at all. Therefore, she only just stared at the situation, dumbfounded, not understanding anything at all. However, her parents were different. Instantly convinced that the man from the demon clan is aiming at Mio, fighting immediately began. Being killed ahead was no other than Mio's gentle father. Momentarily, when he materialized twin swords and performed an assault, blade with a black luster the man had brought shone, and father's both hands flew in the air. Along with the fresh blood that painted whole place red, the room was filled with screams. Upon seeing it, Mother's shoulders trembled intensely and shouted at Mio to run away. However, Mio was not able to move. The abnormal tragedy playing in front of her own eyes. It deprived the way and completely lost her sense of reality. In order to buy time for Mio, father, who lost both of his hands, confronted the man in desperation. However, his face was caught by the man and his whole body exploded from within, and blood and internal organs scattered all across the living room. A hopeless gap of power. However, Mother never gave up. Rather than beating the man, she chose to protect Mio. She unleashed flames of super high temperature that even Mio as of now is not capable of doing towards the man. However, his power was brutally overwhelming. The flame prison magic that she recited was easily repelled, and a black flame was created in return. In an instant, her whole body was wrapped in the flames of hell, and Mother was burnt to death. The man who killed father and mother approached Mio slowly, and Mio was unable to remember anything from that point. She lost her consciousness. In excess fear, the next thing happened was she woke up in an abandoned factory, and there was Maria, who had been introduced until now as her parents' relatives. She took on the form of a succubus, and Mio was told various things. And Naru's Mio's battle has begun. More than half a year had passed since then, but the dream seemed like it was just yesterday. But Mio is fine with it, because it is necessary for what she is now. To never forget that day, to keep the hatred burning for revenge. After the death of her parents, she was almost deceived by her lawyer, who manages their will and inheritance, and to get rid of her she was attacked by men with their motives in full exposure when she wandered the night town, despite having nightmares every night. But after having met Becerra and Jean and living together with them, the number of times she saw those nightmares have lessened. Naru's Mio understood why. To her, who had lost everything other than the emotion of revenge, she had obtained new place to stay and a new family. But Naru's Mio still cannot forget her father's screams as his hands were torn off, dyeing the white living room into a ghastly vermilion. The smell of her mother as her whole body scorched, the face of the man who had brought tragedy and depriving her of everything, the main culprit of all. I can never forgive him. I must avenge my parents by all means. If that is the reason for my living, then I'll gladly put my life on the line. To avenge her parents is the only reason. Why Naru's Mio fights with her. Life at stake. NN. Naru's Mio slowly rose up from her sleep. An unfamiliar place was seen. Before her eyes. A dark stone-built reminiscent of a throne room where audiences were held. Where am I? Why am I in this place? Mio was unable to comprehend for a moment. The discrepancy between what she is thinking and what is in before her eyes is that she understood that apparently she had lost consciousness. Tracing her memory back to where she had lost consciousness, she was reminded of the situation Sakaki and Becerra was in the locker room. Due to the shock in her mind, Mio ran away while holding in the tremor in whole body. What is this? She finally noticed what state she was in. Her both hands, both spread apart, were chained behind the wall, and she was restrained in a way like being crucified. Because of the little margin in the length of the chains, her body movement is sealed. Completely lost her freedom of movement. It seems you have regained yourself. To the call which unexpectedly came from outside her consciousness. Mio's whole body tensed. Looking at the source of the voice, a beautiful demon stood still. Her eyes which stared at hers were so beautiful that it seemed to suck her from within, even though it was filled with color of ice. This woman, she's strong. There. Just standing there with only her presence, she was easily convinced. The white mask that has fought before is on par with Hei's Takashi. No, more powerful than him. And Mio understood her situation at once. Being restrained in a strange place, with a demon that doesn't seem that she is acquainted with. If you think about it, the evidences presented are enough. Thus, Mio remembered completely, being not able to endure the scene she saw in the locker room while searching for Becerra. She ran away in a sudden impulse from that place and dashed out of the school grounds. So I fell down in a park and was caught by you, am I right? Mio glared at the demon woman with cold eyes. You're fast on the uptake. Not being confused in this situation, your courage is surprising too. Thank you for the compliment. I decided that I was going to fight against people like you, so I assumed the possibility of being caught by something. Mio snobs her with a humph as she guessed the identity of the demon in front of her eyes. You want the power of the Demon King's predecessor that is inside me, you who is a subordinate of the current Demon King. From the question that she gave, no, it's different. After having left the scene where Mio was kidnapped on the tennis court, Becerra joined with Yuki and was made to hear that the one who manipulated Akawa and Sakaki were still unknown, because the Master-Servant contract cannot trace Mio's whereabouts. They lost their only lead. But even if the road is coming to an end for Becerra and Yuki, the way to help out Mio has not completely closed yet. Therefore, Becerra tried to contact the young man, Takigawa Yahiro, which was absent from school today. Since Maria was connected with the enemy after all the conditions have overturned. Although he was cooperating with Takigawa in seclusion, it is likely that the other party might just be playing pretend. Actually, Takigawa hid himself 3 days before and had met up with Maria. In addition to that, he was absent from school at the same timing. These may be irrelevant, but it is not. Therefore, he thought that it was usual that he won't accept this appeal, but it is surprising that Takigawa answered the telephone of Becerra. And now, Becerra, who made Yuki wait on standby in their home, was alone in the coppices that stretched out on the Metropolitan Park. For Takigawa, whom he told to meet, Becerra chose this park as a meeting place. And then, good grief, of all the places, why this one? It brings back unpleasant memories. Appearing before the eyes of Becerra, Takigawa, whom he called already, stood. And, calling me to this place, Basachi, what on earth do you want now? Don't pretend that you don't know. You who is Mio's observer, must know the current situation already. To Becerra that reported in an irritating tone, Takigawa shrugs his shoulder. I know. Though there are stories you want to hear, I believe that it is slightly Too late for that. What do you mean by that? It is as what I said. When Maria and I had met 3 days ago, you should have seen it with your very own eyes. You. So you noticed that I saw you? Ah, because you have been into danger here and there, even seeing it in. This way, myself is a quality that is sensitive to your eyes, right? I had certainly thought that you would have questioned me for that, but you didn't. From your desire to not suspect Maria, that's an excuse for a guy that is swallowed on trust or something like that. Then Maria, after all. That's right. Maria had been following Zalgir's orders the whole time. To Becerra, who is still clinging for hope, a cruel declaration from Tokigawa was released. Biting his lips and clutching his right fist in pain, Becerra asked, "Tell me, Tokigawa, is Maria really the guardian the moderates have dispatched? Where the hell is the truth? Where the hell are the lies? That fellow being sent as Naruz Mio's escort is true. However, she, following Zalgir's orders, wasn't a lie either. By the way, the secret meeting that Maria and I held recently, to tell you the truth, I came to be in touch with that. Not coming to school for a long time, I was running here and there. Finally, I thought that Zalgir has begun to move, even with a little check." "Do you mean you and Maria are acquaintances in the past?" "You might say, but that fellow doesn't know that I am really from the moderate faction. To Zalgir and that right hand of his, I was only an observer sent by the present Demon King faction. On one side, the official reason why Zalgir came to let Maria follow him is for the purpose of securing Naruz Mio at once in case of emergency, and even the upper echelons of the present Demon King faction consented about this kind of thing. Though they are not allowed to lay a hand on Naruz, it is an effective strategy in case of emergency," Tokigawa added. "Naturally, I knew that information too. Therefore, I took that underhand and said to that fellow, 'I appreciate your efforts.'" "How did Maria reply?" "Nothing. Thank you, and that's it. This matter, as to speak, is Zalgir's reckless actions. Nothing can be said true by that fellow. Is that really it? Even living together for a long time is not necessarily as knowing the real thing to Naruz and Basachi." To the fact that Tokigawa had mentioned, Becerra didn't have any words for. "By the way, Basachi, have you thought what do Maria wish for?" "Well, what was that all of a sudden?" Asking so sudden, leaving him confused. "As I thought, you still don't know." "Well, I guess so." Sighing afterwards, Tokigawa informs, "Even if you throw away your situation and place to stay, the strong feelings cannot be handed over to anyone, even if life is at stake. Coming a certain day, when her adoptive parents are murdered, Naruz continued on fighting in order to take revenge on that enmity. Nanaka chose to follow Basachi instead of the mission of the Hero Clan. Naruz not being able to defend against the Hero Clan, Basachi decided to defend as well as Nanaka that had abandoned the mission of the clan for himself. If anything, this is an exceptional degree. However, it wouldn't be funny to Basachi in Maria's case either, because of Naruz's circumstances and because Nanaka was a childhood friend. I understand it. Somehow, if that's what you are, then why didn't you ask Maria for that sort of thing? That's Becerra, who was charged with a question, became lost for words in a moment. Certainly, what Maria wished for is still unknown to him. He haven't thought of it in particular. The reason is, but Maria is, unlike Mio and Yuki, who were in danger at some aspects, she always do it with a smile on her face. Even if she do pranks or something ridiculous, there is always a peace of mind in her. So, hey Basachi, come on now. As if disgusted, Tokigawa, she is Naruz's guardian. Her feelings and wishes, all of it must be postponed for the sake of devoting herself to Naruz. Also, her true feelings are not a deadpan, or there will be no reason to hide it taciturnly. Even a smile can be one of the excellent masks. Ah! From Tokigawa's words, Becerra couldn't do anything but bow his head. Tokigawa, feeling relieved, It is not really a reason to blame yourself. Maria wanted to hide the truth. Even if you weren't able to notice it, Basachi, you don't have to worry about it. But supposedly, if Basachi thought about Maria even a little, the true feelings that person was carrying all alone, you might be able to catch up before it had reached this state. Since when on earth did Maria? What would a kind like her sow to reap this kind of situation? Basachi was deceived from the very beginning. When Basachi met with Nowruz and Maria in the family restaurant for the first time, that person had been following Zalgir's orders already. No matter how long did Maria deceive me, it doesn't matter. The question is, how long Maria had been serving Zalgir. To Tokigawa, who came telling him the truth without hesitation. Basara shakes his head side to side. Before Zalgir tried to get Mio into his own hands, though her adoptive parents were murdered in his obstruction, did he made a blunder because Mio was able to flee with Maria? But then, Zalgir, being of high-ranked demon, should have disposed Maria that tried to take Mio off to begin with, and it should have been easier for him to take Mio away. However, he didn't do it. For that person, that was unnecessary. After all, Maria was with Zalgir in advance. No, it's impossible. In the first place, it is not only Zalgir who desires Wilbert's power residing inside Mio to begin with. The demon lord who stood after Wilbert. If Zalgir were to forcibly obtain Mio, he surely went through a lot of questions. After that happened, the surveillance was replaced by you. And it has already been done until the order not to approach Mio has been done. Basara, weaving words rapidly, assembled his own deduction like a detective. That Maria's yearning, he will find the cause that tormented her heart. That's right. I didn't think he didn't understand the risk very well. If Maria was a subordinate of Zalgir from the very beginning, all should have been over on that day when Mio's adoptive parents were killed. If the murder, the adoptive parents of Mo, was done, why won't you approach that fellow? Even if a bad job was made and heavy punishment will be received, there is no reason to overlook Mio because they are subordinates already. I see. Hearing Basara's conjectures, Tokigawa, who was listening, gave off a smile of interest. Say also that time when you found out my real nature, your power of reasoning is quite a great feat. Those words that made up Basara's guess were not wrong. Therefore, Basara, perhaps, no, it is certain that Zalgir is doing something behind our backs, getting rid of the adoptive parents of Mio and Maria in an order not to be discovered by anybody. He should have obtained Mio. Still, he was not able to obtain Mio, so there is a possibility that something unexpected has happened. And when the matter, which is the murder of Mio's parents, has come to light, his post being the observer of Mio was dismissed from him and he was replaced. Therefore, supposedly, if Zalgir was then accompanied by Maria, the next should be Tokigawa. At last, Tuju Basara found out the truth about the questions himself. That is undoubtedly the beginning of Nowruz Maria's tragedy. He announced, a hostage. What if Zalgir has been holding something that is considered Maria's weakness? From the original question that he gave, Tokigawa smiled and lightly opens his both arms. That's a clever answer. Nowruz was able to run away with Maria, and Zalgir was dismissed in his post as the observer of Nowruz and returned to hell right away, then targeted Maria's family instead. Maybe a younger sister of her or someone like her has been caught. Afterwards, she decided to be with that guy. She seemed to have received various orders given by that guy in order to obtain Nowruz. By the way, Basachi, is there anything strange regarding Maria's speech and behavior recently? You mean that trouble regarding the reversal activation of the Master-Servant contract with Mio and me? To Basara, being taken aback by the question, Tokigawa nodded. That is too what Zalgir wanted to let Maria do on purpose. Have you talked with her before? The aphrodisiac characteristic of the succubus is added on purpose to the curse of the Master-Servant contract, is the thing that gives pleasure that gives the maximum betrayal which is being deprived of her chastity by anyone other than her master, beyond her limits until she breaks apart. If he tend to violate Neruz who had pledged loyalty to Basara, the intensity of the curse of the Master-Servant contract will be immense. Probably any time now, Neruz is on the verge of falling to the pit of bottomless pleasure. Basara held his breath momentarily and his body turned rigid. The worst case scenario has played in his mind at once. At first, Mio resisted violently, while forcibly violated by Zalgir, and cannot compete with the curse of the Master-Servant contract for long. Mio succumbed herself to pleasure, gradually reaching the point until Zalgir's demands are satisfied. However, because Zalgir wants the power of Wilbert within Neruz, it is not strange that he would not do it at once. Tokigawa said, as if consoling him. Basara looked at him with a bitter expression. It might be true that there would be delay, as Tokigawa said, yet the worst case scenario is still imminent. Therefore, Etuju Basara was not pressed down by his feelings anymore. Why didn't you even tell me? Maria, even you. This could have been resolved at once, without the situation becoming this worse. He then fumed all of his anger to Tokigawa. Hey, Basachi, don't be unreasonable. They took a hostage for Maria. Besides, even I wouldn't guess it until you told me beforehand. If it were Basachi's personality. Anyway, if you know about Maria's circumstances, you have turned and ran frantically already. Then, doing such behavior, you will draw their attention. And if the information leaked was to be traced back by the present demon king faction, it will be the end of me in no time. If that is the case, when it had become clear that Maria was proved to have taken a hostage, why don't the moderate faction send help and take measures quickly? Tokigawa then declared onto the ear of the doubting Basara. The answer is easy. The order given by the moderate faction is, leave it as it is. What the why? From those words that is impossible to believe, Basara asked, perplexed. Although the moderates have lost its power in their faction, they are still considered a major part of the forces of hell. As a matter of course, there are large labs of rocks on the inside. So you're saying that there are people in there who dislike Mio? No one hates that Neruz. She's the daughter of the predecessor who is His Majesty Wilbert after all. However, there is one troublesome person who finds Neruz disagreeable. Troublesome person? The top of the present moderates. The elder brother of His Majesty Wilbert. That died, Ramses. That one is as stubborn as hell. Though I don't know whether it was mortifying or not for his younger brother to get the throne of the demon king before himself, but he seemed quite displeased in Neruz. Somehow or other. Even if the other VIPs treat Neruz with utmost care, he doesn't pay any attention to that at all. He doesn't even regard her as the demon king's predecessor's daughter, and sending guards to a bare minimum was all in his orders. That guy. It was Basara in a voice so low that it could freeze anything. Is that fellow trying to get rid of Mio? Letting only Maria and me as her guards, even knowing that Maria's family has been taken as hostage. Does he intend to become silent without doing anything? By the way, well, anyhow, don't you have any plan to take measures? I had searched for the hostage in various ways. Besides, when Maria was chosen as the escort, I have a trump card given especially to that guy. Trump card? Can you really be able to break in this situation? No, it's not that kind. It's the trump card as a guard of Neruz to the end. And so Tokigawa. If I use that, Maria's fighting power will be raised drastically. Basachi and Neruz, not to mention Nanaka, will become of a level that is higher than before. For sure, as for the battle with Basachi's childhood friends just recently, it seems to be of level that she can easily settle with alone. Well, you might say that there is a restriction to this in various ways and cannot be used indiscriminately without thinking. Maria has such power? Well, even though I have never seen it before, I think that this is not a Lie probably. After all, that has been used once and that power has been proven already. Proven. Did you mean? That's right. She had seemed to use it one time, to protect Neruz from Zalgier. However, because Neruz had lost consciousness by the shock that her parents are murdered by then, she was unable to see what Maria has done. That time, after telling that much, Tokigawa, making him feeling relieved, said, "However, no matter how much strong our trump card is, even if we shift the situation, it is not possible to expect it from Maria, whom has a hostage taken on her. That's why from now on, while avoiding to be discovered by the present Demon King faction, you will come to save Neruz. Well, for this occasion, the objective of finding the hideout of Zalgier has already been done." "Is that true?" Taken aback, Basara's complexion changed and suddenly asked, "Tell me, Tokigawa, even with the power of the Master-Servant contract to locate, I can't find Mio's whereabouts. It's probably the magical barrier of Zalgier's doing. That guy is a specialist in Master-Servant contract. If he isn't, then there wouldn't be any trouble, right? However, Tokigawa, there are slightly complicated circumstances at the moment. The fact that I cannot move recklessly is the reason that it can't be done." As he said in a light tone while scratching his cheek, Tuju Basara's feelings exploded. "Your being too carefree is at fault, Tokigawa. Mio has been caught by Zalgier, and I don't think that even after he succeeds he will still be keeping Maria and the hostage alive for any longer. You are a part of the guards of Mio, similar to Maria, so there is no reason for you to be standing still," he said in a sharp tone, attempting to grab Tokigawa's collar. However, he wasn't able to do it, because, coming from his side, Tokigawa gave off a sharp right knee. "Guha. Gua. Ooh, my bad, Basachi. To tell you the truth, I got a habit of hitting with my knee on reflex when a bastard tends to grab my by the collar. Are you alright? Is it quite painful? Or?" Tokigawa took a large step behind Basara and flew to the rear. Basara, who is still in a state where he received a strong knee to his side, drawing irregular breaths, materialized Brynhilder and brandished it beside. Because it is not a fight to risk one's life, he retaliated with the back of the blade, but a hit would surely hurt. But then, I held back my power, even though these events happened, letting Zalgier's subordinates of the demon clan steal that troublesome girl. Just, who are you cooperating with? Landing in a composure as if nothing happened, Tokigawa then declared, with eyes that suddenly turned serious. "But you guys are the same too. There are some things that I couldn't hand over either, no matter what the circumstances are. As for that, even I am the same." Basara, with a painful expression, glared at Tokigawa. "Tokigawa, what on earth do you exactly want from us? I don't understand. Whether you have exposed Mio and Maria to danger, and I have no rights to deny that you are going to give priority to your own desires over those guys either. However, I am Mio and Maria's big brother, since there is no other way to help those two. If you can't tell me, I will knock you down to your knees and make you spill out where are those two's whereabouts. My, to think that I have been wondering why am I called in a pace like this, but to settle it with brute force? I give up. It seems that our precious alliance will be over, although I thought that we're beginning to get closer to each other. What a short friendship." Smiling wryly, Tokigawa's expression had changed into something ghastly. "However, I just want to confirm something. With that way of talking, it seems like you are sure to totally beat me at all. Indeed, that's what you think. But don't think that this person will give you credit like the last time. K. Tuju Basara." The same time he said his name, filled with hostility, a dark aura was released around Tokigawa. The moment Basara had set up Brynhild, Tokigawa's figure had already disappeared in front of his eyes. Too slow. The same time a voice was heard from behind. An impact came. Guaa. Beyond the reactions of a speed type, His back was taken in an instant. No doubt. Tokigawa the other day has held his power in check. However, I cannot not be defeated here. Being blown off violently and rolled around the coppice grandly, Becerra still endured the impact that attacked his whole body. Kicking the large trunk which he was about to crash into, he performed a dash at once. However, is that the speed that a speed type boasts of? There is a big difference between me and the childhood friends you have the other day. With a humph, Tokigawa shot countless dark spheres, and Becerra utilized his top speed to the maximum, evading in a zigzag motion by irregular side steps combined with interception slashes by Brynhild. The distance was reduced in a blink of an eye. Tokigawa while breaking the distance with Brynhild with a roar, he threw a combo of rapid attacks at once. At the spot where Tokigawa stood, more than 70 strikes were hit. Consecutive attacks were drawn out in full strength of his whole body that an opponent won't get away with only just a single strike. In the myriad of countless sword sparks, Tokigawa Yahiro side in the opposite side. These tricks are the same as that time. I'm getting bored of it. However, together with a voice of foolish tone, everything has been repelled. Wah! Tuju Becerra saw. All of the sword attacks that he himself drew out has been repelled by Tokigawa's barrier before his own eyes. Accomplishing it with such ease, Tokigawa held his right hand in front of his face. A darkness-colored glow converged in front of Becerra's eyes right away. I want to help Neruz. I want to help Maria too. I only want to obtain information without killing anyone. What's next? You want to defeat Zalgir? What a splendid greed you have, although your idea is too naive as expected, don't you think? Tokigawa smiled wryly. Aside from ability, I expected this fellow to use his head a little more. What a disappointment. At the same time while saying so, a wave of darkness was unleashed, swallowing Becerra at point-blank range. Shortly after that, an impact shook the earth and an intense roar sounded. After talking to Zest in a voice Mio is unable to hear, Zalgir disappeared by teleportation magic. At the same time, the effect of the mental restraint that deprived her voice as well as her freedom of movement was released. Ha. Regaining her normal breathing at once, Mio glared at Maria. For the face of the young succubus that she trusted more than anyone else, Mio asked with a gaze pure of hostility. All this time, you have been deceiving me? Do you really think I will give an answer to you in this situation? As Maria said in a tone of ridicule, Mio bit her lips in regret. Not yet. Yes, it's too early to give up. After all, Becerra and I had made a Master-Servant contract. Can pinpoint the position of the partner at if searched at once. Becerra probably should have already moved along with Yuki, although Mio doesn't know how much time has passed upon her kidnapping. Zest is a powerful enemy, so even in the absence of Zalgir, there is still a high chance of winning. But first, I have to do something with this chain somehow. If Becerra will come to help, as soon as these two detect a threat, they will expose me as a hostage somehow. Is there any method to get out of these restraints? Mio racked her brain in desperation. I'm sorry, but Becerra-san won't come. Seeing through her head, Maria said, What do you mean by that? Have you heard what Zalgir-sama said? This is his personal secret mansion. The entire area is covered with a special magical barrier that cannot be detected by anyone and anything, even the Master-Servant contract. In other words, it means that not only the curse but the position locator ability of the Master-Servant contract are nullified. Wah? Mio was appalled as she tried to search Becerra's whereabouts using the position locator ability of the Master-Servant contract. No way, you're lying. Not detecting any signs of Becerra's whereabouts, she left a groan. Before the entity who had harmed her parents, it was fortunate that she avoided the situation being in an aphrodisiac state. However, if the position locator of the Master-Servant contract that is there, only insurance didn't work, it means that getting out in this critical situation is impossible. So this is it for me. The moment she thought so, insecurity and fear swelled up inside Mio, almost breaking her heart. In a state that deprived her freedom of movement, a situation where she is rendered helpless, she became aware of her body, falling into the enemy's hands. There is no way you can escape from here, Mio-sama. Maria said so, the same time their eyes made contact with each other. Mio's field of vision suddenly warped, as she raised a voice in stupefaction. It's already late. In an instant, Mio's consciousness has been swallowed by the darkness. Fainting, Mio's body was entrusted to the chains on the walls that bound her. Why did you put her to sleep? Doing such selfish behavior may put me into trouble, Maria. With a sharp glance, Zest faced towards Maria. I still want to ask her a variety of questions. Until Zalgier returns, I have no time to waste. If she gets information out of Mio while the Master-Servant contract with Becerra is sealed, the materials that can be used to control her mind might be found. Nothing in particular. I only made her sleep because she's annoying when she makes noises, Maria said with a blank expression. Well then, if you insist, why don't you do the interrogation once she wakes up? Or shall Zalgier-sama do it because she is deeply attached to Mio-sama? If you keep taking too much unnecessary moves, the result may have the possibility of backfiring, depriving that person of his enjoyment, right? That won't be good. No worries. I understand His Excellency's ideas more than anyone else. Sorry about that. Well, what will you do? Should I wake her up? To the question Maria asked while shrugging her shoulders, Zest returned in silence. Her silence is not positive, no need to tell. Zest then looked soon at Mio, who had lost her consciousness again. The curse of the Master-Servant contract is caused by the sense of guilt towards its master. Thus, if Zalgier has done something for her to hate, like murdering her adoptive parents, and the strong feelings for Becerra, who is her master, the feelings of betrayal that is not being able to protect her chastity to the one she held disgust, may activate the curse to the maximum extent that might lose one's life. There are a lot of daughters that have been violated by Zalgier in a similar way, and many of them had died. For that reason, the situation cannot be handled unskillfully. But it has a loophole. If the mental condition assumes that she won't think of anything bad to her master, the curse will activate no longer. However, the origin of Mio's power, the power of Wilbert that sleeps inside her purity, it cannot be denied that if her virginity is affected, it may also affect the said power. This is the fact that Zest herself is worried about. Though her body was made through the sorcery that Zalgier invented, having the ability equivalent to a high-ranking demon, accomplishment with such restrictions is a great feat. Therefore, until the power of Wilbert is extracted, taking risks should be avoided before her power goes beyond the limit. However, this thing is a trivial matter. There are plenty of methods to subject a pure virgin to fall from pleasure. But for certain, Zalgier will do what is according to his plan by his own hands. As she had received her conclusion, Zest noticed that the magical barrier of the residence detected a sudden magic reaction outside the building. As she took out a video image outside the residence, there was a figure of a young man alone before the front gate. Though in a figure of a human being, its real nature is identical to Zest from the same demon clan. It's the current observer of Naru's Mio, Lars. Why is he here? Zest cannot comprehend with the situation. This mansion is a private residence that is serving as a secret hideout of Zalgier. As for the place, it is not known even to the present Demon King Leohart, not to mention the Imperial Court. But why is Lars able to come here? What are you going to do? Are we going to ignore him? No, there is no other choice. To the question Maria had proposed, Zest said while looking at the image of Lars on the screen, well, it's for the best if I silence him right now. However, if I will not respond here, there is a risk that this place will be told to others. And the biggest problem right now is that Mio is here. If this fact is to be known by Leo Hart and his upper echelons, Zaldjir's position will be cornered at once. Therefore, I'll go, Maria, stand by and look for Naru's Mio. Zest got out of the barrier and showed up in front of Lars. So you finally showed up, Lars said, grinning as he approached the place. If I had been made to wait a little longer, I would have reported this place to the higher-ups. Lars, with the scenery where the surroundings was covered with a dark aura, looking over the center of the mansion. As expected of Marquis Zaldjir, what a splendid idea to be able to build a complex dimension daringly in the space-time continuum of the human world and not in the demon world, and to make a hideout here. The VIPs will never have the idea, and even the hero clan won't be able to lay their eyes upon this either. This evil design can only be possible under the pretense of a top-secret research, probably. And what business do we have here, Lars? It's not necessary to keep company and avoid unnecessary scrutiny. He then asked a question in a composed manner. I came to get Naru's Mio. She's there, am I right? Lars said with a cold smile. I knew it, so he did notice. I was careless to have misjudged this man. He is more troublesome as expected. However, being honest at fault in this situation and admitting that yes, she's here doesn't come to her. What are you talking about? Oi. Don't pretend that you don't know. Erasing expression and feigning ignorance, Lars smiled, taken aback. I am the official observer of Naru's Mio appointed by His Majesty Leo Hart. Is my responsibility if there is something happened to her. Do you understand? I understand your position. However, she's not here. If you want to evade the issues of your own liabilities, should you be looking for her as soon as possible and not spending time in this place. From the results that I have researched, the conclusion have arrived me here. Well, feigning ignorance is natural, it can't be helped. Lars said, smiling. Riley, Marquis Zaldjir is currently on house arrest. Nevertheless, if His Majesty and his subordinates find out that you are meddling with Naru's Mio in a place like this, you will find yourself in a really bad situation soon. Are you saying that you are accusing us, Lars? Naru's Mio is not here. Of course, His Excellency too. Apart from Naru's Mio, Marquis Zaldjir is not present. By His Majesty, Leohart's direct orders, he should have been gone to the royal castle. You should avoid making a mess by any means. To say nothing about her, even a soul, I guess, is your job after all. Well, I will not say it free of charge, so do me a favor and do something for this guy instead. After saying that, Lars produced spheres of darkness into thin air. From that, a human who has lost consciousness was thrown to the ground violently. Was a young man whom Zaldjir had shown interest apart from Mio, a former hero. He said to Zest, who slightly narrowed her eyes, when I saw Naru's Mio the other day, I noticed it when I was watching him, fighting with the members of the hero clan. This guy has a special power. In a sense, it is an ability more terrible than the power of Wilbert residing in Naru's Mio, because this guy is given. Naru's Mio was able to stand. Lars said, otherwise I have to report that Marquis Zaldjir is hiding something and is trying to betray His Majesty Leo Hart and his associates. By then you will lose everything that you have built so far. You and Marquis Zaldjir don't want to end up in that situation, right? Zest gave a long thought in silence about Lars' proposal. It's certainly what Lars says. I must avoid any kind of situation that will put us into a dilemma. It is given priority over the power of Wilbert sleeping inside Naru's Mio. And it is the duty of the subordinates that protect the master, even though she is to receive a scolding later, all for the good of the master. Therefore, there is no other choice. "Oh, is that so? I'm saved." Muttering a few words, Lars gave a smile of satisfaction. At that moment, cutting their distance in a blink, Zest entered Lars' chest. A feat possible because Zest is stronger than Lars in terms of fighting power. What? A super high-speed approach that pierced him off guard. Astonished, Lars tried to say something, but Zest didn't give him a chance to spoke any words further. With sharp fingernails in her right hand, Lars' torso was pierced sharp. Feeling the sensation that penetrated the body, Zest pulls up her right hand. Why? Bleeding with his chest punctured open, Lars leaked a groan. Lars, with both knees on the ground, looked up to Zest, who held up her right hand. "I wish to express our gratitude for your advice. However, if you are killed, here Succubus can be obtained without handing over Naru's Mio, and this matter won't be able to reach His Majesty Leohart and his upper echelons either." Lars, with a twisted expression, said calmly, "Then, killing me at once." However, Lars wasn't able to say any more. A dark-colored magical wave was shot in Zest's right hand, and Lars' head was blown off towards the body of Lars without its neck, which fell down on his back. "Don't worry. As soon as His Majesty Leohart know your death, His Excellency Zalgir will have already obtained the power of Wilbert and Succubus, and will be reigned in the strongest position in hell," Zest calmly told, as she shot a magical flames, which devoured the corpse of Lars completely. After that, a magic circle for special transmission magic is called from Thin. "Pardon me for my impoliteness, Your Excellency. There was a little problem that occurred that I want to report, though it has already been dealt with. But may I ask for your judgment thereafter, just to make sure?" Bound by the chains against the wall was an unconscious Mio, and like that, Naru's Maria stared at her in silence. The one who deprived of Mio's consciousness was Maria herself. She had helped in the kidnapping according to Zalgir's orders, in contrast to her job of protecting her, the master whom she should have served. Her family being taken hostage. Such excuses won't do. Still, "I'm very sorry, Mio-sama. With a face that seemed to burst to tears in any moment, Maria squeezed out, with her trembling voice, "Mio is the daughter of Wilbert, the Demon King predecessor. The value of her life cannot outweigh the lives of Maria's family, but Wilbert's elder brother, Ramses of the moderate faction, kept neglecting Mio and making light of the situation. Still, many of the demon families in the moderate faction are harboring hope in Mio's existence, the ideals which the deceased Wilbert aimed for, to achieve peace in the demon world without conflict. As for Maria and her family who had lost her father in the Great War, they had held these ideals firmly. If it goes over, then this somehow or other blood within brethren will be shed, and many lives will be taken." Nevertheless, Maria thought, she had been betraying those who are important to her for a very long time. Ironic for a fellow comrade from the moderate faction who were supposed to protect Mio, even Becerra, who accepted them with open arms. Fighting for what she believed, Maria was betraying them who are risking their lives to be alive. What Maria is right now is the result of they have believed in. Being the only guard left alone, she promised to protect her at the cost of her life. For this reason, Mio, which her adoptive parents are murdered and was about to become a plaything, it is a miracle for her to be able to escape from the hands of the demon called Zalgir. However, from the moment when the observer for Mio is replaced, Zalgir, who returned to the demon realm, took Maria's family as hostage, and the situation has changed. From her serene older sister, a call came at once. She came into thinking whether to fulfill the mission or to take back the family who were held hostage. One Sama, the elder sister whom Maria respected, is an adult who can keep calm judgments at these kind of times. If not, the escort role will be appointed to her and not to Maria, giving priority to one's mission rather than the lives of Her family being held hostage, no, weighing the importance of the two, should not have been done to begin with. Truth to be told, a person like her elder sister is more suitable to be the escort of Mio. Actually, there are also ideas of leaving the guard role to her sister. That came out too. But those ideas were never adopted eventually. It's because elder sister was assigned to follow and protect the top Ramses of the moderate faction. So, Maria was chosen instead. However, Maria has took the bait to Zalgir's blackmail. First, to make a chance to save her family that is being held hostage, she only pretended to follow Zalgir for a little while. But the moment that she thought of putting away Mio's safety for her family, the die has been cast, and it was too late. Betraying her comrades and the mission, Maria eventually lost her way. It led to Maria to the point where there is no other choice but to follow Zalgir. Every day was like hell. Those words she held to Mio and Becerra, full of lies and deceit in order to gain her trust, continued to make her suffer with the ever-stopping pains of guilt. It made her chest tight to the point where it was hard to breathe. And today, Maria had come to the point of no return. By Zalgir's orders, she and Zest have been appointed to kidnap Mio. Maria then had realized she won't be able to return anymore. It not only meant that she had no means to go back. It also meant that the place where she can go back has been lost. Not only the moderate faction, but also the position of being Naru's Mio's servant. And the home that she had spent together with Becerra and Jean. She had betrayed them all. Realizing what's left of her fate, Maria lowered her eyes in silence. Suddenly, the space behind her distorted, and something big has crashed to the floor. Becerra-san. Becerra fell down in front of her eyes. He's lying unconscious and not moving at all. Probably being desperate to help Mio, he got captured by Lars instead. There is a little change in plans. Zest appeared from thin air. Under the direct order from His Excellency Maria, you are to deprive him and take control of his mind. His Excellency wishes to get this man's peculiar ability. It is you who are a succubus, you should be skilled in those kind of acts. And then, Naru's Mio's mind will become easier to manipulate if we make this man, who is in Master-Servant contract with her, to follow us. His Excellency hopes that this matter will be accomplished in no time. Maria right now has no other means to reject. Then, as she approached, Becerra in silence. His figure disappeared into thin space. Zest then pointed out, another room has been prepared. Please do what you should do, she declared indifferently. As soon as Naru's Mio opens her eyes for some time, the room where you will be depraving him will be viewed, and she will feel turmoil. Being troubled, not able to save her master, in danger. It will cause the curse of the Master-Servant contract to run wild for sure. Chapter 3. Everything for this moment. Tuju Becerra, having opened his eyes, was on top of a huge bed. Where? Trying to raise his body from his state, Becerra noticed the handcuffs fitted on his both hands. Both his hands were restrained over his head and chained together in the bedboard. Then, as his mind waked up completely, Becerra recalled what happened before he lost consciousness. Oh yeah, to Takigawa. Still, there was no place in his body that hurt, and there are no serious injuries. And bleeding either. I was taken easy. Having thought that fact, Becerra tried moving his head, and looked at the surroundings where he was again. The wall, the floor, and the ceiling, everything was made of stone excluding the door. It was a closed room with no windows and only a door. There are no other kinds of furniture and all other furnishings except for the bed that Becerra was lying into. However, the place was not too shabby for an isolation cell either. The interior was needlessly large for a prison, and the bed that he slept, that has a canopy engraved, seemed luxurious with the decorative details engraved on it. Knitting his eyebrows in the strange place, Becerra, in order to confirm his own whereabouts, tried to locate the position of his partner bound with the Master-Servant contract. At that moment, Mio, as the location of Mio, which he was not able to detect, was felt until a while ago. Becerra looked at the door entrance in high alert. On the contrary, Yuki's presence can no longer be felt. Tuju Becerra is now convinced. This is the place where Mio was kept, the hideout of Zalgier. Therefore, Becerra tried taking an action immediately. At first he confirmed whether there is any means of taking off his handcuffs and a chain, restricting his body, and if impossible, looked for anything useful in his surroundings to unlock his restraints. However, nothing is found at the place, other than the bed after all. Then Becerra noticed something inside the pocket of the jacket of his uniform. So he raised his body to a near headstand utilizing his abdominal muscles. Carefully, and a cell phone slipped out of the jacket and came out before long. Catching it with his mouth, Becerra, bending his throat somehow, managed to succeed and had carried the mobile phone to his hand by bending his wrist in desperation and confirmed its condition right away. There are no problems with the battery, and it seems fine. However, I knew it. It's out of range after all. The mobile phone of Becerra has a special chip included in case of emergency. As similar to Jean, though it can communicate even from the demon world. This place where he could feel Mio's whereabouts seemed to be an exception. This place seemed to be covered with a special barrier as expected. However, Becerra went through his mail, and when he had finished typing the situation that has turned out so far, somehow he addressed and sent it to Yuki. When the moment becomes available to communicate, the message could be sent swiftly. As Becerra sighed in grief, footsteps were heard from outside the room. Panicking, he pushed the mobile phone between the pillows and the headboard. Then the door is opened with a clank. Becerra immediately closed his eyes and made his pulse and breathing that shook calm, pretended to be unconscious and peeked at the other party's attitude. Then, when the other party approached Becerra slowly, its actions were the least what Becerra had expected. As he came to check the presence, the being went onto his bed and came above Becerra's waist. And then, "I know that you're awake. Please open your eyes, Becerra-san." To the calm voice that seemed familiar, Becerra reacted immediately. As he opened his eyes, a young girl in her succubus form was before him. Maria! Upon calling that name, Maria showed a bittersweet smile. And then, "Surely, I didn't expect Becerra-san to be brought here so quickly. Well, thanks to that we are able to spend time for just the two of us alone, and for that I am grateful." As she said that, she put her hand on Becerra's jacket and began opening the buttons of his shirt. What are you doing?" The continuation of what we had left when we had entered the girls' locker room, Maria declared as if it's a natural thing, unbuttoning all of what is in his shirt. "There isn't anything you can do anymore, Becerra-san, now that you have been captured already. Therefore, you should enjoy the moment at least for the last Becerra-san's thing. I will make it feel good entirely." Maria revealed a flirtatious smile, and as her tongue crept through the nape of Becerra, a small hand extended to the area of his waist and went to unfasten his belt. "Stop, Maria, you mustn't do everything that Zalgier orders you to do," Becerra cried out. "Do you really think that he will really spare your family from being hostage?" At that moment, Maria stopped all of a sudden. Therefore Becerra continued talking. "Do you really know that you are doing? Even you did it this way, your family won't be saved. You are just being used to obtain Mio. Now that guy have obtained that you will be of no longer use to him, and it will be a matter of time that you will be taken care of," Becerra told with his voice cracked. "Certainly the other party is a high-ranking demon. It is no wonder to give up one person in order to save your family. But you have. There is no need giving up alone, right? It is too early to give up. Those guys' aim is Mio. First of all, let's rescue her. Once we come and get her, the probability of you and the hostage getting killed will be far lower than now. Though the present situation is that she might have been threatened to kill the hostages, so she obeyed Zalgir's orders. And with the current situation where Mio has been captured, not only Mio but Maria and her family's lives are in danger. That's why. He tried to say more, but no more words came from Becerra's mouth. In front, Maria's eyes stared at him as cold as ice that it completely took his words. With a voice sounding with irritation. Haven't you hear what I have said? Becerra-san can't do anything anymore. Zalgir is not a naive opponent whom you can beat desperately. If it's possible with such cheap tactics like that, I won't be deceiving Becerra-san, and have already talked about my circumstances and borrowed your power. Even so, as for you, your family won't be saved even if you follow him. Either. As for that, I knew that without you telling me, Becerra-san. But I, as of now, cannot do anything but this. His command is to dominate Becerra-san's mind. Maria, you have been in agony all alone, suffering for a long time. Maria knew how powerful and terrible Zalgir is, as he's willing to try any means in order to achieve his purpose. Suffering and despair continued to pile up so high that brushing them away is impossible. However, Becerra has still not given up. At the end of summer vacation, Mio and Maria, I decided that I will protect our new family. However, in reality, I couldn't protect Maria. Certainly, Maria might have deceived Becerra. However, the times he had spent with her, Tuju Becerra, thought that it was not. The daily lives that she have spent with him, the smile, and the tears that Maria had expressed through the crises that they came through, all of it contained truth. Maria was always beside him, giving a smile as they went through all of crises that came. If so, Becerra must help Maria this time. He doesn't want to lose something important to him anymore. The second time, and one of those important to him, Naru's Maria, he doesn't want to lose like the previous Becerra. So, I don't want to hurt you. Please stop the useless resistance and behave yourself. My bad. But that's impossible. To Maria's quiet voice, Becerra declared with words of rejection. Although stories can control my heart, my mind cannot be manipulated by your magic. Maria, like what you have said, will you please stop the useless resistance? Certainly, it is impossible for me as of now, but if I cannot control Becerra's mind, I will show you that I can do it no matter what it takes. Yes. I will now reveal my trump card. At the same time, a complex three-dimensional pattern of magic circle was developed before the body of Maria, and having appeared from the magic circle, a key, a pale pink shimmering key appeared from nothingness, turned its tip slowly towards Maria. Following its extension was the keyhole mounted on the chest of Maria's clothes. To that keyhole, the key inserted itself slowly and in the depths of Maria's chest, who groaned a wet voice with an erotic face. It turned automatically, and then a sound of a lock opening was heard. With a sudden twitch, Maria's whole body bent backward and wrapped in a rosy light. The dim room was illuminated by Maria's dazzling light. Wah! Becerra cannot help but be amazed by the phenomenon happening before his eyes. And just as when the light settled down for a short while, sitting on top of him was the young Maria no longer. She transformed into an adult, beautiful succubus. Are you Maria? With proportions surpassing Mio, and height slenderer than Yuki, her sex appeal and atmosphere that became a little more mature surpassed that of the two high school students. Although a little inferior compared to the school nurse Hasegawa, she is still an outstanding beauty nonetheless, and before the stupefied Becerra, Maria leaked a yes in reflex, showing an amorous smile. Come, Becerra-san. The power of the baptism of the succubus. Please, savor it to your heart's delight. As she said so, his eyes were focused on Maria's, who was sitting astride his body. That moment, in the consciousness of Tuju Becerra, everything was consumed in an instant. The spirit of the central nervous system that is called the origin of existence has overloaded. Ugh. It was a mechanism that did Maria's transformation. To unlock her limiter, she used a magic key made up of spirit particles and raised her abilities to a higher level that her appearance changed. This is the last trump card of Maria, who was the only one left of Mio's bodyguards. There is a time limit in this transformation. Furthermore, when she had transformed once, she need a considerable period to be able to transform again, and the usage is difficult too. Still, Maria never transformed herself since the time when Mio's foster parents are killed, where she had used it to escape along with Mio from the hands of the demon Zalgier, perhaps being the case as long as she doesn't do any rash behavior and consumes excessive power, she could be able to perform in this state within 2 hours. Becerra's eyes lost its focus, and when Maria confirmed that he had lost the strength of his whole body, "Now then, Becerra-san, you may do me whatever you like," saying with a captivating smile. The handcuffs restraining Becerra were removed. Then, with hollow eyes, Becerra laid his hands on the bra top of the bondage suit that Maria had been wearing and forcibly slipped it upward in one go. Maria's bountiful chest bounced as it was revealed up to the tip, and her body was pushed down adversely by Becerra, who raised himself slowly. And, Fufu, Becerra is truly a brute one after all. Maria revealed a smile. What Maria have done to Becerra is a mind manipulation that amplifies their instinct as a man, moving freely and acting on his instincts. He is now in a state that earnestly desires for a woman. While Becerra pushed her down, he caressed the chest of Maria with his hand and mouth, and the other hand made its way on her back and had begun to rub Maria's butt from her panties. On a new fu, making a chup sound. Becerra separated his mouth from the chest of Maria. A saliva remained was stretched out like a silk thread in between them lewdly. Without giving time to catch her breath, Maria's other breast was sucked this time. His hollow eyes gave somewhat a cold expression, as Maria twisted her body in response to the sweet pleasure that welled up inside her. Becerra put up his knee in between her thighs and pried her legs open. Therefore Maria clamped both of her legs to the waist of Becerra, and held his head, who is still holding her chest. Becerra then stuffed his mouth and sucked her breasts up to the very tip to his heart's content. In the terrific pleasure that arose immediately, Fuayan, yeah, a chup sound was made, as Becerra released his mouth from the chest of Maria, and saliva poured like a thread lewdly. Without giving time to catch her breath, Maria's other breast was sucked this time. Becerra-san, Becerra-san, forcibly letting loose Becerra's instinct. Maria's consciousness is melting away. Zest told her that she was skillful in enticing a man. However, the bold behavior that she always do to Becerra, although she had brought Mio and Yuki to surrender and give themselves to pleasure, Maria actually doesn't have any tolerance to pleasure at all. By the fact that she is born in a succubus race, her knowledge of that kind is abundant. Unfortunately, because she was still very young, she had never experienced a tremendous pleasure coming from a genuine article, and now that Maria had transformed into an adult, the arousing feeling rose dramatically than normal. If only I knew that we will do it like this, then I should have did it to Becerra earlier on the past, saying as she embraced Becerra. At the same moment, tears were spilt in her. If so, doing the deed in this form, this moment would not become the first and last time with Becerra. But, anyway, when she had met Becerra, she could already do nothing but to follow Zalgier. She couldn't do anything but keep on deceiving Mio and Becerra. In other words, for Maria to be able to build a relationship was impossible from the start. Come, Becerra-san. Please mess me up with all your affections. Finally, Maria gave Becerra a definite order, unleashing his instinct from his mind control, even when she knew that her first experience as a woman will be a rough and violent one. In truth, She will carve a wound in the heart of the gentle Becerra that will never disappear, cherishing the love of his partner who was done by dirtying her own hands. With her sin, completely dominating the spirit of Becerra, making him fall, she united with him. I'm sorry, Becerra-san, but don't worry, because you aren't alone. I also had become as sinful as you. Becerra strongly grasped both of her shoulders, pushing Maria against the bed. Maria didn't resist. Becoming silent, she only waited be ruined by Becerra. However, Becerra didn't do anything. His body began to shake, making painful screams. No way, he even got my baptism directly. Maria opened her eyes wide in surprise. Becerra is trying to escape from her. Mind control in Maria's transformed state, making a stream of blood flowing from his mouth by biting his lips firmly. Becerra. Maria! His eyes regained its sanity. From here he gave a strong hug and, you said that I may really do as I like, he told her. I can help you. From this situation that torments you, I'll save you by all means. With words with such power, he embraced her with gentleness. With her heart almost swept unintentionally, Maria still shook off Becerra's hand violently and jumped back from the bed above. As she took distance from him, her clothes that are about to come off when she laid down with him were restored to normal. However, she stared at Becerra with cold eyes. Becerra then got off the bed slowly, and from his arms materialized the demonic sword Brynhild. As she saw it, so you want to take this by force then? Fine, I don't really dislike forceful ways either. Maria showed a sinister laugh. However, Becerra responded with a movement. In silence, Brynhild's tip was not pointed to Maria, but it stabbed on a stone pavement. With a clang, Brynhild that was pierced got stuck to the floor. What's this all about? Don't tell me that you think you can win against me without a weapon, Maria asked in suspicion. But Becerra shook his head. I'm not thinking that I am able to win without using any weapons, even in the slightest. I don't intend to do such a thing. However, I didn't come here to defeat you, I came to rescue you. Therefore, weapons are not necessary for that. Becerra stared at her with eyes of trust, but Maria laughed with a cold-hearted feeling. Becerra-san is too gentle. Even in this state you still worry about me at the bottom of your heart. However, having come this far, I cannot give up my family's life. Let me give you a single advice, Becerra-san. Certainly, in terms of fighting power, Becerra-san's stronger than me. However, I in my current form, right now as your opponent, if you show some composure, you'll die. You know? As she said so, Maria released her own power. Maria's whole body suddenly emitted an aura of energy beyond her limits, with the level of pressure rivaling that of Mio's Demon King predecessors. Power running wildly, her last advice was done to Becerra. Becerra clenched his teeth and endured the pressure that hit him. And the next moment, from Maria's viewpoint, Becerra's figure suddenly disappeared. If I have no way to persuade her if she doesn't want to hear me, then I will force her to hear what I say, perhaps restricting himself from injuring Maria. He still intended to persuade her. Being a speed type, if Becerra put in his seriousness with his speed, usually, Maria could hardly catch up to chase himself by her own eyes. However, it's useless. Maria avoided Becerra, who is going to catch her by one step aside. I will say this again. Becerra-san, there is nothing that you can do now. As soon as she told so, Maria's right fist landed to Becerra with quite an impact. Zest, that stayed in the hall to watch Mio, was watching the situation through the crystal ball to the figure of the beautiful succubus whom he moved his body in. Godspeed, his body was blown off without mercy. I see. So that's why. Zest now understood that the time Zalgir is about to kidnap Mio to rescue her, Maria had transformed herself into that adult form, succeeding there. Escape from what she have heard. Her boost in fighting power is certainly tremendous after that. If that's the case, then the story that she was able to escape from the hands of Zalgier is plausible. However, having Maria play with Becerra, perhaps he should have avoided it. After this, Becerra will be of help for the deprivation of Mio, as Zalgier wanted his banishing technique after all. Maria understands too that if she didn't stop this behavior, she may end up killing him. This may go a little bit too far. She thought that the mental domination is an easy task for a succubus, but unexpectedly it had become very emotional over there. Becerra tried to commit himself personally, and the frustration of inability to grasp the limit of his kindness revealed something. Apparently Maria also had special feelings toward Becerra. For Becerra to rescue her who have betrayed him and Mio, if it was her that act would have forsaken him. Meanwhile, in the video, Becerra who got blown off was hanging on the stone wall like being crucified. Still not parting with his consciousness, he tried to get down to the floor again. Even after receiving a strong blow from Maria, his eyes didn't lose power even though suffering from a serious injury of bone fractures. Maria, on the other hand, is having an agonized expression that she seemed to burst into tears at any moment. Still, in order to save her family, she took a stance for a second attack in order to Becerra to give himself up. Personally, in that scene, Zest lowered her vision. It's because he didn't avoid Maria's attack. And at the same time Becerra was blown off in the video, the entire building vibrated with a roar. The phenomenon vividly showed the tremendous power of the attack Maria had shot. And then Becerra was crucified against the wall again, but this time he lost his consciousness. However, Becerra right now suppressed Maria's attack on purpose and chose to receive it from the front. Just now a counter was received. The reason for that is the boost of power of Maria was not yet ascertained. No matter how Maria's fighting power rose with Becerra's speed, it is not impossible to evade. Even if it is impossible to avoid it completely, even avoiding a direct hit can be able to reduce the damage. Not having done it daringly, he also gave priority to her feelings as well. He persuaded Maria at any cost and intended to save her somehow or other. Even in this situation, Maria is still hoping in her heart for Becerra to save her, but she cannot accept those words and thoughts anymore. Therefore, Becerra chose to clash with her from the front. He himself didn't attack at all, determined to help her yearning heart. Thus, Becerra must continue receiving her attacks even if he regains his consciousness until Maria is satisfied. His spirit may be noble, but those feelings will destroy himself when time comes, and in the worst-case scenario he may even lose his life. Then if I have Maria restrict him with chains again and call her back at once, will that make them calm for a little while? The moment when she considered it, suddenly, a presence appeared in her rear, resulting to Zest jumping a big distance away to the side. And at the same time, from where Zest stood a while ago, countless air blades ran through. It might be due to the quick drawing of a sword through the thin air. So, flapping her wings and Zest and circling rapidly in midair, Zest looked back at the direction where the air blades came to. Then there was a girl standing there alone, one of the members of the hero clan who is living together with Mio and Becerra, Nanaka Yuki. With her spirit sword on one hand, she had already changed to her combat attire. "How the hell did you get inside?" Zest asked, turning around. The entire mansion is covered with Zalgier's magical barrier. It's impossible to detect, and even if breached by the hero clan, it will be noticed immediately. However, Zest became aware of the abnormal situation. His Excellency's magical barrier has disappeared. "Don't tell me?" Stabbing Brynhildr on the floor, Becerra clearly shown his intentions of not wanting to fight Maria, but also surprisingly, to disable the magical detection barrier covering this mansion. He chose to lock himself up from the inside, then activating that banishing technique to nullify it. as she exclaimed the true aim of Becerra. You underestimated Becerra. That is your big mistake. Facing her as she shoot, Yuki moved instantly. Displaying a long jump as she suddenly approached, she cut down the distance in mid-air as she threw consecutive sword slashes from the spirit sword. It was a killer attack that eliminated any useless movement. This was seen in the fight at the city the other day, but still seeing it was quite a prodigy. However, you have great skills, but this degree doesn't pose a threat. To Yuki's continuous attacks, Zest created protection barriers with the same number, and with her sharp fingernail for offense, it went and intersected their trajectories here and there. To sustain the attack made by Yuki's spirit sword at once was impossible, but the force of her attacks, however, was deflected to the floor. Still, Yuki, which barely fixed her stance, as made a landing with her foot, Zest unleashed her magic this time. At the same time, from the magic formation created by Zest, launched countless amount of spears of obsidian to intercept the innumerable black blades that poured down. Yuki backed a step and her sword sparked. Moreover, the sword attack that Yuki shot momentarily was specialized in defense other than attack. When the spirit sword swung at high speeds, a pentagram was cut in midair, and Zest's protection barrier was repelled, and it dispersed. Rather than a linear normal slash, she hit with such dexterous skill. However, it's not a problem. In midair, Zest calmly judged her and her opponent's ability and made a decision, though there was a chance to be defeated if she were to let her guard down. As long as she keep her guard up, she's safe. If the opponent produced a power on par with the materialized spirit, it might get slightly difficult. However, no one in the hero clan should be able to demonstrate their maximum power of their spirit sword in this kind of magical barrier that surrounded this building. Though Zalgir's magical barrier was dispelled by the banishing technique of Becerra, this mansion is in the space that is closer to the demon realm than in the human world. It is almost impossible to acquire the divine protection of the spirits of nature. In contrast to that, the power of the demon clan like them is increased. Therefore, Zest judged the situation as not really a problem. A huge lightning sphere suddenly flew diagonally under her, and she was forced to evade by a steep margin. Zest thought it was a new kind of surprise attack for an instant, but that proved she was mistaken. Naru's Mio regained her consciousness before she came aware, and looked her with eyes full of regained fighting spirit. She is already in this state where she could free herself from being chained to the wall, but that is only but a mere physical restraint. Now that the magical barrier of Zalgir has disappeared, White Tiger, Bayako, couldn't seal Mio's powers anymore until a while ago. Concentration of mind is necessary for magic and not motion, and she's in a state to be able to use that plenty of magic. In addition to that, for her to make an attack that requires only a blink of time. To evade, Yuki made an opening for Mio to approach Zest. And as Yuki brandished her spirit sword, Kian, a shrill metallic sound was heard. The chains that were restraining Naru's Mio was cut off. As for Mio, which was made to sleep by Maria's magic to be awakened, Yuki appeared shortly after. In the shower room of the school, the fact that the success reinforcement of the Master-Servant contract with Becerra May had contributed to this. By improving their fighting power at that time, her tolerance to magic has gone. 2. Mio, as Yuki cut off from the chains and setting her free, while confirming the condition of her wrist. I never expected myself to be rescued by you, though it's kind of vexing, but thanks. The instant when she spoke words of gratitude as she saw Yuki. Though it doesn't really matter after we got into safety, please tell me more about it, said Yuki in her usual calm tone. That Mio shrugged her shoulders. And? I don't believe that you came in all alone. Where's Becerra? Probably helping Maria right now. According to Becerra, she seemed to have someone that was taken hostage. As Mio heard that, "I see. I knew it," Maria was made to follow them by force. After observing the circumstances of the young succubus, she lowered her eyes and turned around. When Maria tried to make her sleep, Mio got the feeling that something is very wrong. If it's the truth, if she were to deceive her with malicious intent, you shouldn't have looked at me with such eyes. There is no turning back anymore. The eyes of Maria when she put Mio into sleep was very sad and painful. Not that Mio was really sure, but was that expression the very words that you told me yourself? However, you pretended to have betrayed us and you forced yourself to behave cold-heartedly. Having thought what Maria had gone through, Mio clenched her fists. Then, while staring at Zest in midair, she released a crimson aura and declared, "Doing such things should really deserve to be rewarded. That child's duty." After the kidnapping of Mio, Becerra ordered Nanika Yuki to remain on standby. As he was about to enter the enemy base by any means, he wanted her to remain as backup for later. The people who entered into a Master-Servant contract were able to know the positions of their partner. Thus, she knew at once when Becerra arrived at the enemy base immediately, and because Mio has entered the same magical barrier, she couldn't find Becerra's location temporarily, though she went to the exact location when Becerra's presence had disappeared. The enemy base could not be found. Therefore, Yuki continued waiting for Becerra's presence to be felt patiently, and as Becerra eliminated the magical barrier using dimensionless execution/banishing shift, Yuki was able to pinpoint the position of Zaldjir's mansion. Furthermore, a mail was received from Yuki's mobile phone from Becerra at the same time, telling Mio and Maria's circumstances, and then she slipped into the base according to the orders written by Becerra. The orders that Yuki received from Becerra is to take rescuing Mio as the first priority. So right now, Yuki who faced Zest together with Mio have remembered something over again. It was a good thing that I entered a Master-Servant contract with Becerra. For this reason, she had tracked down Becerra whereabouts and was able to reach this place. Well, was it because their affinity is great, or she was just too obstinate not to lose to Mio? At the moment the Master-Servant contract was made, Yuki's fighting power had boosted to another level. I'm thankful for that. She can even match Zest that might be on the level of Special Class A. Relative to her ability, who should be able to kill her in a blink of an eye. However, it is still undeniable that they are still at disadvantage. Even though the situation is 2 versus 1, they were only a makeshift team. Their combination is questionable, and also, Zest's ability was equal of the spirit lance, or even more than that. Of course, their condition and situation are different from back then. The partner who was Maria becomes Mio, and there are no more hesitations left of Yuki right now, unlike when she fought Takashi. And above all, Mio and Yuki had deepened further their relationships for the Master-Servant contract with Becerra from that time, so their fighting power has been improved. Still, even that the barrier has been neutralized, the divine protection of Sakuya is weaker, and she can only materialize its power to half of its capacity than when they had faced. In this situation, fighting head-to-head with Zest was a reckless feat. Supposing that they faced each other if she were still in the hero clan, Yuki would choose to withdraw immediately, and after gathering her comrades and increasing their war potential enough, she would have challenged Zest again. However, she does not belong to the heroes anymore, but a simple girl called Nanika Yuki right now. If Becerra is still there fighting, then she have no rights to back down. And most of all, if she retreated and if Zaldjir, who is more powerful than Zest, were to join the fray, they would be more outnumbered than before. Fortunately, Zaldjir seemed to be away right now, and even the difference, Bayako, White Tiger, Bayako, White Tiger, in abilities between Zest and them is great. Even if the situation is 2:1, there is still a possibility to create an opening. Mio is here. Since he wanted the power of Wilbert, the other side cannot do anything to harm Mio. though it is saddening that she is being taken hostage as an advantage in order to win in this situation when they are being overpowered by the enemy. Glossing over was unnecessary. Since they don't know when Zaldjier will return, they ended up with the quickest possible solution, though it is difficult to do it with an opponent with a large gap in abilities. Mio cannot be injured badly by the other side, but there is also a handicap on her, and that is she cannot escape. If the fighting still continued, it will earn time for Zaldjier to return, and that would be a very big disadvantage. However, there is no use thinking about it thoroughly. Let's go, Yuki, Mio said, thinking up the same conclusion as she did. Therefore, yes. Well then, I'm going first. She said so, and Nanaka Yuki sped quickly towards Zest. At the same time, how foolish! Zest expanded several magic formations and, immediately after, the stone pavement broke with a roaring sound, and an innumerable conically shaped spears assaulted Yuki. As the sharp tips approached her, Yuki inclined her stance from before, jumped low and accelerated. Avoiding those spear tips from the floor, she leaped further from the side, cutting distance to Zest, and with her spirit sword Succubus, took her first hit. It was a diagonal slash from the shoulder. On the other hand, Zest evaded by jumping to her rear. She jumped in midair to avoid it, and because Yuki eliminated her barrier, she is now defenseless against Mio's magic. If she remained in that place and faced them with her nails and barriers, Yuki would intercept her attacks with her sword combos from the opposite side as, well, after all, it would be harder for Mio to deal with her spell if she stopped. Therefore, Zest choosing to evade to the rear was not a mistake. However, Yuki is a skill type, an all-around fencer/furigana multi-saber who can handle all short-distance combat, and that is no tale. Zest, which flew to the rear, gasped as she saw it. Yuki's sword flashes that she evaded produced blades of air. By cutting through it and forward, she made a hit. Zest casted a magical barrier at once and prevented it, but Yuki ran ahead and chased her. She swinging out Succubus, and multiple combinations of the air blades blasted, one after the other, trying to bind Zest on the spot. Yuki suddenly jumped to the left by intuition. At the same time, her hair at the right side of her temples was brushed, and something invisible passed her. What was that just now? Yuki was taken aback. It was probably Earth-type magic. In Becerra's message, there was a maiden, one keyword that appeared regarding Zest as the accomplice in the 12 signs of the zodiac was related to the earth element. Judging by the magic that she released a while ago, this should have a relation with the ability of Zest, no doubt of it. However, I couldn't see it at all. Was it just a stone that flew at a high speed, perhaps? If its hardness is boosted with magic, that speed and power would exceed ordinary firearms by far. Disregarding to avoid these things would be impossible. Stopping her pursuit by jumping aside, her stance broken, she expressed a bitter face. Virgo, the Virgin, is that all you can do? Zest declared with cold eyes, holding her hands aloft. And in an instant, then, let me know what you can do. Completing her magic spell, Mio wrapped Zest with roaring crimson flames. In an instant, and then, no time to idle, Yuki. Mio, who reprimanded her just now, began reciting her next magic. Therefore, Yuki also moved immediately. She's right. She is an opponent who can be defeated by this degree. Please, Succubus. Please give me a little more strength. While running towards the blazing flame pillar, Yuki called her beloved sword in her hand. And when she returned Succubus and enhanced its spiritual power, she unleashed a quick draw of her sword towards Zest, surrounded by flames. With a shrill sound, the flames are cut horizontally into 2 equal parts. Get back! In response to Mio's warning, Yuki jumped back from that spot, and a huge lightning balls poured one after the other. With the sounds of electrical discharges, roaring lightning strikes echoed the stone floor. I did it! No, it didn't. To Mio, who momentarily shouted with joy, Yuki exclaimed with a rigid expression. There was no resistance when she cut through the flame. When she looked back at once, Zest was already standing in a distant location, already chanting her spell. An invisibility stone was released altogether toward Yuki. She, on the other hand, gave up on evading and responded by slashing out on the surface. With a sword attack on the barrier, though Zest's magic stone had flown away, to a power more than she imagined, Succubus, which received the attack, flew away from Yuki's hand. Damn it, I'm too late. This is the end, Zest declared, unleashing all the magic for the finishing blow. The moment the magic stone was unleashed, Zest tended to end the battle. With this, Mio will be the one remaining, though she can't kill her even if it was an accident. With their difference in abilities, she may disarm her without the girl getting injured. For this, she waited for the right moment to strike Yuki with an obsidian bullet. However, the barriers were deployed ahead of Yuki and kept her from Zest's magic. It goes without saying whose act it is. Therefore Zest looked at that place silently. Though their difference in skills is obvious, Naru's Mio still didn't lose even a single drop of her fighting spirit. Keeping her from getting injured is more troublesome than I thought. She knew that the girl had raised her power levels through the reinforcement of the Master-Servant contract with Becerra, and it also seemed that their bonds with each other had strengthened considerably. This growth of her heart gave her fighting power a different intensity. It is like the saying that strong feelings for a person is a power that can make things possible. However, the stronger the feelings are, the easier the heart becomes shaken. And Becerra, who is the support of the hearts of Mio and Yuki, are in their hands now. Therefore, how disappointing, Naru's Mio, Zest told to Mio. Even if falling into the hands of the enemy, cornered with no way to escape, still, Tuju Becerra, whom you all love dearly, is right now tried not to help you but Maria instead. What kind of master is that? Instead of helping those who treat him of importance, he gave priority to the one that betrayed him. To these words, Mio fell silent. This is because what Zest spoke was clearly the truth. There is no use to overreact to an unnecessary provocation. If she were to be shaken from trusting Becerra even a little, this slight distrust leads to hesitation and will become a critical chance in the fight. So, well, the truth is, I don't feel very well. Standing alone, Mio said while looking down. But it can't be helped. Our relationship is just beginning. But I still know what kind of guy Becerra is. Maria and I had got close to him and deceived him, but even after that, Becerra still forgave us, protected us, and risked his life for us. Therefore, let me tell you something. I don't really mind even if Becerra were to abandon me or anything, or putting me off or something. Surely Maria will be there when that guy wakes up. But that guy came not only to rescue me, but also Maria. You've taken hostages, right? Thus we tend to save them from cowards like you. Therefore, we are trying to help that girl right now. A very good explanation. Do you really think you can do it? That's what I thought. To begin with, Maria's eyes are full of suffering, so even if she abandoned us and went somewhere else, I won't be happy at all. Besides, Becerra is trying to save me, too. And also, hey Yuki, did you came for me on your own will? Don't kid with me. It cannot be helped. Becerra said it. To Yuki, who refused quickly, Mio smiled in a whim. That's too bad. Our bonds wouldn't be swayed by some weak provocation like this, different from you and Zalgier. What do you mean by that? Zest narrowed her eyes all of a sudden. A while ago, I saw you talking to Zalgier. I don't know what particular circumstances you have, but it seemed that that man before seemed to be overly cautious of you. While doing so, Mio placed her hand on the crest on her chest with a smile. It's enviable, right? The relationship between Becerra and I. A wonderful self-admiration you have. Zest replied with a thin smile, and shot the following words unto Mio. For certain, those words could cause her to be shaken as it is. However, considering all that, after seeing your friend Sakiki Chika and Tuju Basara in a lover's scene, haven't you been greatly shaken? That is. Mio's face flew red with a rage at once, and it replaced the calm composure that she had a while ago. Zest didn't miss that chance. She recited the spell she secretly performed, and the floor beneath Mio's feet was transformed into restraints. If she were to neutralize Mio, Yuki alone would be an easy task for her. Therefore, she tried to do so. However, a roar shook the whole building in an unexpected timing. Wah! Together with a surprise, Zest is already convinced. No doubt that just now was a single blow that Maria hit. She had hit Basara again. Fool! What on earth are you doing? Zest grew impatient. I knew I should have called Maria back earlier at all. And since Zalgier wants him, I cannot lose Basara. Impatience and hesitation swelled inside Zest in a spur of a moment. Should I concern myself in the provocation of this person? As she put away her thoughts, Mio was already before her sight. If that's the case, then eat this. The moment she told so, a torrent of raging lightning ran through Zest's whole body. Standing at the scene in utter amazement was a young girl right beneath one's eyes. With the power she herself released, Maria was the one who gave 3 powerful hits to the young man who tried to stop her. As she released her inner spirit power and having gone on a rampage as of now, she was currently on a level of an S-class in terms of fighting power, though temporary. Still, because she was ordered not to kill Basara. From Zest, a single blow which she threw first right before his eyes was only a warning shot that showed that she was serious. However, Basara stood up and tried to approach Maria again. Thus, 2 critical hits were shot the next time, causing his consciousness to fly away. Basara screamed as it jarred through his flesh, and Maria was sure that she heard his bones breaking. And then, Basara was blown off, losing his consciousness. With this, while staring at the unmoving Basara, Maria thought that this is the end. Basara's resistance, together with his relationship her, that Maria thought those were completely over. However, Basara stood up slowly while swaying. It was unbelievable. Of course, if Maria seriously drives her fist into Basara right now, his body will be torn apart, but it is as if the 2 attacks with all her might earlier were meaningless. Still, the power was comparable to a degree of being hit by a truck. He shouldn't be able to move right now if that was the case. But Basara stood up and started approaching Maria again. To such appearance, Maria struck him while shouting. Not a single word has been said, just pure screams of emotions she wanted to entrust. Basara, who received Maria's fist, is blown off 3 times. Then thrown into the stone-paved walls so hard it made a crater, rolled, then fell on the floor. And then, no way. Maria right now is standing dumbfounded. It's not because she had injured Basara more than assumed. She had applied more damage to him this time, so it should be impossible for him to move now. But still, in front of Maria's eyes, a body has begun to move. It was the right hand of Basara. Basara's fingers moved as if patting the floor, grasped, and had put strength to become a fist. Why? Maria raised her voice in shock. The whole body of Basara, which caught her 3 powerful attacks, was tattered and bled. There is no need to say that he's finished. There is nothing he can do right now. But still, Tuju Basara tried to stand up. Still trying to stand from that. Do you really want to die, Basara-san? Maria cried unintentionally. If Basara stands up, she herself won't be able to do anything but attack him again. However, Basara is already at his limit. Basara may die this time if she made another attack to him. She definitely wanted to avoid that. If she were to kill Basara here, he won't understand what she will be suffering for till now. Such reason, that's not it. However, Basara's left hand, which was on the ground, supported his body from being down, and he got up slowly and then, as he took a grip to his right knee by his right hand, strength returned to the lower half of Becerra's body. With a groan, Becerra stood up at last. And then, but, can't be helped, I guess? Because there are times when you hate something more than dying. With Maria, who had transformed herself into an adult form with the same height as his, Becerra stared at her. You continued suffering all this time, thinking that you can't seek help anymore. To Becerra's words, Maria held her breath. The thing that is supporting Becerra today was Maria's wish. Maria, after all, wanted to save her family that is being held hostage. Since she betrayed these people, she offered all of herself to the enemy in order to spare them at least. However, while trying to save her family from being held hostage, it can't be helped that Maria deep down in her heart wanted also to be saved. Not only Maria but also her family. Besides saving Mio, her train of thoughts is really different from Becerra's, which is really trying to fulfill it. There's no such thing. As Maria bit her lips, Becerra started advancing with a step. His face grimaced and suddenly he staggered in pain and knelt on one knee to the floor, seeming wanting to rush up to aid him in at once. Maria endured it desperately. The situation in this room is probably being monitored by Zest. If she helped Becerra, it's possible that her family being held hostage might be killed. Meanwhile, the young man before his eyes stood up and has begun to walk to her again. Of all the injuries that he had received, it was better for Becerra to not be able to move, but still he approached Maria step by step. And then, Becerra reached under Maria at last. Ugh. This person here is clearly over-persistent. And yet, he faced Maria, who cannot do anything but to be flustered like this. Because I want to help you, Mio, and also your family. I want to help you by all means. Therefore, please, I'm begging you, don't give yourself up like this. As he said so, Becerra started hugging her in silence. Thus, Maria moved at once, with her right fist filled with her own feelings that she could never hand over. She drove it into the chest of Tuju Becerra. A single blow with all her might. It was a direct hit. Even Becerra won't be able to stand a chance? This should be enough. Even after receiving her fist, Becerra didn't collapse. Maria was serious. She absolutely didn't hold back her power. But still, even with all of Maria's power right now put out with all her might, Becerra's chest was only beaten to a slight degree. Ha! Maria, who turned around as if enduring to cry, suddenly embraced Becerra's shoulders. It's impossible. As a kind younger sister, I can't possibly hit my big brother, she said, even though she exceeded her power for long. In reality, Maria didn't want to actually injure Becerra and won't really be able to win against him who is trying to save her. So, up until now, they made you suffer alone for a long time, I'm sorry. So, leave it all to your big brother. To those warm words, the tears which are held to its limits ran down at the end of Maria's eyes. At that moment, all her feelings that were bottled up back then overflowed and flooded out at once. So Maria right now wasn't able to hold back all her tears and emotions. She cried in Becerra's arms, while raising a loud voice like a child. With a crying face, was a younger sister hugging her beloved big brother, while shedding tears. After being hit by Mio's lightning magic, Zest was unable to fight anymore. Restraining her with a rope specialized for demons, Nanaka Yuki tied up Zest. The reason for not finishing her off was for them to acquire Zalgir's weakness. While he's away, Mio was entrusted to her to this degree. Perhaps, Zest might be the most important subordinate of Zalgir. If that's the case, then it should not be strange for her to know Zalgir's secrets. Or so they thought. No matter how Yuki and Mio asked from her, there was no answer coming from Zest at all. According to Mio, Zest had a poor connections with Zalgir. Therefore, there may be a possibility that she was also forced to follow him, like Maria, so thinking that maybe there's a chance that she might be able to cooperate with them. Apparently, more than making her cooperate with us, it is even harder to make her confess, Yuki told to Mio while sighing in disappointment. Then it is dangerous to keep her alive any longer. We should eliminate her. They can't let their guard down even if she is bound by a rope that seals off. Magic power. The risk of counterattack is not zero, and if Zalgier returned, they will have no chance of winning this time. Well, it certainly is impossible to convince this person no matter what we say. However, as for Mio, I wonder what Becerra will do in this case. Even having found out the identities of Maria and me, that guy still accepted us. Maybe he can make this person have a change of heart. In Mio's proposal, Yuki fell silent. Zest was a challenge for even both of them, so this is a great opportunity to kill her. Even if Becerra joined them, winning a head-on battle with a high-ranking demon like Zalgier will be tough. If that happens, Becerra will even risk his own existence. I understand. I must go to where Becerra and Maria is as soon as possible. Though it has been a little while ago, the sounds of impacts and roars have already settled down, but there was a possibility that the battle still continued. If Maria were told that Zest has been defeated, this may help Becerra in trying to persuade her who has her family taken hostage. However, if they left Zest here, this would give her a chance to escape while they weren't looking, and it is still dangerous to watch her alone, given her ability. With Zest having restricted here, the best choice will be to go to the other side with 3 people. Yuki and Mio, who had matched opinions, nodded to each other. But at the moment that they started to move, all of a sudden Yuki and Mio got perplexed at the same time because they couldn't move their bodies. Even that they can pull out their voices, their breathing didn't follow. Over there. Ho? It seems that you have been going wild when I was away. A voice was heard smiling from above. Barely raising her face to look up, Yuki saw a figure of a demon at her first sight. Zalgier. Mio called his name, nearby filled with hatred. Oh, my mental restraints were of the same power a while ago, but now. You can talk through it? Zalgier said, seeming to enjoy that, and went in front of Yuki and Mio. That moment, Nanaka Yuki inhaled involuntarily. This wasn't the first time for her in confronting a high-ranking demon. However, no way, just a little more and we'd. Yuki realized her naive calculations. The aura that Zalgier clad in his body was far beyond her imagination. As she clenched her teeth in her unmoving state, the existence of friends after all was reassuring to see. Isn't it? Zalgier noticed Yuki's existence, and suddenly a creeping stare was turned to her. Heh, this also. I saw it in the video, so I knew, but seeing it in person, what a wonderful material we got here. And it seemed that it took these 2 people to apparently defeat that Zest somehow. Seemingly pleased. Together with Naru's Mio, I will make you mine with a supreme pleasure. Even that boy called Tuju Becerra will never give. Who would in the likes of you? What dear? You and Naru's Mio will soon wish to come for me. Yuki endured the sensation severely and shakes her shoulder to Zalgier. By the way, are you alright, Zest? He said so and stood in front of Zest next to Yuki. Your Highness, I'm very sorry. When Zest knelt on the floor while restrained by the rope and lowered her head in sorrow. I don't mind it, thanks to Tuju Becerra. In addition, I've got a new toy in my hands. Yes, Zest said in a gentle voice and looked up to her master, who's worried about her. But towards Zest, Zalgier casually brandished his arm in a flash. A shockwave was generated and enfolded Zest, flinging her against the wall. Behind with a roar. After throwing Zest through the stone-paved walls with quite an impact and falling down to the floor. Zalgier, Sama? Tattered. She looked up and saw Zalgier. Thereupon, oh, sorry. Are you all right? Zalgier apologized with a smile, not to Zest, but to Yuki, who was also caught up by the shockwave that hit Zest aside. Though you will become mine later on, the number of wounds have increased too much. But you don't have to worry. I will heal you properly. Later, your whole body up to the very last corner. No, Your Highness, as Zest spat out, giving a bitter expression by reflex. Rather, Zest. Didn't you envy these girls that much, you bastard? And that young man who is their master too. As what Mio had said, she had thought of her own feelings and little desires, which were locked away for long. As Zest stiffened once her thoughts that she slightly held was seen through. Your thoughts, it has always been carried to me. Haven't you forgotten? Whose hands you were created from? And then Zalgier. Useless. A subordinate who had lost her loyalty is no longer anything but a thrash? Die. Bitterly saying so, the master who created Zest spun a certain curse against her. No. Zest's breath was held involuntarily. It was an incantation to kill Zest. Immediately. At once, Zest was wrapped in purple light, but it's not on the state to be shocked anymore. She had never experienced even a single affection unlike the other subordinates so far. Still, Zest worked hard to serve her master for a long time. Even she's born as a woman, she never had a chance to serve him primarily as a woman, even if it is the sole purpose in life. Yet, Zest right now was cast away directly and will be killed by her very own master. However, Zest couldn't resist at all. She couldn't fight against the brutality and the unreasonableness of her master who turned his back on her. For Zest, who is a magical life form, the existence of her creator is absolute to this degree. And as the purple glow that surrounded Zest amplified, the curse of instant death began to invoke in an instant. A gust of wind ran next to her, and at the same time, with a shrill sound, the light from the curse that wrapped Zest had disappeared. How on earth did that happen? Zest was in blank amazement, and then she saw, grasping a demon's sword which became the armor of his right hand, a young man was running towards Zalgier. It was Tuju Becerra. Tuju Becerra rushed into the hall without hesitation. Mio and Yuki were safe. There was a male demon which seemed to be Zalgier, and Zalgier was trying to get rid of Zest, who was her very own subordinate. Becerra, who finished confirming the situation in an instant, materialized. Brynhilder, while running in full speed, plunging himself between Zalgier and Zest in a flash, wielded Brynhilder with both hands and activated, while having high-pitched shrills at the same time, the curse that was going to kill Zest vanished. And then Becerra, while hearing Mio and Yuki's voice of surprise at the same time, Becerra, without flinching even a bit from the high-ranking demon Zalgier, tried to stab him with Brynhilder. With a high-ranking demon as his opponent, Tuju Becerra wasn't conceited to slip in without petty tricks. Aiming for a killer blow by a diagonal slash downward, he targeted the shoulder of Zalgier. But as the high-speed slash, leaving trails of white, was about to get sunk towards Zalgier's left shoulder, Gakaithian, at the last moment it was blocked by a black sword that Zalgier created in his right hand. Humph! Not losing your calm in these situations, even connecting a feint is banishing shift, abysmal execution. Not bad. But Zalgier then smiled. The speed is fine, but with a feint of that level is unfortunately useless against me. Becerra grimaced. Then, as he cut the distance by jumping back from his earlier position, however, to be able to nullify the curse of the instant death, I don't understand the theory, but that's a wonderful one. Zalgier turned his eyes of great interest. And it also seems to be able to erase even my magical barrier. According to the report, the technique can only be executed as a counter, but it seems that it can also handle many applications and extend limits up to this degree. Becerra, which was directed by his thin smile, poised Brynhilder silently in reply. The speculations that Zalgier spoke of were correct. Is only possible to execute as a counter for the opponent's attack. However, even with such handicap enlarging the domain, defined by the attack gave the move a new degree of versatility. He made to be able to draw out against the barrier of Zalgir a while ago from the inside because it considered the isolation to the outside world as if it had received an attack from the barrier. Still, even you have succeeded in persuading Maria, coming alone in such a worn-out state with the power of that fellow right now, your chances of defeating me had just become slim. Banishing shift. Abysmal execution. Banishing shift. Abysmal execution. You have taken someone important from Maria. Finally, Tuju Becerra opened his mouth. As I face you, I recall all sorts of things, being shook up by a threat and being thrown unto confusion. It's too high risk for you to fight that guy right now. Though Maria said that she wanted to fight together with him, Becerra didn't allow her. Realizing her feelings, although he's grateful Maria had suffered Zalgir's blackmails for a long time, plus having a spiritual advantage, it would be easy for her to be manipulated. Even if she could transform to boost her power, if it cannot be unleashed, it is useless. In fact, Maria won't be able to kill Becerra even though she had her family being taken hostage. The girl, called Maria, has a gentle heart. However, that gentleness is why Zalgir has the advantage. That's the reason why Becerra set Maria aside. I see. It appears that the head seems to be around in its own way. Zalgir put up a larger smile. But I don't understand. To go that far and help Zest, who is your enemy. What are you scheming? Saving a dying person who is your enemy. Have your chivalrous spirit gone mad? Unfortunately, I don't have such noble beliefs, Becerra said casually. To make it clear, Becerra moved his sight to Zest, who was looking at him in utter amazement. Well, she could be similar to Maria, who is made to follow you by force, too. If that's the case, then she isn't our enemy. That is enough reason to help her. What a sweet thing. Unlike your half-hearted plays from Naru's Mio and that girl over there, my and Zest's contract are absolute. Similar to just now, a command to die is also included. If I give a command some other time, won't you reconsider it again if she bares her fangs at you? At that time, Yuki and Mio will hold her in check again, seeing her being bound up, perhaps while Becerra is holding off against Maria. Mio and Yuki fought her and won. It's the opponent who Takigawa referred troublesome. Zalgir is not a sham to a degree but a man befitting of considerable caliber, and though there is no guarantee that Mio and the others can win in a head-on fight if she's restricted with the rope, there won't be a problem. However, I'm sorry to say this, but that's impossible. Zalgir sneered in ridicule. Unfortunately, those two aren't in a condition to move right now. Well, that's because I have bound them up already. Be careful, Becerra. That guy uses some kind of odd magic. Mio shouted. Yuki next to her also shown affirmation in her bitter expression. It's futile? No one can avoid my mental restraints. And then, Zalgir's sharp gaze pierced through the whole body of Tuju Becerra in an instant. Upon seeing Zalgir's gaze, Becerra was stuck in a pose while setting up. Brynhildr. This is... While in the midst of confusion, Becerra tried to struggle to slip out from the bondage. What happened to your power a while ago? It's kind of disappointing if you can't move at this degree. Zalgir's mental bondage is neither an art nor magic. It is pure will, similar to a mere hostility and killing intent transformed to disable an opponent. The intensity of the effect is directly proportional to the ability of the user. I heard that you're the son of that Jean Tuju, and really look forward to it. But did he really throw away the title of being the strongest hero for the sake of such a son? I don't know if it was a father's sentiment, but for a fool, who was once called the war god, to have stooped so low, mocking at him full of scorn, he faced Becerra, who was at loss for words. Don't worry, though I have no particular interests to keep such a man who is on the level of an insect alive with mental bondage, you with a rare ability, is an exemption. I'm going to analyze those powers and make you mine as well as Wilbert's power sleeping in Naru's Mio too. Zaldir walked a few steps in a slow pace. But first, how about showing me what's inside your head? As he said so, he stretched out his left hand towards Basara's forehead. Then, at that moment, Zaldir jumped back in reflex, and the spot he was a while ago was mowed down by Brynhildr at the same time. As Zaldir landed on the floor, lightly, "Ho! You escaped from by mental bondage by force? Looks like you aren't really a burden to your father." Zaldir grinned, while Basara looked down. "You can say whatever you want to me. Well, as you see, I'm not that great." However, with eyes filled with intense fury, Basara raised his head. "But my father, Tujujin, I'll never ever forgive anyone who insults him, ever." Basara raised his sword and rushed onto Zaldir with no hesitation. "Then, is that so? Then, prove it to me right now." Zaldir showed a cold-hearted smile. "Bear this in your mind. Insects will still give birth to insects." While saying so, he charged in front of Basara. The truth is, Basara's ability was not on the level capable of freeing from Zaldir's mental bondage. But Basara was able to escape from Zaldir's rule as he applied his experiences in handling high-ranking demons. On the same level, 5 years ago, a hero has been possessed by an evil spirit that drove the village into destruction. Mio had Wilbert's power ran wild last month. And then, Maria, who had run away, transformed herself from her spirit form just a while ago. Both of them have powers of S and S class. Those are relative for Basara in fighting against the mental bondage Zaldir had cast. But the thing that moved Basara wasn't his experience. It's the feeling that is burning up inside him. His beloved younger sisters, Mio and Maria, were continuously being hurt by this man and continued tormenting their hearts. Added to that, Jean, his father whom he respected more than anyone, was insulted right in front of him. Facing Zaldir, Basara changed his anger burning up his body into sheer power. He dashed 3 steps forward, accelerating even further from Zaldir's sword with proper timing, and leaped from the front. In an instant, he got into the back of Zaldir and drawn out a horizontal killing blow. However, Zaldir caught his attack by the black sword from his hand with a grin. High-pitched sounds of clashing metal resounded. However, Basara had readied his own body for the next action even before the sounds were heard. Sliding on the stone-paved floor, Basara sprinted as he lowered his body, reducing his distance from Zaldir immediately. Basara connected a series of high-speed attacks, performing quick footwork. At point-blank range consistently, he tried to stab different times in succession. "I have said this already. Your speed isn't bad. It is in a considerable level for human beings," Zaldir praised. However, he easily continued to parry Basara's sword attacks. "At ease. Perhaps among the hero clan, no person can match your speed. That speed can pretty much overwhelm an opponent, I say. Unfortunately, these attacks that gave priority to speed has a nice look, but it's easy to read, as it concentrates only to blind spots and taking your opponent off guard. These cheap and childish sword tricks can only be used against opponents of the same level, with weapons reverberating constantly." Zaldir, who keeps on receiving attacks. "Aren't you taught by your father on how to use a sword? You are to use it this way." In just a mere pause, he had cut through the openings between the swords. Attacks of Basara, swinging his black sword all the way to the bottom. Basara, who received it with Brynhildr at once. Exclamation question mark, was thrown up right away from the heavy sword attack. Then, kicking the floor at once, Zaldir approached him. You?" Basara, who broke his stance, forcibly swung Brynhild. "To wave your sword in desperation like that, how unsightly." As Zalgir drove with his jet-black sword easily, Brynhildr was warded off, without making any sound. Wah! Not even making a sound of clashing metals. Basara stared in blank surprise. Does this surprise you that much? Zalgir gave a scornful laugh and declared at a distance as he approached. Basara, don't tell me. You haven't understand the difference of our abilities yet. At the same time, Basara received a heavy blow to the back. He received a blow from the hilt of Zalgir's sword. Gaha! The impact reached his lungs. Basara was deprived of his concept of breathing and fell on the floor. Ku! His feet made a landing barely. As he was about to fall down, he thrust his knee on the floor with irregular breathing. Then Zalgir's sword was wrapped in dim light. Let me have you taste the flames of hell? As Zalgir said so, dark flames were released as he swung his jet-black blade. He approached at once while burning down the whole atmosphere. From an empty space. Ku! Yo! Basara countered with at once, however it wasn't enough as it was barely repelled. Then, when the remains of the black flame Basara countered reached the floor, it created a simultaneous chain of explosions. Gay! Yeah. Basara was blown off by the impact and was flung to the floor about 10 meters away from that spot. Basara! Yuki cried out loud. That voice barely joined Basara's consciousness. Altogether. Ku! Basara stood up in desperation. He couldn't afford to fall down now. He has a precious family that he needs to protect. He couldn't afford to lose those important to him. He couldn't allow his precious sisters and his childhood friend to be stolen from him. Therefore, banishing shift, abysmal execution, wiping the blood in his lips by the back of his hand, Tuju Basara faced in front. Zalgir, who already landed from the air to the floor, was looking at him in anticipation. That's a good one. To be able to scatter my flames even from a bad angle. That technique sure is wonderful. When I have gotten Wilbert's power, the new king of the underworld will be me. I won't let you do such thing. I won't let this man do as he wanted. Speaking words of rejection, Basara charged in front again. It was a fight that they could never afford to lose. And yet, Kuan, Tuju Basara's impatience and frustration intensified. In terms of speed, he is superior. Attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, in every aspect he is better than Zalgir. Still, not a single cut was made by his sword. Zalgir kept on dodging the attacks that Basara gave and easily dealt it with ease. He passed through all his attacks, read his feints, and handled his speed with composure. There was an overwhelming difference in abilities that his speed alone is insufficient to reach. Moreover, as Maria had said, Zalgir can also use countless powerful magic besides sword fighting. The black flame a while ago is magic. He applied magical power to the blade and shot it through. Even though he's messing around with sword plays, if he used magic, it will be over. However, even so, I cannot lose here. As an elder brother, as a childhood friend, and as a son, Tuju Basara wanted to protect them. The man before his eyes is trying to deprive him of his important ones and taint them. He cannot forgive such a thing. Besides, even in overwhelming disadvantage, the situation is still better. Zalgir is cautious of that was made to save Zest. In addition to acquiring Basara's ability, he's trying to choose the best option to capture him alive. The way things really are, there is a faint hope among the hopeless. Difference in their abilities. Therefore, please hold on. As Basara persuaded his own body, he changed his fighting style. This style is contrary to the speed types that avoid useless movements. Using it in the battle against Takashi, who excel in wielding the spirit lance, it makes an opponent incapable of reading your moves by giving away too much useless movements and recklessly charging ahead at full speed. A way of fighting that is almost similar to a reckless rampage. However, a little is all I need. If he were able to drive Zalgier into a corner even by a slight chance, then it's possible to defeat this guy. So, putting his body into the domain of hyperspeed, Succubus began charging at Zalgier. Ho! To Zalgier, who seemed to be delighted as he saw, Becerra drove a continuous attack that combined both irregularity and eccentricity. On the other hand, as Zalgier dealt with the combo of attacks that Becerra gave, so a non-strategic suicide attack, your way of resistance pleases me. To the end. Banishing shift. Abysmal execution. Bayako. White tiger. Still smiling with composure, he cut off Becerra's attacks. But from here on, Becerra accelerated. After images are slowly appearing, series of attacks are connected and began to surpass Zalgier's defenses that he took pride of. And then, Siawia. Tearing apart his robe along with his scream, Becerra apparently caught Zalgier. Starting from his shoulders, a small rip ran around Zalgier's battle clothes. I can make it! Even his consciousness was about to dim the moment the sword reached. Becerra had found light. Impressive. Even though I had ground you to this extent, you still managed to lay a blow on me. Zalgier smiled in admiration. Now then, how about this? The moment he said that, Zalgier's figure disappeared as if it was swallowed by the void. Becerra was caught in a surprise. Zalgier's presence, let alone his terrifying aura of magical power, has completely vanished. With a severe expression, Becerra set up Brynhildr and focused his eyes at his surroundings. The moment he felt a presence, it was too late. Aha! Becerra's neck is grasped by an invisible hand, and his body was lifted to the and then, you can make use of the speed you are proud of to disappear from the eyes of your opponent, yet you can't do anything when the other party disappeared. From your view? How disappointing. A voice full of ridicule was heard from the thin air before his eyes, while grabbing his neck so hard that it might broke any time. Succubus swung Brynhildr with great force to the space in it was a fight that they could never afford to lose. And yet, Succubus's impatience and frustration intensified. In terms of speed, he is superior. Attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, in every aspect he is better than Zalgier. Still, not a single cut was made by his sword. Zalgier kept on dodging the attacks that Becerra gave and easily dealt it with ease. He passed through all his attacks, read his feints, and handled his speed with composure. There was an overwhelming difference in abilities that his speed alone is insufficient to reach. Moreover, as Maria had said, Zalgier can also use countless powerful magic besides sword fighting. The black flame a while ago is magic. He applied magical power to the blade and shot it through. Even though he's messing around with sword plays, if he used magic, it will be over. However, even so, I cannot lose here. As an elder brother, as a childhood friend, and as a son, Succubus wanted to protect them. The man before his eyes is trying to deprive him of his important ones and taint them. He cannot forgive such a thing. Besides, even in overwhelming disadvantage, the situation is still better. Zalgier is cautious of that was made to save Zest. In addition to acquire Becerra's ability, he's trying to choose the best option to capture him alive. The way things really are, there is a faint hope among the hopeless. Difference in their abilities. Therefore, please hold on. As Becerra persuaded his own body, he changed his fighting style. This style is contrary to the speed types that avoid useless movements. Using it in the battle against Takashi, who excel in wielding the spirit lance, it makes an opponent incapable of reading your moves by giving away too much useless movements and recklessly charging ahead at full speed, a way of fighting that is almost similar to a reckless rampage. However, a little is all I need. If he were able to drive Zalgier into a corner even by a slight chance, then It's possible to defeat this guy. So, putting his body into the domain of hyperspeed, Succubus began, charging at Zalgier. Ho! To Zalgier, who seemed to be delighted as he saw, Becerra drove a continuous attack that combined both irregularity and eccentricity. On the other hand, as Zalgier dealt with the combo of attacks that Becerra gave, so a non-strategic suicide attack. Your way of resistance pleases me. To the end. Banishing shift. Abysmal execution. Bayako. White tiger. Still smiling with composure, he cut off Becerra's attacks. But from here on, Becerra accelerated. After images are slowly appearing, series of attacks are connected and began to surpass Zalgier's defenses that he took pride of. And then, Siawea. Tearing apart his robe along with his scream, Becerra apparently caught Zalgier. Starting from his shoulders, a small rip ran around Zalgier's battle clothes. I can make it! Even his consciousness was about to dim the moment the sword reached. Becerra had found light. Impressive. Even though I had ground you to this extent, you still managed to lay a blow on me. Zalgier smiled in admiration. Now then, how about this? The moment he said that, Zalgier's figure disappeared as if it was swallowed by the void. Becerra was caught in a surprise. Zalgier's presence, let alone his terrifying aura of magical power, has completely vanished. With a severe expression, Becerra set up Brynhildr and focused his eyes at his surroundings. The moment he felt a presence, it was too late. Aha. Becerra's neck is grasped by an invisible hand, and his body was lifted to the and then, you can make use of the speed you are proud of to disappear from the eyes of your opponent, yet you can't do anything when the other party disappeared. From your view? How disappointing. A voice full of ridicule was heard from the thin air before his eyes, while grabbing his neck so hard that it might broke any time. Succubus swung Brynhildr with great force to the space in front of his eyes. Whoops! However, his body was thrown, his back hitting the floor forcibly. With a roar, a crater appeared on the stone-paved floor behind Becerra. Raising his voice in agony from the impact, acute pain ran all over his body. Still, he rolled to his left with haste. At the same time, Gakian, an invisible blade pierced the floor from where the right shoulder of Becerra was. You avoided that well. That's good. But not so. There. As Becerra rolled sideways, he kicked the floor and stabbed towards the place of origin of the voice. He aimed at his feet. If the opponent is superior at stealth, one way to defeat it is by disabling his movement. However, when Brynhildr drew a horizontal slash, Becerra only cut through thin air. On the contrary, he received a blow coming from his right that seemed from a sword hilt. Juj. He received an impact from his torso, stumbling back by a step or two. Almost fainted in agony from the hit in his trunk earlier. Becerra clenched his teeth in rejection and still tried to stand up. However, have your fast legs that you're proud of stopped working? If so, then behave and fall down. It will be much easier. At that moment he said that with a grin. Becerra lowered his head in pain. Receiving a blow from the back of his head, his body pitched forward. But this was enough for Succubus to fall unconscious. In addition to that, before engaging with Zalgier, Becerra had already taken so much damage in order to persuade Tokigawa and Maria. Even a blink would make Becerra's eyelids be closed for eternity. However, Becerra, who fell sideways, had his eyes almost shut, and then he saw the two girls who shouted on top of their voices toward him. Mio and Yuki. Becerra couldn't hear what the two are saying, as if all of the sounds were gone from the world. Probably because the damage he received was too much, his sense of hearing was temporarily paralyzed. However, Mio and Yuki desperately called out something. Towards Becerra, they shouted on the top of their lungs. Becerra couldn't hear it. He couldn't hear even a tiny bit of voice from the two. But when the two finally stopped their words, they looked at his face that seemed like they are about to cry. Oh. Clenching his teeth, Becerra stood up. It's because he remembered. The reason why he is fighting, the reason why he must not lose here. The sense that was born first was his acute pain. The pain led Becerra to regain his 5 senses again. So you can still stand, huh? Coming up to this point is no longer bravery, but plain stupidity. With a happy tune, Zalgir suddenly appeared before him at once. Becerra fixed his eyes on him in silence. Then, you've got good eyes. Eyes full of willful thoughts of your unwillingness to hand yourselves over. Then, I shall trample those thoughts for you. Zalgir expressed a cruel smile. I will show those eyes of yours the true meaning of despair. In a second, Zalgir vanished again. However, Becerra didn't move. Becerra closed his eyes, and the concentration of all his other nerves have been raised to the maximum. Maybe, in his present condition, being able to swing his sword this time may be his last. I must never miss this time. Aiming for a single blow, Becerra prepared his stance. Slipping out excess force from his whole body, he arrived into a speed, reaching like an act of God. Zalgir's figure and his presence cannot be felt. Being able to completely erase his own existence, perhaps it is a skill that crosses dimensions or something. But still, there is only one chance to catch Zalgir. And that is the exact timing Zalgir attacks me. It was to aim at him in a flash. Zalgir's attacks couldn't be avoided until now. However, Becerra didn't think about evasion anymore. If the other party uses an ability to cross dimensions, it is impossible to avoid it no matter how he moves. Then one should not choose evasion but a flash counter ahead as an option. Suddenly, to the tremor in the atmosphere that was felt behind, Becerra twisted his body faster with a spinal reflex and paid all out in his single blow. The horizontal killing slash caught the invisible Zalgir from thin air. As Brynhilder's slash was driven in, Becerra gave a positive response. Ah! At that moment, he became dumbfounded. Brynhilder surely hit the torso of Zalgir. However, it didn't reach. The spot was protected by a protective barrier by a very small gap, just a few millimeters more. If he could only set their distance to 0, Becerra might have been victorious. From here, however, the distance that is only from 0 to several millimeters seemed to be a cruel distance between 0 and infinity. That's right. I really wanted to see those eyes. The moment his dark smile is heard, Becerra was flung against the wall at his rear. With just a glance of Zalgir, Becerra was crashed on the wall and fell on his back. But he couldn't stand up. A sword attack of Zalgir threw Becerra off behind, completely separating his consciousness from his body, which was only natural. However, Becerra, being bound by mental bondage, Mio cried out Becerra's name. Then, you. Becerra moved with a slight groan. Even though the armor in his right hand crumbled, he didn't let go of Brynhilder. Having this much vitality to move for an insect, I'm impressed by your willpower. Grinning, Zalgir began walking slowly towards Becerra. That time, don't move. A cold voice was heard behind Zalgir. It's not Mio. It is not Yuki. And no, it wasn't Zest either. Then who is it? Zalgir understood. Then he smiled. The one talking at his back is none other than, I knew you would come. The boy is only a decoy and the real thing is you, right, Maria? Still smiling, Zalgir turned his back and faced Maria with composure. On the other hand, Maria was also in a calm and composed state, and said, You're wrong. In fact, Becerra doesn't want me to come. However, I'm not the type to wait while others are fighting. And it's also because Mio-sama and I aren't fated to be yours in the first place. She told me so and glanced at Mio from her distance. You are Maria, right? A voice of surprise was leaked at her figure, which transformed herself into her mature form. Being silent because of the guilt after deceiving them, she glanced at Mio and Yuki apologetically, but only for an instant. Oh, I knew it. That figure of yours is truly beautiful. At that instant, Zalgir gazed back towards her. As soon as she saw Zalgir's creeping glance that seemed to lick her all over, Maria jumped back in panic. Though I don't usually have even a little bit of desire towards young people, you right now made me quite excited. But even if I order you to transform yourself several times after coming to follow me, that would be impossible. Because it is a one-time use technique? Or was that a lie as expected? I would rather die than become your partner at night, Maria spat out in disdain. I really cannot understand a habit of a wild succubus having a sense of virtue. Then, you who kept on feigning ignorance with your family's life on the line, why is it that you are in your transformed state right now? Zalgir shook his shoulders, feeling happy. Do you want to become a woman at least because you failed making the boy deprave you, eh? Or you think transforming yourself and keeping your original form would allow you to escape the guilt from your betrayal? I don't have any more rights to expect such a thing. I had appeared to stop Becerra from acting recklessly, and my purpose coming here in this appearance was to kill you, she declared in an icy tone. Me? Killed? Surely you are able to fight me on face-to-face, but not this time. As if gauging her ability, Zalgir spoke. However, a considerable amount of time has passed after you transformed. In that condition, you can only last for a few minutes. In such a short time, you intend to kill me, who is even more powerful than you. We won't be able to find it if we won't try. No, I already knew. You cannot kill me? Haven't you forgotten? Saying so, Zalgir snapped his fingers. Then, on the screen at the wall to the right, a video footage of a prison was projected. There, a member of her family was reflected. Maria held her breath instinctively, then her face turned bitter. Now then, I will let you choose. Naru's Mio and that girl over there to become mine, betraying your master together with the moderates faction that was supposed to save you, or see your family die. As he said so, Zalgir revealed a vulgar smile. He has taken the hostage in some unknown remote place. It was a hopeless situation. However, I refuse all of them. Maria, enduring her heart to succumb in desperation, glared at Zalgir. It's because of what Becerra had said to her. Because he will save her by all means. Maria shouldn't give up either. And thanks to Becerra, a ray of light remained in this desperate situation. That is, I will defeat you here and look for my family afterwards. For sure that woman over there know their whereabouts. Not taking a move yet, Maria took a glance at Zest. She was told as useless, and has just been ordered to die, so there's no reason for her to follow Zalgir's orders anymore. Even if Maria asked, it may be impossible, but if Becerra, who saved her life, asked, it is. Then, after defeating me, huh? Unfortunately, that's impossible. From those words, Zalgir couldn't help but laugh. How can you declare that sort of thing so casually? As for the limit your appearance will last, it is only a little more time. With me as of now, one serious hit would kill you. To that, Maria got into a pose, lowered her waist lightly, and broke into a run. Nay, even if you are in that state for a long time, I say that it's impossible for you to save your family after defeating me. The moment Zalgir said those words, the video footage on the wall suddenly changed. Maria was dumbfounded for a moment. Having projected onto the wall was the prison covered with blood, and the figure of her family that was reflected a while ago can't be found anywhere. Zalgir, with a heartfelt expression, said, the moment I snapped my fingers a while ago was not to start the projection, the video footage It was the motion key to activate the super electromagnetic radiation device of the jail where your family was. The video footage a while ago is the result of what had just become, he said in disappointment. But you should be grateful. Though I exposed a horrible way of dying, there is no time to suffer. After all, the body exploded in an instant. He said so as he continued projecting the video footage at this moment. Particles of innumerable purple lightning has risen in the surface of the jail, engulfing Maria's family in a state of panic, then swell like a balloon in surprising swiftness and exploded, into 1,000 fragments of flesh and blood. Ahak. In Naru's Mio's line of sight, Maria leaked a trembling voice of aghast. Losing all her willpower, both of her knees slowly got down on the floor. Rose-colored particles wrapped Maria, and the next moment her body returned to that of the original young girl. Feeling the despair of witnessing her family's death, the last power that remained in Maria was lost. If it was the usual Mio, she would rush up to Maria and support her. It doesn't matter even if she had been deceived. If her loved one has gotten hostage and was threatened, it couldn't be helped. But the present Mio wasn't able to rush up to Maria. Mio's eyes were also nailed down to the video footage that has been showed to Maria. The death of Maria's family resembled the way her foster father is killed while confronting Zalgir for the sake of Mio's safety. The memory of that day was inevitably revived. In Mio's mind, the scene when her adoptive parents were killed flashed back. Clearly. As Mio's feelings burst out, red waves that swelled up inside her went loose. Splendid! Upon witnessing the power of Wilbert running wildly inside Mio, Zalgir exclaimed. A deep red wave extended around her, making the atmosphere rumble intensely, and then the waves produced a gravity storm and focused on a single point, seeming to swallow everything within its grasp. With a shrill sound, the bright red waves Mio produced was dispersed. At the same time, vast magic circles appeared along the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. All appeared according to my calculations. Zalgir, who succeeded in completely confining Mio's power, said so and laughed in a grand manner. For the power gravity magic of Wilbert that sleeps inside Mio, Zalgir performed elaborate preparations to obtain it. Collected information are poured into his mansion. Zest examined the numerical values in Mio's battle against Lars in the park. The other day prepared the magic field and finished the adjustments. The switch to make Mio's power run wild was also predicted to this extent. 2. The important thing is to make her experience a similar scene when her parents are killed like in the video footage, and that should do it. The video footage some time ago could be replayed, and if anything, a human being and a devil will do as a sacrifice. If it works and the power runs wind again, awakening its full power will be in no time. The only difficult part is deploying the anti-magic field consumes a large amount of magic power. This time Zalgir's magic power was used, but it is as what you expect of the power of the strongest demon king. Though Zalgir was confident in his amount of magic power, it has made to consume most of his just by having suppressed it once. However, Zalgir suddenly smiled. This time he can use the absorbed magic power that was suppressed from the current rampage to the device for the next one. It only has to repeat the rampage and absorption afterward. The goal to obtain the power of Wilbert was within my sight. Zalgir examined over again. After the rampage, Naru's Mio stood still, with hollow eyes. Probably it was impossible for her to retain consciousness after releasing all that magical power inside her body. However, in spite of such state, Mio was beautiful. But then, well then, shall I show you much more? Thoroughly satisfying her beauty, Zalgir stretched out his right hand to tear part Mio's clothes, and then, but the hand disappeared. Guara. My hand, my hand. As he pulled back his right hand while grimacing in pain, his right arm was already gone up to his shoulder. And then Zalgir finally noticed. At Mio, who was standing still, the surrounding atmosphere was shaking. This is no way. Zalgir, who unleashed the power of Wilbert inside Mio, understood why it was alive while being in the center of the gravity storm. As if he cannot believe what is happening, he cried. Was the gravity waves that didn't let through created a space distortion? Did it create a barrier of high temperature in the surroundings? Probably this is the original power of Naru's Mio. Sleeping in the shadow of Wilbert was Mio's true nature that cannot be warped by any existence. And then, the moment he thought so, Zalgir held his breath in shock. The cause. Naru's Mio turned her hollow eyes onto him. The time has come. Despite of the powerful force running wildly around her whole body, Naru's Mio was calm and composed. Naru's Mio, while staring at the man in front of her eyes, longed for this day to come. One day her parents were suddenly killed. She was told that she was not a human but a demon. She kept on convincing herself that it was a lie. But the truth was thrust to her, almost crushing her to despair and uneasiness. But still she was able to make it somehow. To avenge the enemy who murdered her adoptive parents, this man in front of her eyes, was her earnest desire. She was confident her wish will finally be fulfilled at last. If it's her present self, obliterating the enemy in front of her would be no effort at all. Therefore, Estio, stop it. Seeing her enemy frightened, she raised her hands in a quick motion. No problem. I can erase him completely without a trace. Because I have lived for this sake. I will defeat the enemy of my parents right now. Thus, intending to eradicate everything, Mio created waves to erase him. I cannot allow this, Mio. This time, a soft voice was heard, completely restraining her actions. While dragging his injured legs, a dull, heavy pain reached his sides. Still, Tuju Becerra called unto Mio's back that was before his eyes. Stop! You mustn't kill him. Why? Without looking back, a question came. It was a low, dark voice that is far from the usually bright Mio. This face of hers wasn't seen by Becerra, but he was sure she had that expression that he would never allow her, this present Mio, to do it. And then, this guy is father and mother's enemy. This guy, he killed them in front of me. Yeah. To Mio, who is still not looking back, Becerra returned a bitter nod. I have lived to take my revenge to this bastard. To kill this bastard. Yeah, I know. That's why, Mio, if you understand, why did you say don't kill? To that cold voice, Zalgir's whole body shook in fear. Yuki and Zest held their breaths too, powerful and intimidating. In addition to Wilbert's power, Mio's potential has also let loose a pressure suitable to be called a demon. King's level. However, Tuju Becerra still told her, with a firm and strong voice, but this revenge of yours, I didn't wish for your future to be bound up by this. These words, which Becerra had said, was a wish that he held from the bottom of his heart. The enemies of her parents were defeated. Being released from the suffering, she should have a peace of mind. Being obtained her long-cherished wish, it should provide her a sense of fulfillment. But, if Mio intended to take revenge on her parents' enemies, it will all end here. Other than the fact that her parents were killed, nothing will be left. Other than the fact that she killed the enemy. Of course, a big regret will remain in Mio if she doesn't kill Zalgir here. However, that regret of hers will be healed by Becerra, Maria and Yuki, whom were close to her. But if not, she won't be able to erase the fact that she had done before. Tuju Becerra let his ability run wild once. His past, where he erased the bodies of his companions, couldn't be the same anymore. If Mio were to kill Zalgir here, this truth will never be overturned. If Mio were to kill her own feelings and gave priority to complete her mission above all, if she acquired training of the hero clan, he might not stop her. But Mio is not so. In reality, she's not straightforward, but is actually gentle. She's acting brave. And all, but the truth is she isn't strong. Even that she had inherited the Demon King's predecessor's power, even that she could use strong magic. Tuju Basara is sure Naru's Mio is still a normal girl. For that reason, Basara wanted to protect her from everything who will hurt her. Therefore, if Mio is going to hurt herself, he will protect her even from her own self. Therefore, Tuju Basara said again. He intended to repeat this no matter how many times. Mio, if you kill him, you will only achieve a sense of liberation from revenge for a moment, followed by eternal despair. The life of this guy, you don't need to carry it in your back and suffer this burden. Basara pleaded. Because I will protect you from the hatred of losing your parents, from the regret of overlooking this fellow. I will protect you from all of them, even to those that seem to be impossible. I'll spend every day being near with you. From now on, I will lighten it little by little. In a soft voice, but filled with strong emotions he wanted to convey, he told to the girl whom he cherished so much. Then, from Basara's words, from a long silence Mio gave, then, give me an order, she said, turning around and looked back towards him, and cried out, primarily under the contract, I who am your subordinate, don't kill him. Give it up. Give me an order to do so. Then I, to Basara Oniai-chan, I will follow. She squeezed out those words in a tragic but brave voice. However, Basara refused to remain silent. No way. If you are saved by that, then I will order you as much as I need to. However, we cannot return to being a brother and sister anymore. If we did that, it will be impossible for us to return back to being a family. I hate that. Right now I am not a hero, and if this is a mission, these flashy words cannot protect you anymore. However, but as a family, as a big brother, as a man, I will protect you. With those words that contain what he truly desire, Tuju Basara hugged Naru's Mio. I'm sorry for being unreliable, but still, let me protect you. As he touched Mio, the people around them held their breath at once. This is because they have witnessed Zalgir vaporized his arm in a similar way in front of their own eyes. But Tuju Basara informed his own body that there is no need to worry. The barrier of high temperature surrounding Mio didn't exist anymore. When she turned around with a face that seemed to cry any time, Mio had already calmed the rampaging of her power. Later on, by the words that persuaded her, he waited for the opportunity. Then, Mio was hugged into the arms of Basara, and before long, began quivering her shoulders. It grew louder and louder. Before she knew, the cries overflowed. With her parents murdered, it revealed her real nature and a wailing girl who was trapped in her own despair of cruel reality, and revenge was born. The sorrow of Naru's Mio, those feelings that she couldn't stop, formed tears and overflowed. As such, Mio, her precious family, Tuju Basara, kept silent and continued hugging her. The backslash of her power running wild has seemed to hit. Mio fainted into the arms of Basara after a short while, as Yuki observed. The same time, the figure of Zalgir, who had crouched on the floor, dissolved into thin air. He used this chance and escaped in an instant. Nanaka Yuki reacted immediately. I won't let you escape. She tried to pursue him at once, but there is no need for that, Yuki. Basara that held Mio gave words of restraint. However, Yuki didn't understand. Why did that guy hurt Basara and everyone? Besides, he is also obsessed with you too. As soon as he have healed his injury, he will surely come back again. Plus, that man to Maria. It's okay. However, the moment Basara gave words of relief, Maria, a voice sounded like a child called a name, and Maria was the first to respond. Everyone followed where the voice came from. Then the young succubus came up running to the entrance. with overwhelming surprise filled her heart. For a moment, Maria jumped onto the succubus that was even smaller than her. How? Feeling the warmth of her family, whom she have thought would have died. Maria was stunned by that fact. Didn't I say that I'm going to save you? Basara said. There is someone who lent his power to us. Before Zalgir tried to kill this child, he was able to save her somehow. The one that have died was only a dummy, to be precise. A dummy. For Maria, who doesn't believe in miracles. Yes, for that I'm all right. Thank you, Maria. With a reliable warmth surrounding her arm, it came to tell her that the miracle is real. With a soft voice, until now they have made you suffer for a long time. For that I'm very sorry. From those calm words, her small head was raised, and with a trembling body and a shaking voice, Maria, which is deeply moved, said, Mother. It was a deep, heartfelt reunion. Still, there is a word that couldn't be avoided. Mother. Yuki knitted her eyebrows in reflex. Then, the smiling young succubus beside her is, oh my. I apologize for the slow introduction. I am Maria's mother, Shara. I'm grateful for you helping my daughter. Ha, well, it's our pleasure. With a slightly perplexed look, Basara also bowed, although he gave a hand. To help her out, he doesn't seem to know about it, and the fact truly shocked him. Also, Yuki wanted to hear the circumstances, including the matters of the collaborator that Basara said. Well, I'll tell the details later. That idea was renewed from Basara's words. Well, there is certainly one thing that they should be doing right now. That is, first of all, let's find a way out of this place. Zalgir may have a device or something in this mansion. From his words, Yuki and the others who were in the place nodded. Then, Basara, Zest, you're going to come with us too. Unlike Zalgir, who ran away, she was prepared to accept what kind of treatment they will do to her, they told to the beautiful demon who have remained quiet till now. Though there are a lot of stories I want to hear, we'll discuss about what you will do from now on. Then, in front of Yuki's eyes, got it. I will abide your orders. Tuju Basara. With an obedient nod, Zest said so. This life whom you, an enemy, saved, please decide what will be the use of me. Something dark crossed the space of a bedroom that night. The moment Mio fainted, Zalgir succeeded in escaping before Basara's eyes. How dare him to my arm? As the pain of losing his right arm gradually became severe, Zalgir spitted out words of grudge. I won't forgive you. I will never forgive you. I'll destroy you together with this mansion. As soon as this wound is restored and my magic power recovers, I will give you despair more painful than death. Zalgir cursed with a voice shaking with anger. As darkness entered his eyes, once again, he leaped from the midst of his bedroom basked in moonlight. Ahak? However, he received a direct hit of an explosive flame magic and was blown off outside the bedroom he just entered. The explosion greatly ripped off his right flank. Wah? As Zalgir, who rolled to the ground, looked up, a shadow suddenly emerged from the darkness. And then, as the shadow made a single step, the moonlight illuminates it, revealing its face. That is Lars? Zalgir spoke in aghast. Well. It's been a long time, Marquis Zalgir. Oh my, what happened to you? Lars floated a cold smile and looks down in a calm manner. Why is a gentleman like you groveling like an insect to the ground? Oh my, I can't seem to find that prideful hand of yours that made countless women cry. Are you possibly thinking that your arm dropped in the dark and came looking for it? Oh dear, so that's why you're in a panic right now. Sadly, your arm has completely disintegrated, right? I think it's pointless even to look for it anywhere. He had known the entire situation all along, saying in a tone tinged with ridicule, You bastard. So you're alive all along. Zalgir glared with hatred while suppressing the wound on his flank with his left hand. Wah, such thing, you don't really get it? You're really stupid, are you? Lars shrugged his shoulders. This whole incident. In exchange with Neruz Mio, it was your objective. To slip Tuju Becerra in my residence from the very start. And you to give an opportunity to that succubus. Yes, because you know that you are being suspected by me, I have intended to provoke your excellency's subordinate from the beginning of negotiations, burning my doll to make it clear that I have been silenced completely. Therefore, thanks to this, she didn't keep an eye to this place, and it was very easy to move. After that, I began investigating the whereabouts where Maria's family is captured. What they? Why so surprised? You're one of the famous high-ranking demons in hell. Besides, you're currently on house arrest. Now that I don't know who may notice my presence, it's not an option to take the risk to do something unnecessary. Also, the moderates are still continuing their search, but it shouldn't be kept in your main mansion. If I am found by Maria and be discovered, all will be wasted. However, to be able to act when something happened, I considered to put the magic near the degree where I can control it like a remote. If you put it too far away, it will only cause uneasiness. So if you aim to focus on looking, it will hit a jackpot. To tell you the truth, I was already ahead and located the place. Thanks to the snap of His Excellency's finger, I have found and saved the hostage with ease. You bastard, what are you No. What the hell are you up to? He noticed the possibility that the man in front of his eyes might be a spy of the moderates, looking at the circumstances that is happening in front of him. Right now is not considered wrong. However, in locating the whereabouts of the hostages, why did he remain silent to Maria and her fellow companions? If it was for the existing Demon King faction, it won't do any profit for the moderates. Unable to see Lars' real intention, nay, my plan intended to go a little more cautiously. After calling me via phone call by a little rough method of camaraderie as a proof to confirm our friendship, dealings have been proposed in the middle of the fight. Dealings, huh? Yes, for the information regarding the whereabouts of Neruz Mio, we wish to help the family of Maria who is kept hostage. As a substitute, for me, I said that I don't mind the reward, because I'll achieve it no matter what. That's all. And I accepted the condition. Therefore, I'm now here before you, Your Excellency. While looking down upon this, Lars seemed to be happy. What are you saying? The fact that Lars had dealings with Becerra was the fact that Zalgir was unable to believe. The predecessor, His Majesty Wilbert, as for choosing the foster parents, whom he may leave his daughter with to be brought up to the human world. These two people were especially kind among his subordinates. Lars lowered his eyes and began to talk. Perhaps you bastard wouldn't even know the names of the people you've killed. They were never of the highest ranks, but they are existences which are loved dearly by many of their fellow brethren. And, above all, those two raised an orphanage that continued accepting children who had lost their relatives during the Great War and were yearned, like an older brother and an older sister, especially fellows like me. You son of a? Don't tell me. Zalgir was at loss for words. To the man who stands before his eyes, he felt something darker than hatred in him. Then what on earth did Tuju Becerra exchanged with from his negotiation with Lars? When Becerra was fighting against him, it seemed that there were some delaying tactics and decoys involved. Becerra was a decoy to lure Zalgir, and Maria was his aim all along. After all Becerra had said instructed her to come with me, then who is the one that Becerra was waiting for? If it doesn't become unexpected development that Maria comes to him, who will stand behind Zalgir? As he thought of this, he has no choice but to be in shock as Lars tells the purpose that he has kept on holding secretly till now. Against the rays of moonlight, a frozen smile is revealed. That's right, Zalgir. The conditions that I took out is to kill you by this hand. Epilogue. To speak of the certainty of the human mind. By the time that Becerra returned to the Tuju household, it was already late. At night. While everyone finished dressing their own wounds, bathing, getting dressed, and doing other necessary things, some people decided to rest as soon as they walked through the door. That was the succubus mother and daughter who had long been under the coercion of Zalgier and were even treated as hostages, Maria and her mother. Right now, Succubus was watching their sleeping faces. The moonlight coming through the window cast a faint blue light into Maria's room while the mother and daughter were asleep on the bed. Wasn't easy for the mother and daughter to finally reunite safely. Their minds, which had been under so much stress, seemed eager to relax, and the breathing of those two was calm. It must have been a long time since they could sleep at ease like this, although that did make him feel sad, in front of his eyes, seeing their sleeping faces. Basara felt like he was able to help somehow. At that time, while Basara was watching, Maria crept closer to her mother on the bed while still peacefully asleep. Basara-san. She gently called out to him in her sleep. This made Basara cast his eyes onto Maria with a look of affection. "Ah, I'm here. Not only me, everyone else is also by your side." After saying that, he gently caressed her cheek, and then softly wiped the tear at the corner of her eye, as if he was telling her that she no longer needed to cry. After finally reuniting with each other, Basara decided to postpone speaking about the future arrangements for Maria and her mother. Tomorrow, Basara would ask Maria to contact the demons of the Moderates faction so that they could send someone here to pick them up. Although he heard from Succubus that the leader of the Moderates faction was against Mio and didn't listen to dissuasion, they were searching for Maria's mother. As soon as they knew that she had been rescued safely, someone would definitely come to visit. As for Zest, Basara planned to hand her over to the Moderates faction to handle. At Yuki's insistence, she was currently being monitored in the living room, and there shouldn't be a problem. Zest did not have any intent to resist, and said that she would listen to any of Basara's commands. Basara personally wanted Zest to leave the control of Zalgier. After freeing her from the shackles of death, she wouldn't be limited to the current Demon Lord faction or the Moderates faction. She would be able to live her own life freely, but she had just lost the master that she absolutely obeyed, so the purpose of her life was uncertain, and she couldn't be left on her own. Therefore, although it wasn't to protect her as a witness, Basara still thought that it would be better to hand her over to the Moderates faction. However, it was a faction that she was previously hostile to, so there were doubts about her safety. In this regard, he had an arrangement with Succubus to assist if necessary. Also, regarding the matter where Maria was threatened by Zalgier and obeyed him, Basara hadn't yet decided on whether to tell them. To conceal the truth, or to speak the truth plainly, it was a difficult decision. But there was something that Basara, Mio, and Yuki had already come to a consensus and made a conclusion. That was to protect their family member Maria at all costs. Maria betrayed Basara and the others as well as the Moderates faction only because she was under the stress of her mother being held as a helpless hostage, and no one could punish her for that. Like in the past, Jean gave up his identity as a hero to protect his child. It was like how Basara vowed to protect Mio, who had been targeted unfairly and without reason. It was also like how Yuki gave up her mission so that she could protect Basara. This time was also the same. Everyone would definitely work together to protect Maria, no matter how noble the purpose or mission was. By sacrificing precious people, people would suffer both physically and mentally, and that was something that Basara could not accept. The desire to protect Maria wasn't because of a mission, but because she was a precious person in the hearts of everyone. "We will definitely protect you," Basara promised that with a whisper, and then exited Maria's room. When he walked up to the unlit corridor, he noticed that a girl was standing by the door to his room. Thus, Basara walked towards her and then softly asked, "What is it, Mio? You don't need to rest?" I don't really feel like sleeping," Mio calmly replied to Basara's question. seeing her quiet expression. I see. Basara naturally realized the reason why she was here, and said, well, then just chat with me until you want to sleep. Following a brief moment of silence, Mio nodded as a response to Basara's suggestion. After Basara asked her to wait there for a moment, he went downstairs to the first floor. He then walked towards the living room where the lights were switched on. The living room was shrouded in the heavy silence of the night. The source of it was Yuki and Zest who were facing each other as they sat on the sofa. Yuki noticed that Basara had appeared, so she turned her head to ask, Basara, how is it upstairs? Maria is sleeping soundly, but it seems like Mio can't sleep yet. I see. Upon hearing Basara's words, Yuki expressed her understanding with a murmur. Perhaps, like Basara, she had also realized why Mio wasn't able to sleep because she was worried about Mio. Yuki, won't it be fine for you to take a break for a while? It's fine. I'm the person in charge of keeping an eye on her. But, Yuki then asked, aren't you going to rest? Your injuries should be the most severe, right? That's right. After enduring successive attacks from Maria, he also fought against Zalgier. And even before that, there was the fight with Takigawa that Yuki and the others didn't know about. The one who suffered the heaviest injuries this time was undoubtedly Basara. However, there's no need to worry. These probably aren't critical injuries, or perhaps the wound medicine that you gave me is really effective. These injuries aren't as serious as I thought. When he was enduring Maria's punches, his whole body was in so much pain that it seemed like even his ribs were broken, but the pain was lessened greatly before he fought against Zalgier. After examining it when they returned home, he discovered that his ribs only had some slight fractures. It seemed as though the injuries that he received from Zalgier were unimaginably light. Since he drank the medicine that Yuki brought from the village, he should be fully recovered after resting for a few days. Even though Yuki also knew this, Basara had told her himself that his injuries weren't serious. Then, I see. That's good then. A tinge of comfort emerged on Yuki's face, and she turned her gaze back towards Zest. Basara gently placed his hand over her shoulder and said, you don't need to force yourself so much. I also won't be sleeping tonight, so just call me if there's anything. Then, instead of wasting your time on watching me, perhaps it would be better to get rid of me a bit earlier. Zest hadn't given up on her own life, but she simply stated what the most realistic approach was. So, Zest, haven't I said this before? You need to find your own way to live in the future, and we will help you to gain the time that you need. During that time, you should think carefully about what you want to do in the future. After listening to Basara's persuasion, Zest fell silent for a moment, and then replied, I understand. I'll do as you say, Tuju Basara. After expressing her compliance with a soft voice, Zest closed her eyes and did not say any more. Hence, Basara left Zest under the watch of Yuki and returned to the second floor after preparing some drinks. In here, just find a place for yourself to sit. After Basara said that when he invited Mio into his room, Mio followed and sat on the bed. Then, Basara handed the mug that he was holding to her. I prepared some hot milk for you. You'll find it a bit easier to sleep after drinking some to warm your body up. Thank you. After Mio thanked him, Basara asked her, my room, is it really better? Talking in Basara's room was Mio's own request. Talking in the corridor wasn't very good, but if they went to her room, she could sleep whenever she wanted, so it should be more convenient for her. But, yes, I think that I wouldn't be able to fall asleep in my own room. Well, since you've said that, Basara then walked over to the chair beside his desk. The hem of his t-shirt was suddenly grabbed by Mio. Turning around, he saw that Mio had her face down. Seeing that, Basara scratched his cheek and had no choice but to sit beside Mio. The springs of the mattress absorbed Basara's weight and firmly supported him. It originally felt that way, but Becerra could feel the edge of the mattress shaking slightly. Looking closely, Mio was shivering whilst sitting beside him. Thus, Becerra gently put his arm around her shoulders so that she would not spill the hot milk. "It's okay now." Becerra repeated those words again in order to reassure Mio, and Mio then nodded. "Sorry to make you accompany me." She leaned her head onto Becerra's shoulder. Mio, who had been kidnapped and fell into the enemy's hands, had an uneasy mood before Becerra and the others had rescued her, so it was not difficult to imagine. That's why Becerra was happy to lend his shoulder until Mio had completely calmed down. Before long, Mio finally calmed down and started drinking the hot milk that Becerra had prepared for her. When the bottom of the mug became clear, the two of them moved on to speaking about what would happen next. Finally, Mio placed the mug onto the bedside table and said, "I understand. We just need to speak with the demon from the Moderates faction who'll pick up Maria's mother next. Hopefully they won't have to hurt the female demon called Zest, and it'll be best if they don't do anything strange to her." Mio quietly nodded and confirmed idea that Becerra brought up. In regard to this, Becerra would also seek assistance from Takigawa, since having more insurance would be better. "I'm sorry to ask such a thing of you," Becerra said apologetically. Protecting Zest and protecting Maria were not the same thing. For Mio, forgiving the enemy Zalgier who had killed her parents was already difficult for her, and having to help his subordinate now was just rubbing more salt onto the wound. However, since this was something that only Mio could do, there was no choice but to ask her. However, the problem didn't just encompass this. This time, Becerra and the others had defeated Zalgier, who was a high-ranking demon of the current demon Lord's faction. If they made more contact with the Moderates faction, they would probably be seen as an even greater threat to the current demon Lord faction. Even if Mio gave up on getting revenge on Zalgier, Wilbert's power, which was inside her, still did not disappear. In regard to the Moderates faction, aside from the Mio's uncle who was the leader of the faction, it was highly likely that Mio, who defeated Zalgier, would be considered as Wilbert's successor. The worst scenario would be if everyone became caught up in the middle of the dispute between these two demon factions. Considering this possibility, Becerra couldn't help but show a serious expression. At that time, Mio gently placed her hand over Becerra's hand and said, "Becerra, it's okay, I don't mind." The look in her eyes revealed her deep trust in him. "Because I have you guys accompanying me right now, right?" Mio replied with a clear expression and tone, which caused Becerra to look at her perplexedly. It was because the girl and her smile that he had vowed to protect were right in front of his eyes. Right now, the Mio who was smiling in front of him was proof that he had successfully protected her. But at the same time, some dark emotions welled up inside of Becerra. "Becerra?" Mio seemed to notice that something was amiss, and worriedly raised her head as she looked towards Becerra. Becerra also watched her silently. To gain Mio's trust, although he was happy, it also highlighted a truth that couldn't be concealed. That was the danger that Mio didn't have before she became involved in this, as well as the enemy, Zalgier, who had a countless number of girls as his playthings. If he had departed even a little later, Zalgier may really have taken Mio with underhanded tactics that Becerra couldn't even imagine, tearing her apart until she was no longer human. Also, the situation still hadn't been resolved. In fact, it was just the beginning. There were definitely a lot of people who would try to act against Mio because of Wilbert's power. There might even be some people who would be even more devious than Zalgier. But Becerra would not allow them to act violently. No matter who wanted to take Mio away, Becerra absolutely would not allow it. If such a day really came, it might be better. Along with such thoughts, Becerra's consciousness had drifted to an unknown place. After grabbing the shoulders of Mio, who was in front of his eyes, Becerra stole Naru's Mio's lips. At first, Mio didn't understand what had happened. All of a sudden, she was kissing Becerra. Such a sudden move. Mio was momentarily unable to understand that it was a kiss or do anything else. However, in front of her was Becerra's face, with his eyes closed, and on her lips was the sensation of his warmth. So Mio finally understood that she was kissing Becerra right now. In the middle of the night and on the bed in Becerra's room, this was the scene of Naru's Mio's first kiss. Mio clearly knew that she would one day give someone her first kiss, and she also had a feeling that that person would be Becerra. When the Master-Servant contract activated, and Becerra helped to relieve her, she also wanted to feel Becerra on a deeper level and almost kissed him on her own. If Mio really asked for it herself, Becerra definitely would have responded to her request. But in Mio's imagination, she thought that Becerra would be gentler when kissing her. Basically, Becerra would not do anything that Mio would object to, although he had once strayed into the dressing room and bathroom and actually rushed over to cover her mouth to stop her from screaming. That was just a one-off thing. So, even if Mio was angry then, she would forgive him. However, Becerra was not like that at all right now. It was as if he couldn't control his feelings and kissed Mio. This is being so surprised that her whole body was tense. Naru's Mio thought in her mind that Becerra was becoming more and more irrational. That was because Becerra had done something similar in the past. It happened just after they had made the Master-Servant contract, during the first time that they had a bath together. Back then, Becerra had just reunited with Yuki. Mio listened to Maria's suggestion in order to solidify her position and used her breasts to wash Becerra's body. Maria brought the cake that Becerra had bought into the bathroom, and when it accidentally spilled onto Becerra's body, Mio and her licked the cream off. Thinking about it now, that was something really bold. Only then, Mio blindly wanted to deepen the relationship between Becerra and her in the end, which caused Becerra to lose his rationality, and he put all of the remaining cake onto Mio and Maria's bodies, and then forcibly licked the sweetness off their bodies. Although Becerra fainted in the middle of that situation from becoming overexcited, neither Mio nor Maria knew what would have happened if he didn't faint, because Becerra was that irrational at the time. After discussing it with Maria, they decided to tell Becerra that all of it was just a dream. But ever since that day, nothing like that happened with Becerra again, which caused Mio to think that she had misunderstood, and she even thought that she might have been the one who was dreaming. But right now, Becerra, who had lost his sense of rationality, was before her eyes, taking possession of her lips. Why? This time it was completely different to the daring things that she did with Becerra in the bathroom. Mio simply didn't understand why Becerra suddenly became like this. No, wait. Mio shrank back as she panicked, but she was careless and fell back onto the bed, and Becerra then placed both of his hands on top of her chest while she was wearing her pajamas. Why? Without being given a chance to finish speaking, the buttons on the front of her pajamas were undone, and her breasts were exposed. She wasn't wearing a bra, so her breasts bounced out and lay in front of Becerra's eyes. When Mio realized that this was reality and cried out in surprise, Becerra pressed her body down. He then held her tightly and pressed his lips onto hers again. Mio, who was pinned down on the bed and being kissed. Foo! Her entire body suddenly quivered underneath Becerra's as she let out a sweet voice, because Becerra's hands had started rubbing her bare breasts that had been exposed when he tore her pajamas apart. Even if the aphrodisiac curse didn't activate after Mio's breasts were caressed several times, she had already become so sensitive that she was afraid. As Becerra rubbed and squeezed her breasts into lewd shapes while kissing her forcefully at the same time, Mio's mind and body became completely paralyzed, and she was unable to resist. Like in the past, Becerra became even more forceful, and Mio didn't dare to resist. Aside from the first time that they met, Mio had already submitted to Becerra countless times, so even if she knew in her mind that she shouldn't, she still closed her eyes naturally, and her body obediently accepted Becerra. Then, Mio suddenly felt Becerra's tongue trying to invade her mouth. Although Mio understood the consequences of accepting, she was unable to resist right now. She meekly parted her lips. Just a small slit was more than enough for Becerra. Becerra's tongue instantly pried open Mio's lips and pushed straight into her mouth. Chu. As soon as she felt the heat and sensation of Becerra's wet and sticky tongue, Mio's will almost faded. Before she realized, Mio's tongue was also intertwining with his, and she became lost in kissing Becerra. After a long kiss, which nearly depleted her lungs of oxygen, Mio pulled her lips back slightly, and when she was finally able to breathe, "I won't let anyone take you away," she suddenly heard Becerra's whispered words. Becerra? Mio couldn't help calling his name out, which caused Becerra to quickly regain his consciousness and notice Mio. Sorry. Becerra seemed to have returned back to normal, and he continued to apologize with a flustered face as he realized what he had done. The Becerra, who quickly turned around on the bed, was the Becerra that Mio knew. "I'm really sorry." My mind suddenly went blank, and then Mio covered her breasts as she stood up and looked with surprise at the shape of Becerra's back as he desperately apologized. A slightly playful smile drifted onto her face because she heard it. "Won't let anyone take me away?" Basically, Becerra wouldn't do anything that would cause Mio to object. For Becerra's emotions to lose control to such a degree, it was because Mio was abducted by Zalgier and almost reached the point of no return that such worries and desires were generated. Thus, "No, I will never forgive you." Mio held her laughter in as she said that. She had been given quite a surprise by Becerra's sudden actions, so making him think a bit wouldn't cause the Master-Servant contract curse to activate. Finally, Becerra asked with a distressed expression, "There's really no way for you to forgive me?" "Well, fine, there is one way to make me forgive you. Do you want to hear it?" "Oh, of course I do." Becerra's vigorous nodding caused Mio to laugh even harder. She then moved closer to him and put her arms around him from behind as she said, "Then kiss me one more time." After saying that, she pressed her lips against Becerra's back and gave her reason for not forgiving him. "In time you will know, in fact, that you don't have to apologize for these things." She then closed her eyes. "Please, Becerra, if you don't want others to take me away, then you should take me away again." She waited for Becerra's response. After this kiss, the relationship between them would definitely change. Unexpectedly, Becerra didn't turn around. "Becerra?" Mio curiously opened her eyes and saw the reason why Becerra hadn't turned around. Not knowing when it happened, Yuki was standing in front of Becerra, expressionlessly. Mio couldn't stop herself from being shocked at this situation. Yuki quickly grabbed Becerra's collar and then forcibly kissed him. Wanting to compete with Mio, she extended her tongue into Becerra's mouth and kissed him while intertwining their tongues. When Yuki finished kissing him and moved her lips away, Becerra collapsed onto the bed fearfully as Yuki began breathing heavily. Why was Yuki manlier? At that time, Yuki glared. "I thought you hadn't gotten over your scare from being kidnapped. It seems there really isn't a single moment to let my guard down. Why did you come here? Don't you have to watch over the female demon called Zest?" Mio was finally able to overcome her panic and asked that. "You don't need to worry. I also brought her over here." After Yuki replied as such, Zest quietly appeared from behind her. How did even you? How long have you guys been there?" "Since you said I have you guys accompanying me," Naru's Mio. "Then that's a long time." You took advantage of my kindness and secretly seduced Basara. And now, you have the nerve to get angry. What a fox. After Yuki dismissively said that, she wrapped both her arms around Basara's neck, and with passionate eyes she said, Basara, take me as well. What kind of strange things are you trying to say in this confusion? Yuki's actions caused Mio's anger to erupt, and she forcibly separated Yuki and Basara. When Basara's room had suddenly become the location of a heated argument, Maria was silently standing outside the room. The succubus was particularly sensitive to the excitement in her surroundings. Her mother, who had been held hostage for a long time and still had a weakened mind, was still asleep, whereas Maria had woken up before Yuki and Zest entered Basara's room. If this was in the past, Maria would have rushed in as a host to play around with everyone. That wasn't just to protect Mio, but also to cheer Mio up, as her mind was always fixated on the sadness of her parents' death, even if she didn't show it. Maria knew that this wasn't enough to redeem herself for betraying them under Zalgir's coercion, and also hoped that she would be able to cheer Mio up more often. However, Maria, who was used to joining in, she stood at the door without saying anything. Since it had come to light that she betrayed Basara and Mio, she no longer had the right to join them. I think looking is, although Basara had said it in the past, that Maria could continue to stay around everyone like in the past. She planned to return to the demon realm, along with her mother when the Moderates faction came to pick her up. By Mio's side right now was Yuki, who was more useful than her, and there were also guards that the Moderates faction could send who would be stronger and more reliable than her, so there was no need for her to stay behind. After thinking about such things, Maria turned around to return to her own room. Basara rushed out into the corridor at this time, and as soon as he noticed Maria, Maria, you came at a good time. Come here. Basara grabbed hold of the bewildered Maria's hand and dragged her into the room. Right now, their minds are in full drive, and they won't listen to anything I say. Can you please think of a way to help me stop them? What? No, you need me to do something in this kind of a situation. All of a sudden, Mio and Yuki were facing each other. Violent sparks were flying out in the air between them. Both of them wore murderous expressions and remedying this situation was simply a joke. But just thinking about it, please help me, only you can do it. When Basara said this, he probably wasn't thinking about it much. But that wasn't because he thought of her as a demon, rather he said that because he thought of her as an indispensable family member. It wasn't because she was the succubus Maria, it was purely because he saw her as Naru's Maria. Therefore, while Maria couldn't help but feel surprised by Basara's words, this is interesting. Maria, you're on my side, right? You don't need to be afraid of her threats. If you stand on my side, I'll help. You do erotic things to Mio. Neither Mio nor Yuki treated her as if she was an outsider, showing that she could continue staying here because everyone was a family. So after both Mio and Yuki asked, who are you helping? At the same time, who it is. Maria rubbed the tears which were beginning to form in the corner of her eyes. Basara-san? Then, while taking advantage of the moment that Basara had turned his head towards her, she took him by surprise and kissed him. As if to create a truly unexpected situation, Maria wrapped her tongue around Basara's in an even more intense way as she kissed Basara while Mio and Yuki looked on in amazement. Naru's Maria smiled with all the effort that she could. Perhaps her redemption would remain unclear for some time, but she had come back here after all, so she needed to atone bit by bit until one day this would a true family of her own. Maria embraced this pledge in her mind. I'm not helping either side, because Basara-san is my Oni-chan. When she said that with a wide smile on her face, and even more, exaggerated cry and ruckus resounded within the Tuju household. In this place was a very heavy atmosphere. It was dark and none of the noise from outside could be heard. At the same time, it was also the cruel truth that none of the sound in here would leak to the outside. Thus, Juge, no matter how much Zalgir groaned in pain while he was on the floor, there would be no one to rescue him. After Lars attacked Zalgir when he fled, he didn't take his life straight away. In order for him to get revenge for his comrades that he treated as siblings, Lars used a device which could restrain Zalgir by preventing him from using magic, and then took him to a place without any people, a place that seemed to be located underground. This was the hideout that he had prepared in case anything happened during his mission to observe Naru's Mio. Like this, Zalgir had been here for a few hours now. After going through both physical and magical torture, he was already on the verge of death. Zalgir was crawling on the ground, and his entire body was in so much pain that it felt like it was on fire. He had lost his right arm because of Naru's Mio, and his abdomen had been injured by Lars before he reached this place. That was nothing compared to his state right now, in which many of his bones were broken and he was heavily bleeding everywhere. While in such an agonizing state where it was difficult for him to move. It's not over yet. Zalgir still had not given up on escaping from this place. Perhaps Lars wanted him to feel pain for just a little longer and did not continue to torture him. Thus, Zalgir gathered strength in his body and became vigilant for an opportunity to escape. At that time, finally here, Lars suddenly said that with a low volume and then turned around. Then the sound of slow footsteps reverberated throughout the silent space. Who is it? His imprisonment and torture here was only for Lars' personal revenge. There was no need for a third party. After Zalgir moaned this question, no, actually, there was someone who said that they absolutely wanted to watch you die. Lars shrugged with a smile as he said that. After hearing that, could it be? Lars had previously said that there were many people in the Moderates faction who admired Mio's parents. Among them, there should be who had adoptive parents like Lars who were from the same orphanage. It was highly possible that he called people who similarly hated Zalgir to this place. On the other hand, could it be Zest? Did she come to witness the fate of the man who called her trash and attempted to kill her? Couldn't be. Zalgir suddenly felt a sharp feeling of anxiety in his heart. No matter who it was that came, there would be another pair of eyes watching him, which would greatly reduce his chances of escaping. No, not necessarily. Nevertheless, Zalgir still did not give up on his chances of survival. If there were more people on the other side, it would also increase the opportunities for confusion when he made his move. If they came here with hatred, then they would be easily manipulated and could lose their cool. I'll wait and see. The blood-covered Zalgir secretly laughed and vowed to escape from this place, then slaughter all of the people who put him in this miserable state. Then, the visitor that Zalgir welcomed because he treated them as an opportunity. What? He was stunned by the person who finally appeared. That person wasn't a demon from the Moderates faction, nor was it Zest. In fact, it wasn't even a demon. The one who appeared before his eyes was Tuju Basara? Zalgir cried his name out when he saw something that was unbelievable. But Basara made a quick glance towards the dying Zalgir who lay on the floor and then walked over to Lars' side and began talking to him whilst ignoring his existence. Sorry, Takigawa. I'm a little late. As you say, Basachi, I almost couldn't stop myself from finishing it. I'm sorry, getting away from Mio and the others was more difficult than I imagined. Seeing Basara's apologetic expression, Lars made a wry smile as he said, Come on. You were definitely doing some erotic things, right? Geez, this handsome guy really makes people envious. Let me make it clear first, I was nearly killed by them. Basara then sighed. The scene of the two people having a natural conversation caused Zalgier to raise his head from the floor in surprise. He was able to understand the reason for Lars' actions. That was because Lars was the one who brought him here and beat him up. But Becerra was different. Zalgier was stained with blood. His arm and legs were twisted abnormally, and he looked as though he could die at any time. Yet Becerra was still conversing with Lars calmly. It was simply too strange. Zalgier was unable to comprehend what was happening in front of him. At that time, I said before, I told you about the secret place where Mio was imprisoned and also rescued Maria's family member in exchange for the chance to personally kill you, but in reality we had another agreement. Lars then began to explain what the current situation was. After this incident, Mio will eventually find out about my true identity. It's just that I accidentally stimulated her in the past, causing Wilbert's power to go out of control and also gave Basachi a bit of trouble. Afterwards, although that guy started seeking my cooperation because of that incident, Naru-san and Nanaka-san, who adore Basachi, couldn't do that. So, taking this into account, I needed someone to help cover me. And for that, it was most effective for Basachi to take on that role. Then, in contrast, Basachi wanted to eliminate the enemy that he let go because of the possibility that he would be threatened again. With this guy's words, that probability would drop to 0. In other words, he wants to use his own eyes to see you when you're completely dead. You how? Zalgier raised his head in amazement. At that time, he finally made eye contact with Becerra. The look in his eyes was cold. The stare emitted from his eyes seemed to completely deny his existence. Zalgier's heart almost froze, and he couldn't stop himself from shivering. There was actually such a thing. Zalgier began to curse his own miscalculations. I was too careless. I was completely wrong. How did I underestimate Becerra? No, I completely misread him. He believed that he was just a good-hearted and kind youth with a strong sense of justice, but that wasn't the case. That youth wasn't just kind. Zalgier had the opportunity to perceive this possibility. Zalgier really wanted Becerra's unknown elimination ability, and would naturally request that Maria tell him all of that information. He once allowed his power to lose control, which eliminated the bodies of his comrades, and also caused him to be exiled from the heroes. After meeting the successor of the former demon lord who had inherited his blood, Mio, he picked up his sword again in order to protect her. Then Becerra, who had once suffered a tragedy, vowed that he would never lose anything precious to him again. In order to protect things as he had vowed, he would be as cruel as he needed to be, so he made this promise with sorrow. If someone with such determination joined hands with Lars, since it's like this, Becerra, do you want to make a deal with me? Zalgier desperately tried to win Becerra over to his side. If a high-class demon like me is kept alive, I'll be able to get all sorts of information from the current demon lord Leohardhika, or the other high-class demons who are part of the council. I'll be able to obtain secrets that would be impossible even for Lars here. So, as long as she still has Wilbert's power, Mio will not be able to have a single day of peace. Since protecting her is your first priority, you should realize that my information will be very useful. That was what Zalgier wanted to say, but he couldn't say it. That was because Becerra stared at him with such cold eyes that he found himself unable to continue. Next, well, I'm already tired of seeing that rotten face. It's about time to kill him. May I, Basachi? Yeah. After Takigawa obtained Becerra's consent, he slowly walked towards Zalgier. The moment of Zalgier's death approached him step by step. Despite this, up until this point, Becerra still had not spoken a single word to Zalgier. Cursing, contempt, ridicule, he didn't give any of that. He simply watched Zalgier with silent, cold eyes. It seemed as if it was just as Lars had described, that he was here only to witness his death. Damn it! Then there's no way. Zalgir desperately looked for a chance of survival, but death was already in front of his eyes. His eyes were filled with despair. The next instant, the shockwave that Lars released from his hand ended Zalgir's long life. Zalgir's spiritual reaction has disappeared? The demon lord Leohart had just visited the western region and received this unexpected news when he returned to the palace. After Zalgir determined that there was value in digging up the newfound ruins, he thought that he had already fulfilled his responsibility and returned to his home. While Leohart continued to inspect the surroundings, he didn't imagine that such a thing would happen. Could it be that Zalgir is dead? Leohart walked down the corridor and asked with uncertainty. That is just the latest news that we've received. We're still unclear about the details of the situation. The trusted Balflier who came to report this replied after standing up. As the new demon lord, Leohart established the current demon lord faction, which was currently the largest faction in the demon realm, but the interior was not united. Some people saw the young Leohart as a boy who couldn't do anything, so they tried to manipulate him, and Zalgir was one of those who belonged to the hostile group. When Zalgir was the observer of Naru's Mio and took action against her, Leohart originally planned to sentence him to death. If his indulgence in greed and ambition continued to grow, he would one day become a threat that was impossible to ignore. Unfortunately, the council that Zalgir belonged to protested against this proposal, and ultimately, he could only give the light punishment of suspending him from investigation. Then, what exactly happened? According to Lars' reports, Zalgir had some suspicious actions, but high-class demons like him were careful and powerful, so they weren't people that would die so easily, which meant that there was definitely a large problem behind the scenes. Make a detailed investigation immediately and report back at any time. Go quickly. As you wish. As soon as Balflier received those orders and nodded, he immediately disappeared. Leohart continued to advance. He was saluted by the guards when he arrived in front of the doors to the throne room and then pushed open the large and heavy doors. Good work. After Leohart briefly said that, he stepped into the room. He then walked further into the room, following the sound of the closing doors. But on the way, he suddenly stopped and then frowned. That was because he had discovered a situation within the room. All of the guards in the room had collapsed on the floor without a single exception. They weren't dead. They had simply lost consciousness, and even their breathing was normal. But more than 20 members of the guard had actually been defeated. They weren't just ordinary soldiers, they were bodyguards who specifically guarded the demon lord, and all of them were elites. These bodyguards had actually been completely defeated without the guards outside the room even noticing. It showed that this person's actions were very secretive, and also that it happened in a very short period of time. As Leohart knew, there were only a handful of people who had such power. Just as Leohart increased his vigilance and was considering whether or not to call the guards outside the door, he suddenly saw something. There was a man sitting comfortably on the throne that only he could sit on. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for Leohart to ignore such an offense, but the man in front of him was able to avoid Leohart's attention while doing such a thing. It was complete stealth, which even Leohart was failed to detect. With an ability like that, it would really be possible to defeat all of the guards without revealing his appearance or presence. At that time, you finally returned, new demon lord, huh? How strange, isn't the demon lord too young this time? The man sat on Leohart's throne and said that with surprise after seeing Leohart. In the demon realm, there wasn't a single person who didn't recognize what Leohart looked like. But this man clearly had a reaction, which showed that he had never seen him before. Also, although it was their first meeting, Leo Hart was able to recognize the name and appearance of the man who didn't know him, Jean Tuju. Heh, you know me? Even the new demon lord recognizes my face and name. I really am honored. Jean gave a soft laugh as he spoke after Leo Hart softly mentioned his name. And then, well, do you know why I've come here? Jean stood up front the throne and stretched his neck as he said, but what I have to say right now has nothing to do with me. My cute son, it seems like he fought quite hard over there, which makes me want to help him out as a father, so it would be nice if he could see me show off a bit. This is the so-called fatherly love. Subsequently, Leo Hart moved towards Tuju Jean. The man known as the strongest hero in history then made a ferocious smile and said, "Thank you for looking after my kids. I came to return the favor."